In fact, we are the first institution in the country to be celebrating this day. And this is the first occasion that we are doing it in the country. So indeed, it's an honor for all of us. Here I must appreciate and acknowledge this beautiful collaboration that we have with the National Center for Science Communicators. And this is purely under the leadership, and it is possible because of the leadership and guidance given by the chairman of the National Center for Science Communicators, Professor Jayaraman sir, who is here with us today, sir. Sir, we are honored that you have made an exception to be physically present with us today, and it's an honor indeed. I also extend a very warm welcome to Professor Siddhivinayak Barve, Professor Kotial, Mr. Suhas Naik Satam, who is our partner in this whole activity, and all the other members from the National Center for Science Communicators who are here. I extend a very, very warm welcome to you on behalf of the Guru Nanak Vidyak Society, which runs this college, and along with it 38 other schools and other higher education institutions. So indeed, yes, it's a very special morning, and we are here to deliberate and share our opinions on what scientific culture is all about. Why is it required that scientific culture be a part of our daily lives? We are surrounded by science everywhere. As from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to bed, we have science everywhere around us. But how many of us actually understand science? Is science deserving of becoming a culture that we all have to adopt in our daily lives? That is what we are going to deliberate upon today. And of course, how do we identify a scientifically educated person? A scientifically educated person need not be a scientist by training, yet he could have a scientific bent of mind. So all these questions, I think at the end of the day, we would be equipped with answers to these questions. We would be enriched with all the excellent talks and all the speakers who are going to be joining us throughout the day. So I welcome you all to this first session of this conference. And I welcome our first speaker who has logged in, Professor Y.S. Rajan. Sir, I welcome you to the Guru Nanak College of Arts, Science and Commerce. We have hosted Sir 2 years ago in the physical in-person mode, and very, very warm welcome to you, sir. And we are looking forward to listening to your talk, which is always very interesting. Warm welcome, sir.
Do I start it, or is there anything else? Good morning. Is everybody able to hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir, you're audible, but we'll begin in another 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to know whether should I start or is there something else? Okay, fine.
Sure, sir, sure. I'll call upon you.
Okay, when I have to start, you please tell me.
Yes, sir. Now I would request the chairman of NCSC, Dr. Jayaraman sir, to please grace us and speak for us.
Morning, everybody. Good morning, Madam Dr. Pushpinder. Suhas, closest here. Dr. Kodhyal, Dr. Barvi, Dr. Paresh Vaidya, Kondekar, Shailaja, Srija. I find the galaxy of my colleagues here physically present. I had been away for the last 2 years, not appearing on any public platform. So I made an exception today to have the honor of being with you, because this is the first time in India and in Asia, the celebration of international culture is being conducted under the guidance of Dr. Pushpinder. I congratulate a great institution, Guru Nanak College and its principal, and a good institution, National Center for Science Communicators, have together held their hands so that a noble global cause is being celebrated. We have the finest thought leaders of the world brought here. right from Mexico, and the best brains from our country, all the thought leaders in science, science communication, and technology leaders will be with us to share their finest thoughts because they are strained on the sensitive elevations of intellectual freedom. So we are trying to define what science culture is or what scientific culture is. We're trying to draw a distinction between them. As Dr. Pushpinder ji asked, we are wondering whether the science culture is part of an integral part of our life. That is the big question, the million-dollar question before us. But after these deliberations are over, yesterday we had a deliberation from Australia. We will be able to define, discuss, describe, and delineate what can be done under scientific culture. So scientific culture as a nomenclature will come into our syllabus. Future generations will be answering questions on that. They'll be doing projects on that. I'm extremely happy that you have flagged off this great event. I thank every one of you for your great participation in this, and all the people who have switched on to be with us. We wish ourselves the best of our times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jayaraman sir, for that wonderful words of motivation. And we are sure that we'll have a very enriching day ahead. Now we would like to begin with our session first, wherein we have certain theme presentations. And as you already know, that we are listening to eminent personalities. So to begin with, the very first personality that we have is a Padma Shri awardee who is known for his contribution in science and engineering. So I'm talking about the person whom you can see on screen. It is Dr. Y.S. Rajan sir. And sir, we are extremely happy to have you and listen to you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. First of all, it's a great, unique opportunity for me to be in an international seminar with so many galaxy of people going to talk. I will also be hearing them. And also, I should particularly thank Suhas and Dr. Jayaraman, who always push me into a few things like this, because it means a lot of hard work one has to do. That's why I normally be reluctant, but they made me to do it. But one thing, I'm seeing some of you sitting there. I miss that excitement because I have got it before. Hopefully some other time. So I'm going to, I would like to elaborate on this, but limited time, so I'm not doing it. And my thanks to all the audience physically present, and then many other things in the different time zones, some maybe in the night. So thank you, all of you. I want to share a few things with you. Much of what is now my talk. My talk is scientific culture, a 21st century view. Much of what is the 21st century now has been due to science, technology, and industries which gained momentum during the early 20th century. They had an immense acceleration during the second half of the 20th century. The nuclear bomb exploded over Japan was in a way a sad metaphor for the explosive growth of human capabilities and activities. Even human population from then to now is about 500% more. The 1957 space era saw a tremendous boost to S&T and associated industries and a major arms race and science race as well. Many newly liberated countries, including India, saw S&T as a panacea for their economic growth and removal of poverty. Look at the number of statements by their political leaders. Thus, grew a huge infrastructure for science and technology, industries, and agriculture with the use of S&T and also healthcare services. All the world's nations have now about approximately 7.5 billion population, which may go to 10 billion soon. What are the new factors that are facing us today? We need to address it because we are 2 decades into 21st century, in 2021 and beyond, impacting what is called as scientific culture and science communications. As conceived in Europe and USA more than a century ago. There are some beautiful documents, and I read some of even the earlier ones. I will mention a few of them. Actually, there are 5 points. There are many. You can write an essay on them. First, there are millions as in Mumbai, not a B. There are millions of scientific workers now using the broad meaning of science, including science, technology, industry, and healthcare related. And many billions, B as in Bombay, of people benefiting from the fruits of their work without any idea what science behind them. Many of them are also ready to believe that there are many ills coming from science, be it flood or a new disease. I have come across quite a few people, even very elite ones, saying that, saying HIV/AIDS is due to science and technology. See, for example, the vaccine hesitancy in most advanced countries, which were avant-garde for scientific revolution. Point 2, there are many nations which are perhaps are even anti-science, using S&T merely for a machine for economics, military strength, and for keeping their population under control with using the tools of science. In this process, one of the key assumptions of scientific culture, that is individual freedom, is essential for the growth of science, discoveries, and innovation, is under severe question for those who are some truthful mind. Third point, a huge part of scientific knowledge is not freely exchanged due to controls. It was so even a few decades before, due to controls by the states, funding industries, and various forms of intellectual property rights. IPR is what is called protections. Also, the dominant institutions of science, technology, and innovation, STI, and the journals, mostly in the Western world, are suspected to be having their own opaque peer reviews and editorial practices on journals. A lot is being written now. COVID has exposed many of these fault lines. Now, fourth, social sciences, which have tried to adopt scientific methods from the natural sciences, appear to be split into ideological positions rather than openness to different approaches. Fifth, within this milieu comes the explosive growth of internet, mobiles, and various apps to assist instant communication. They have also created a culture of instant gratification and one-click approach to many things in life, including the truth as they want to get. Very few have the patience to read or listen to a full treatment of a subject. In the process, minds of billions of days in Bombay, billions of persons, including many youth, are conditioned in a variety of ways. Algorithms by the tech giants have become indoctrinators as well. Situation is such that many millions of elites and opinion makers are somewhat akin to extremists who are trained in fundamentalist hate thoughts right from their childhood and shutting out all other ideas. They can still use the tools of modern tools and gadgets derived from S&T. It is important, the 5 points are over. It is important that the persons who are behind these laudable endeavors, as in the seminar, to address the scientific culture, gains of the approach, address these issues, including many of them who are listening. And I have listed before with an open mind. If my facts are wrong or fears are exaggerated, I am open to correction, even condemnation. If I am wrong on all points, I will be the happiest person. What I have listed above have been in my mind for more than quarter century through actual experiences, as well as writing the great writings of great stalwarts. Some of them I will quote here, stalwarts of science. I have written about them in my book. This was not the only topic, there were other things. Empowering Indians with economics, business, and technology strength for 21st century, Haranan publication 2001. It is reviewed by Dr. Jayaraman in English as well as Malayalam. He is a good science communicator, so he chose an Indian language as well. Ideally, I would like to read out the full quote. In that book, there are certain quotes from Murray Gell-Mann. I would write the whole thing. It is from the Park Quark and the Jaguar, 1994. I have quoted in my book rather extensively in a certain context of science communication, etc. So time is a limitation. So I quote only as snippets. So it will naturally be clipped. Quote, his quote. Unfortunately, these Murray Gell-Mann's words. Unfortunately, that information explosion is in a great part misinformation explosion. All of us are exposed to huge amount of material consisting of data. He has written in 1994, consisting of data, ideas, conclusions. Much of it are wrong. Much of it are wrong or misunderstood or just plain confused. That is, there is a crying need for more intelligent commentary and review, unquote. Then he describes, and he doesn't leave it there. Then he describes in detail how the incentives and why it is happening, as analyzed it. The incentives of academic system are skewed against, quote, his own words, so beautiful, that very creative act, the writings or serious review articles and books that distinguish reliable from the unreliable, unquote. He has given number of examples how a person who does a review may not be even go beyond an assistant professor, etc., etc. Very, very nice one. You don't have to read the whole one. Efforts in this direction has been less because the academic systems have not adapted it as a part of regular academic work as much as original research, which is what he played. Some global efforts like Wikipedia have attempted it. They're doing a good job. I have also used them. But I found in them of late quite more. Some of them are ideological skews or biased blinkers, biases of blinkers. I had cross-checked with facts. I found that I'm not alone. You may ask me, why don't you go and collect an editorial which is there? Then I'll be doing only that. So I would like to quote, and moreover, I'm not so good in the IT systems. I found that I'm not alone. I would like to quote from a report in the Epoch's Time recently. Wikipedia co-founder warns Wikipedia is more one-sided than ever. By Jack Phillips is the person who has written, July 5, 2021. But I quote from that report. Sanger, in particular, Sanger is the person who is the co-founder. Particularly took the issue with how some Wikipedia entries are scored. Then it is Sanger's word. In short, with a few exceptions, only a globalist, progressive, mainstream sources and sources friendly to globalist progressivism are permitted. He wrote in an article in the website. I find that such an approach is not just limited to social sciences, and such an ideology spills over to other areas of sciences as well as their sourcing are limited. We have seen a number of retractions in esteemed journals, especially COVID-related articles, even some of them before, but it was not getting such a highlight. But the retracted papers, which were falsehoods, are still in the web without any marker on the fact that it is wrong. They're not pulled out because there is maybe technological problems. Many future researchers would use them. And one suspects that a pattern of being influenced by commercial competitive interests and biases against some nations. I have got quite a bit of number of them, but I don't want to keep on doing analysis of publishing them. But they are there, you all may have to see it. These are serious matters as they get reported in regular news media in different form and in social media, of course, with multiples of variants. The net result is the loss of trust in what scientists say. Most people do not have time to find out what the truth is. I quote from my book, that book again, but I have given it from Sergei Kapista, one of the finest articles he wrote before the Soviet Union collapsed. It comes in Current Science, volume 61, now November 12, number 12, 25th December 1991. This is anti-science trends in the USSR, is what he has written. Quote his own thing. Whole thing has to be quoted, but I have to again clip it. Quote, that is Sergei Kapista's word. a point must bear in mind, one must bear in mind is that the message of the popularizer of science is in most cases taken on trust. The layman believes in what is told, as the proof is obtainable only through education. Only very few people can go very, very high. Thus, the trust in the message of science demands great responsibility on the part of the messenger. On the other hand, the persuasive power of media, especially television, is remarkable, and the misuse of its potential is a matter of great ethical importance to the society, unquote. He had written it before the social media explosion. Now you superpose that. Have we as science communicators have done something? Instant experts during COVID have almost annihilated that trust. I see so many WhatsApp, these things, etc., by people who ought to know very well. Many laypersons look at science practitioners no better than politicians who look for their own self-interest, or just something that looks nice to them, what is being far away from truth. Carl Sagan, a great man, I always admired him even much earlier. Carl Sagan had foreseen this situation. 1996, in his book, The Demon Haunted World. I have not read the full book. I'm going to get it now, read the whole thing. I have not read it, but some excerpts I will give it from a book, very wonderful book by Richard Dawkins, the Oxford Book of Modern Science Writing, 2008. His article comes in, he gives some people some writing. The Carl Sagan's article comes in 239, page 243. The book title, total book title, what a fantastic title he has given. That is Carl Sagan's title, The Demon Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark. 1996, he died in 1996. See some extracts I'm sharing, quote, I have profound foreboding of an America in my children's and grandchildren's time, the Carl Sagan's word, when the United States is a service and information economy, when nearly all the manufacturing industries have slipped away to other countries, when awesome technological powers in the hands of very few, and no one representing public interest can even grasp the issue. The dumbing down of America is most evident in the slow decay of substantive content in an enormously influential media. 30-second sound bites, now down to 10 seconds or less. Lowest, then there is things which I leave for want of time. See the word he has used, but especially a kind of celebration of ignorance, unquote. But having said this, he was not a scientist. He does not want a scientocracy. See one more quote. Quote, humans may crave for absolute certainty. They may aspire for it. They may pretend as practitioners of, as partisans of many religions do, to have realized, to have attained it. But history of science teaches that the most we can hope for in successive important improvement in our understanding, learning from our mistakes, and asymptotic approach to the universe, but with a proviso that absolute certainty will always elude, quote. How many practitioners of science will openly say this? In the passing, when I was reading it, Dawkins gives one introduction about the author, about 3/4 of a page. Then he gives the thing as such, writing as such. In the passing, I was pained in reading in the introductory remark by Dawkins in this. Now Dawkins quote, quite apart from outstanding contribution to the public understanding of science, Sagan's own research contributions to planetary science would have been fully enough to ensure his election to the National Academy of Sciences. And it is widely believed that envy at his massive success communicating science to millions was the direct cause of his being black labeled for his elections to the academy, unquote. Having seen many things in India over the past several decades, I've seen it. I was not surprised, but at the world level, has such ganging up together of the scientists who are powers that be killed many green shoots of Carl Sagan in their early stages of their careers is a point to ponder. Lastly, I will briefly touch upon one another point that I'm going to end. It is much more relevant because millions of practitioners, MS in Bombay, Mumbai, practitioners and billions of Bombay, the billions of consumers of his product are from different culture. It's not like what was 100 years ago. Many of them are different from Europe-based concepts of scientific culture. I quote Murray Gell-Mann, the same references from it. Quote, because there were 2-3 articles in it. Many of the local, quote, Murray Gell-Mann's words, many of the local patterns of thought and behavior are associated not only with harmful errors and destructive particularism, but with specifically with harassment and prosecution of those who espouse the universalizing scientific and secular culture with its emphasis on rationality and the rights of human individual. And yet it is within this very culture, one has to find people as a matter of principle with the preservation of cultural diversity. Somehow the human race has to find ways to respect and make use of the great variety of cultural traditions and still resist the threats of disunity, oppression, and obscurantism that some of the traditions of the tradition present from time to time, unquote. Now I will add here in the current context, it's not he was telling about the older cultural tradition. Now in the current situation, there are also many things which include the autocratic regimes which use science. The ways of blending local cultural tradition. Now, how to do that? He has given some ideas, but something which has been done, highly researched article, a book from the tradition, cultural tradition, the modern Eurocentric S&T system is given. Modern Eurocentric S&T system cannot be removed, but the Eurocentricity can be reduced. That's what he argues in a highly researched book by Sushanta Gunatilage toward a global science making mining of civilizational knowledge by Vistar publication 1998. They're all in the book just about to 21st century to come. Actually, I need to explain in some detail, but due to time constraint, I could only one small part of him. He has given very logically grafting knowledge into the dominant knowledge tree. When he says dominant knowledge tree is the Western science, can be accomplished in 2 broad ways. One, to splice in directly existing material as demonstrable validity. The second would be, this is a very important thing. Second will be to bring in as elements of other cultures, other traditions that could nudge the imagination and new concepts. He has given us several examples what has happened in the past, how there has been spliced in, even the metaphors he has given and indicated several examples for the future. This form of actual diversity is crucial not only for the growth of S&T, but also because to make it makes it acceptable. In fact, I may say so, lovable and trustworthy. In Sharada Srinivasan is here, she will be addressing. It is not just our science, others, but all of us growing into a dominant tree of modern science. In my writing, quoted before, I have given detailed steps. I not only say these things, I say detailed steps what 21st century can do, especially with the information explosion. And I am not going to repeat them there. But one thing which has happened in those 20 years is that now it has become one click. So can we think of all these science communicators and scientific culture people? Can you make a one-click apps to reach out links of balanced views on many matters of importance to lay persons and even to experts, as Carl Sagan and Murray Gell-Mann have thought of? But I find that progress in that direction is rather slow. New generations, even the most educated among them, may not see the excitements of science, its beauty, but use it as a practical tools towards end. That will be sad. We need to use it to practical end, but we also see its beauty. I hope some of you will come up with many ideas. I thank the organizers for again letting me share my ideas. I hope they are useful. Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar. Namaste. I am through.
Sir, that was definitely very enlightening, and I hope many of us will take the message. And again, in the words of Carl Sagan, we can say that the visions we offer our children shape the future. It matters what those visions are. Often they become self-fulfilling prophecies. Dreams are maps. So with that, I would like to now invite our next speaker for the day, Dr. Jennifer Metcalf, who is the president of Public Communication of Science and Technology. She is also the founder and director of eConnect Communications, whose vision is to bring science to life. We look forward to your presentation, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's an extraordinary privilege to be here. I only wish, like the previous speaker, that I could be there in person. I have been on many trips to India, from Kochi right up to Srinagar, but I have never been to Chennai. So I look forward in the future to coming and meeting with you in person. I'm going to share my screen with you now. And I would like to start off by saying that this talk is about the mix between science culture and science communication. The word is actually scientific culture, and we had a very interesting discussion yesterday on a PCST webinar about what scientific culture actually means. And I think the last 20 months have seen science in society, scientific culture come to the fore under the pandemic scene. With colleagues, I've been studying visible scientists around the world. And one of my colleagues, Anwesha Chakraborty, is studying Dr. Swaminathan, who's the World Health Organization chief scientist, who's helping to bring evidence-based science to the discussions about the pandemic, and being very honest about the fact that science changes quite regularly. In my own country, Professor Peter Doherty, who is a Nobel Prize winner, has become one of the most visible scientists that we've seen. Even though he's retired, he has been very vocal on Twitter and on social media and on traditional media in talking about science and in talking about evidence for the use of vaccines or for the way in which COVID should be treated. And most of you probably would have heard of Anthony Fauci in the US, who has become not just a visible scientist in the US, but around the world. But what does scientific culture mean? I don't think it is about the petri dishes. And as I said, we had a lot of interesting discussions yesterday about what it meant. And one of the participants from India wrote this in the chat, which I thought was interesting. She says, I suppose scientific culture in India could be a parent suggesting their child to regularly have turmeric in milk for its healing properties, or using shandan to reduce stress. I don't know what you think in terms of whether that is what scientific culture is. I mentioned before my colleague Anwesha Chakraborty. She has a chapter in this book, Communicating Science, A Global Perspective. And this book has stories from 39 countries about communicating science. And a lot of those chapters talk about science in culture, science with culture, science for culture, and occasionally scientific culture. And this book is free to download at the Australian National University Press. You can download the whole book, or you can download just one chapter. So you just need to Google Communicating Science, A Global Perspective, and it's at the Australian National University Press. I'm interested in, from a science communication perspective in these three angles: science for culture, science with culture, and science in culture. And I'll be looking at those three things in a little bit more detail in the talk today. I remember the very first time I went to a conference put on by the International Network for Public Communication of Science and Technology. It was in Montreal in Canada in 1994. And this was the title of the conference, When Science Becomes Culture. And it's also the title of a book about the same thing. So that you can see that for a very long time, this nexus between science and culture has been very important. More recently, in 2018 in New Zealand, when we could still meet face to face, the theme was about science, stories, and society. Maybe the word culture is missing there, but society and the nexus between science and stories. And for me, culture is a lot about storytelling and about narrative. More recently, earlier this year, we had an online conference where the theme was about time, technology, and transformation. And time, or the history, is a lot about what happens with scientific culture over history. Technology is also, I think, it informs us about scientific culture. And certainly there's a lot of aims of science communication is to transform societies, to transform the way people act, to transform attitudes, so that we get positive outcomes in terms of health, environment, well-being, and advancement. The three aspects that I want to look at today in the respect of this are truth, theory, and trust. And these relate in many ways to the different ways in which science communication happens. Firstly, looking at truth. This is the Facebook users as of July 2021. You can see that India tops the list here. 340 million people are using Facebook in July 2021. And you can see that many across the world are doing so as well. With this, and this is just one social media outlet. YouTube, Instagram, WhatsApp, all these others are also happening out there. So there's a plethora of information. And truth is often missing from what's happening in our society. Here's an example of a recent story in the Times of India. Myths and information about COVID-19 vaccines continue to rise. The same is true in my country. The same is true in many countries across the world. And a lot of this is happening in social media. The World Health Organization decided to put out a great little communication about 12 myths that COVID-19 has. And you can see here's one of them, is can COVID-19 be transmitted through mosquitoes? Well, no. So that was one of the things that it transmitted. You can see the use of cartoons and cultural mechanisms to help communicate about these things. Here's another one. Can spraying of chlorine on your body kill the virus inside? Again, no. And again, the use of nice cartoons to get across a simple message. In Australia, we have AstraZeneca vaccine, and a lot of people have been concerned about that, and they're similar in the UK, in the United Kingdom. However, this graph shows the chance in a million of getting this if you're a 25-year-old or a 55-year-old. The serious effects of having harm due to a vaccine side effect is a lot less than dying from it if you get it, or dying due to a car accident or in a road accident. It's rather more than being hit by lightning, which is interesting. So this is one way in which we're communicating with people about risk and how they can understand risk. Unfortunately, people don't always understand risk in a rational way. Our previous speaker touched on this. And I think that it's important when we're communicating with publics to understand how they perceive risk. And it's often about how they can control it, how they understand it, and whether it's a voluntary choice or not. I believe that this is an example of a sort of deficit model of communication that's out there, and that we're transmitting knowledge to the public. And although a lot of people have said that this isn't the best way of communicating, I think it's still valid. But the more that we understand about public perceptions and concerns in their culture, in their society, the more that we're going to be better able and more effectively able to communicate. I wanted to turn to my second section, looking at theory, and in particular, the scientific process. So I'm sure you're all aware of this, where there's a question, a purpose, a research, an hypothesis, experiments, conclusion, and reflection. But generally, communication happens after the results have been reflected on and published. So that top purple left-hand corner, it doesn't happen in all the other points. And because of that, I think we've missed out on explaining, if you like, what I think is an important part of scientific culture to the general public, and in a way which I think they need to understand. Here's an example of a clinical trial and what happens with the sort of process that happens. Protocol, investigator, approval, patient recruitment, data entered, statistical analysis, and so on. And this doesn't even explain what a blind trial is. But quite often, we only tell people about it again towards the end of the process. And to me, that's missing opportunities for communication and causing issues. I think someone has their microphone on. We know that trials for children, particularly children under 12, is still underway and is still happening. And that's an important thing. I think there's a really big need to communicate our values more so that people understand that science isn't black and white. Some of you may be aware that Australia's University of Queensland had a big failure, and we all thought they were going to deliver a vaccine, but this didn't happen. And I think having that sort of communication, having that dialogue, having the conversations about the scientific method is important. This brings me to the dialogue model. And this is where there's a sharing of knowledge between publics and scientists and institutions. And I think we need to do more of this to explain the nature of science, if you like, scientific culture and how it works and how things aren't black and white. And this leads me to my last point on trust. It's interesting that people are now beginning. This is a study that was done on a number of countries, not all countries, but a number of countries. And there seems to be confidence in science being able to make our lives better and to bring hope. And in fact, science skepticism has declined for the first time in 3 years. Although we're starting to see it rise again now with vaccine technologies and all the myths that are happening out there. So trust is an up and down thing that happens. Scholars theorize that there are two different types of trust. There's the general trust that you have in an organization. And that depends very much on its reputation, on your experience with it, what your peers say about that organization. And then there's interpersonal trust, which is, I think, one that we need to think about more in science communication, but which happens on a much smaller scale than a mass communication scale that you get through social media and mass media. So people might trust a research institution because they've got a long record of carrying out useful research. And I'm sure you have organisations in India that are more trusted than others. We certainly do in Australia. People in Australia tend to trust what's known as CSIRO and some of the universities more than they trust, for example, government scientists. Interpersonal relationships, interpersonal trust, though, is dependent on relationships. And that's about how you are relating to people. And that's why that sort of trust is very much based on people we know, people we've interacted with. This is where I think the participatory model of science communication comes in. And it's one that I've been involved in. And then in this one, knowledge is happening in many directions. And scientists are just one player in this. And to me, this is part of science in culture, very much. An example that I was involved in was the Climate Champion project of farmers in Australia. We had about 45 farmers over a 6-year period. So it was a long-term participatory program over 6 years where they interacted with scientists to look at climate risk and how they can manage climate risk on their properties. It happened about, as you can see, 2009 to 2016. So very unusual to get this level of funding. And here we're talking, as I said, about relationships developing over 6 or 7 years. And they developed to such a point that I think that trust was established and well established for this group. One of the people involved in this is Lynn Strong, sorry. She is a dairy farmer in New South Wales in Australia. And she was so inspired by this program that she set up a program for young people whereby they mix science with art to paint cows, to talk about sustainability issues and within the classroom. And this, I think, again, is a part of science in culture where art and science are coming together with education to raise awareness, to get people participating and trusting with each other. She gets young farmers and people involved in agriculture, young people involved in agriculture, to work with these school groups. And there's the relationships that are developed that trust process. In conclusion, I think that science communication can help scientific culture by creating science for culture. And that's very much that dissemination, one-way communication type of communication. Science with culture, which is that dialogue, that negotiation between science, between society. And science in culture, which is people participating with scientists, alongside scientists, looking at common problems and reaching towards common solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jennifer. That definitely, talking about participatory culture is most important, and definitely in the words of Albert Einstein, where most of the fundamental ideas of science are essentially simple and may, as a rule, be expressed in a language comprehensible to everyone. So that we must keep in mind With that note, I would like to now request our next speaker for the day, Professor S. Srinivasan ma'am, who is a professor at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bengaluru, and madam is also a Padma Shri awarded in the field of archaeology in the year 2019. So over to you, ma'am. And for the participants, if you have any questions, you can please post them in the chat box.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Just a minute. Yeah. Am I audible? Can
Yes,
you hear
ma'am.
me? Hello?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am,
So am I
you're
audible?
Yes, I am able to hear you.
Yes, madam, you are
Okay.
audible.
Thank you so much. And first of all, let me say that it's a great, really honor and privilege for me to be part of this very august gathering and conference on scientific culture. And it was very inspiring to hear the talks which have just preceded us by our eminent science communicator and scholar, Professor Rajan, which gave a lot of food for thought, and then Professor Jennifer and so on. And I should say that actually I feel a bit, because I guess my vantage point is I'm not, I'm more on the periphery of the intersection between science and culture in a way. So it would be a bit of reflection from the cultural side rather than strictly the issues concerning scientific culture, which have been very prominently raised. But I hope to try and put in some other kinds of perspectives also on the importance of maybe using culture as a way of generating interest in science or sustaining interest in science, because in a way, what has survived over centuries are really a lot of the remnants of the cultural expressions, and the aesthetic products of civilization are really what have endured, ironically, rather than maybe the functional things which would have been made, for instance, your agricultural implements and so on. It was really the artistic, or this ritual or symbolic artifacts which have really carried over. So looking for elements of scientific understanding in them is also, I think, a way of reminding ourselves of the connections between, the holistic connections between diverse fields of science and art and all, which can also continue to inspire us, because I think scientific, approach to science also has an element of a certain excitement, and which also is very important for the future generation to communicate and such like. So I will go on to share my screen. So is that visible, please? Yeah, is the screen visible?
Yes, very much.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I think now it's in full screen mode for me, and hopefully it is for you. Please let me know if that's not the case. So my talk is entitled Art, Technology and Performance Perspectives on Sculptural Heritage, because maybe that's more the domain that I really work in as an archaeological scientist. So what I thought I'd try and touch upon is how performance traditions can capture insights into materiality and material technology in antiquity as a certain kind of example of the intertwinings of science and culture. And of course, one should also mention that in this time of COVID and so on, that a lot of the traditional dance forms have also come into play in terms of communicating science. There have been many videos. For instance, the Kerala government also ran a campaign which used Kathakali to demonstrate the importance of masking. And many dancers also took to trying to communicate these aspects tragically late Kuchipudi dancer Shobha Naidu, who passed away also of COVID, but she did a very, and she was quite aged, but she did a very dramatic performance, also trying to raise the awareness and so on. So this is also a very important aspect in a country like India, which has a very rich and diverse and ancient tradition of performing arts, and the relevance in terms of expressiveness and exposition and so on. And I've put in this photograph here from a Neolithic site in Sanganakalu to point out that there is also a long connection between performance and art and, a sense of materiality as well. And this is a Neolithic site where you're seeing these dolerite dikes. And of course, you can see here very prominently this row of dancers. And what is also interesting is that the materiality has also been, I think, used in a way in this open air performance space, because this dolerite has a sort of very resonant property. And as you can see, these are all various cupules along the edge of the dolerite rocks. And so this was actually, these are very resonant. So it's clear that they were being struck, as you can see over here. And so this seems to have been like an open air performance space with all of this art form and so on. And of course, there is also a need here to conserve some of this scientific heritage and so on, which can be quite, evocative for a younger generation and so on. And this was in a very intensely quarried area, surrounded by granite formations, which were being sought after by the granite lobby and so on. And so we had to, put together a campaign to actually save this site, where we had to highlight the performance aspect as well of performance heritage and such like. And of course, the question of performance and science communication has great relevance even in a contemporary context. And amongst the many scientists who've thought about this, as Professor Rajan was also saying, the late Professor C.V. Seshadri, who was a developmental scientist, of course, he passed away in 1995, had also spoken of the need to convey themes of environmental and scientific interest through performing arts, and to also look at the traditional knowledge systems and their contribution also in terms of our understanding, and to value them in their own right and such like. And this is a rather charming group of school children and so on, who were performing at the Ururalkot Kuppam festival in 2018. And they were using a very traditional art form, which is almost faded out, called Vilupattu, where they have a bow strung here with bells and so on. And they were using that to convey some of their concerns about the environmental concerns of the region they were living in around Ennore, which had a lot of fly ash pollution and so on. And some of these aspects had also been highlighted through these campaigning involving children. And in a way, children, they're a group who can convey these concerns without, kind of ruffling too many feathers and so on. So this was quite an interesting example over there. And of course, when we look at the performance traditions, there is, of course, the classical tradition associated with the sculptural forms and the temple forms and so on. But there are still a lot of, ritual dance forms and so on, which survive across the country, many of which are actually part of the intangible heritage and fading out in a way. And this is from the region of the Nilgiris, the community of the Kurumbas, the local communities, indigenous communities. And some of these Ala Kurumbas, the honey gatherers, they also have a lot of knowledge, of course, the pigments and the tree resins and so on, which they collect. And this painting is also made from some of those tree resins, where they're depicting some of their dances after they have collected honey. And and this is very dangerous, actually, gathering honey from these heights and things like that. So these kind of dances that they perform and all that keep their morale up. So performance also has that very important aspect of keeping the morale going, which I'm sure it's important for us to remind ourselves, during times like COVID and so on. And this is, of course, the local hut of the Todas, which is surrounded by the stone circle, which is also depicted here. And of course, a lot of their music also, they use a certain kind of, this kind of trumpet, which also sounds a lot like the sounds of the bees and the honey and the bees, so it is also very much intertwined with nature and the sounds from nature and so on. And of course, I also wanted to mention that, myself as a practitioner of this dance form of Bharatanatyam, which, as I said, draws from Sadir, or the temple dance tradition of the hereditary performers, who, of course, and have over time got a bit marginalized. Of course, it's a sad story, but the dance tradition has in a way carried over, which goes back to the temple traditions. And there is also a link there with the tradition of casting bronze sculpture and statuary bronzes. And this is a Chola period bronze sculpture, which you see it's in a rather similar kind of attitude. And of course, in this case, this Chola goddess is also standing here with an attendant. And there are these evocations which, as I talked about the nature mysticism and, the connections with natural mysticism, which is a very big ethos, part of the rituals and worship traditions of the Indian subcontinent and so on. And there are these interweavings in the Sangam poetry of the which goes back to at least the early Christian era and so on, from the Tamil region. And again, there are these intertwinings of the genre of Aham and Puram, the inner and outer space, which I think is rather beautifully captured in this verse from Agananuru. Of course, I won't read all of it, but since I was mentioning about the bees and so on. So here it says the bees on the flowering slopes become lutes, and then it talks about the sounds of the waterfalls as dense as drums and so on. So again, this inspiration in terms of music and dance from nature and so on. Of course, a lot of my study, as I've come in as an archaeometallurgist, has been to look at the metal analysis of these famed Chola bronzes and so on. And these were typically found to be copper alloys. And as you can see here, this is a very low tin, low leaded copper alloy with a cast structure. And so you see that coppery color. And of course, this is a tradition which carries over, going back to several centuries, and it is one of the living traditions in India and so on. And this is from the workshop of the famous Sthapatis in Swamimalai in Tanjavur. And here you see that the icons are made by first carving out a piece of wax into the model, and then it is covered by numerous layers of clay to form the mold. And then the wax is melted out and expelled, and the metal is cast, and then it's finally finished to get the image. And of course, this technique is also described as Madhu Chahista Vidhana, which is also described in the Sanskrit texts and Shilpa Shastras and so on. But what is also, again, quite interesting is the connection, again, with the poetic traditions. For instance, there is a verse by Andal, the woman saint, who compares the mold to the clouds, which which she beseeches them to rain down on the Lord whom she worships and so on. And in this case, the allusion to the wax and molten wax inside the mold, such like sorry. So there are these aspects of insights which connect, let's say, the poetry and science and so on, which is quite a fascinating dimension. And I should also mention there that a lot of my research has also been to do with the celebrated Chola Nataraja bronze, the Hindu god Shiva as the lord of dance. And it's also, of course, an image coming from India. I cannot but bring this up during a conference which talks in scientific culture, because in a way, it is often one of the images or artworks which very beautifully bring together certain dimensions of art and science, as pointed out by Ananda Kumaraswamy, who was himself a geologist turned art historian. And he wrote, he described this image as poetry as nonetheless science, because in his interpretations from the Shaiva Siddhanta texts of the 13th century, he wrote that it depicted the 5 activities of Shiva, which balance creation as held by the drum with the fire of destruction. and the cycles, the perpetual cycles of creation and destruction and so on. And this image, of course, had attracted a lot of attention. The French sculptor Rodin also described it as in shows divine more règle. And in a way, it is also in an era preceding the Renaissance, you see that it's a depiction of a human form within a circle in a three-dimensional way. Whereas Leonardo's Da Vinci's Vitruvius Man is, of course, a two-dimensional depiction. And the image is also circumscribed by a six-sided star, or the Satkona. And one is also reminded of the words of Nietzsche, the philosopher, who mentioned that I would only believe in a God that could dance. Well, I think it's more about the importance given to dance as a way of expressing something which which connects the human and the cosmic, and as a form of it is a very therapeutic act as well, and cathartic and so on. And of course, Carl Sagan also responded very beautifully, and Sagan, of course, is somebody who we all as science communicators admire as one of the foremost figures. And in Cosmos, he mentions that he was quite moved by this imagery as well, and wrote about how the upper hand is a drum whose sound is the sound of creation, and the tongue of flame, a reminder that the universe, now newly created, will billions of years from now be utterly destroyed. Very beautiful words by Carl Sagan. And of course, he also describes this image as a premonition of modern astronomical ideas. So, I mean, of course, I'm not trying to say that we necessarily look for, current scientific ideas in ancient arts, works of art, which are made in a very different context. There's written science, and the parallels should not be taken too far. But certainly, it's nice to see some aspects of tuition in those directions and so on, or at least these poetic metaphors. And that is also, I think, what Fritjof Capra was doing when he talked about how, for modern physics, then Shiva's dance is the dance of subatomic matter, and as in Hindu mythology, it is a continual dance of creation and destruction involving the whole cosmos. Well, perhaps the idea is that certainly in the pre-modern world, there were perhaps more than other cultures, there was this connection between the cosmic phenomena and the divinity, and at least giving it a framework within the divine in this way. And Capra also went on to make this rather interesting artwork of a superposition of the bubble chamber map onto the Nataraja bronze. And one should also mention that the Nataraja bronze was also donated by the government of India to the CERN Cosmic Lab, along with the codes of Capra and Kumaraswamy and so on, more in the sense of, I would say, contemporary artistic and philosophical responses to the icons. Of course, it had its own very particular, regional implications, processional icon and worship. But it's interesting when also look and try to find meaning which can perhaps draw on and give us some relevance. That is one of the fascinating things that it can have in meantime. But one of the interesting kind of correlation in terms of the inspiration of the iconography of the icon from some observations of celestial phenomena, whatever, because there is a tradition at the Chidambaram temple where the Nataraja image is worshipped in the main sanctum, both in the form of Akasha as a formless, as well as this anthropomorphic form, both sort of being juxtaposed to. In the month of December, the constellation appears right overhead, and illustration by a late time. And so I had undertaken this exercise along with late Nirupama Raghavan, an astrophysicist, and then later on my own as well, to plot the stars of Orion around the Nataraja bronze and also this piece of Pallava sculpture. So there is this intriguing possibility that the iconography also drew from these stellar observations. And certainly, of course, Orion is also depicted in Greek mythology as a hunter and so on. What is also interesting here, of course, this is in Nataraja bronze, which I technically fingerprinted to isoglasses and so on to the 8th century period and 8% lead and so on, leaded bronzes. But the leg, which is extended here, pointing to Sirius, is also quite interesting because it's a rather specific depiction. And Sirius also finds description in texts and so on as Mrigavyada. And in this case, also in Tamil, the dwarf demon is referred to as Muyalagan, which is actually translates as hare. And in this depiction here from the Kailasanatha temple of plot of Orion, you see that the constellation Lepus sort of coincides with Muyalagan. So it's interesting that perhaps there were some elements of some attempt to also, incorporate the observances of the cosmos and so on in this kind of vision. And it was also interesting that there was a beautiful work of space art, also interesting work at any rate, which was inspired by the writings of Capra and so on, which was undertaken by the Swiss sculptor Arthur Woods, where he made this piece of very light sculpture, which one has to see the video to really understand it, because it was sent up in the Mir space station in 1993, and it sort of moves very in a very kind of elegant way in space and so on. And that was inspired a bit by the geometry of the Nataraja bronze. And you also see, these very beautiful depictions of the flying locks, which also give a sense of weightlessness. And this is here a sculpture from the Chidambaram temple, where I was very struck by this this hair, ornament of hers and flying in that, again, in that rather weightless sort of way. And of course, this sculpture also went down with Mir, but it was an interesting way of, contemporary sculpture drawn from ancient art. I don't know how much time I have, but I'll just maybe cover a few more examples, if possible, of what the materiality and so on, and what we can tell about the knowledge of the time, perhaps. And of course, the some of the very early depictions of dance you find in the Buddhist sculpture of the Amravati period, where you see here, this is one of the friezes of related to the birth of Buddha. And of course, there are these dancers, but I was also struck by this depiction of the lute here, which is one of the very early depictions of something which is akin to a proper instrument, in this case a musical instrument with a peg box and things like that. And you see also these kinnaras, or these musicians, are also inspired by birds. And of course, that is also some ideas coming in from the Hellenistic world. So there was this, especially in the early centuries era, this very interesting fusion of Indian and Hellenistic motifs and so on. And of course, this is from a much later period, a mural from the Darya Daulat Bagh built by Tipu Sultan. And here too, you see this lady with the tanpura. And here Francis Buchanan, who traveled to the Mysore region just after the fall of Tipu in the 1800s, mentions that some of the steel making forges were used to make strings for musical instruments. So, and I should also mention that there is, I've been working on this ancient traditions of iron and steel making, and the high-grade steel of woods, which is a steel of hypereutectoid steel of about 1.5 carbon, which is thought to have been made in the Indian subcontinent, certainly going back to my finds show at least the late first millennium BC to the early Christian era and so on. And we also have a few, I think I have a few more minutes. So anyway, and of course, the idea of the connection with dance and sculpture is also a very interesting one. And also the connection with the architectural and the ways of balancing, forms. We have the beautiful Sanchi Stupa Torana, which is, of course, inspired very much by timber architecture. And here again, you see there is a depiction related to the birth of the Buddha, where the Yakshi or the tree nymph is said to shake the Shala tree. And then you have the white elephant also associated with the dream of Maya, the mother of the Buddha, and so on. And, this beautiful depiction of the trees and the boas. So there's a lot of the natural flora and fauna as well, which are given a lot of prominence in Indian sculpture. And it's interesting, of course, that actually those architectural members are struts, which have some functional role when it comes to timber architecture. But even so, they're also an important part of the stone tradition, where it's not perhaps so much the functional aspect, but the struts are incorporated again, depicting dancing figures and things like that, which giving a prominence to the role of these kind of this exuberance of performance and so on. And here, this site I've put in here also because it's been really recently declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the Ramappa Temple in Telangana. And here you see these very beautifully polished sandstone pillars, and then the use of the Kadapa stone, which is very hard, in fact, to sculpt. And here you can see how very closely they've copied the timber joists and so on. And this dancer, of course, she holds up the Kartari Mukha Mudra, but you can see that she's just about touching the top of the stone, because so that the forces are, the tensile strength and so on is balanced over here. So there are these beautiful nuances of technology and art and so on coming in. Another very interesting aspect is as I mentioned, the tonality of the dolerite right in my first slide. And this is an idea that you also find carries over in the sculptural tradition. And for example, Hampi is very well known. The Vithala temple is known for these stone colonnades give off the ringing tones. And it's also observed that they have these sculptures. For instance, this is a male dancer who's also playing cymbals. And these colonnades, for instance, have this quality of high-pitched sound, which is similar to the music of the cymbals. And here, of course, you see the Shalavanjika from Belur in 12th century also has a lady holding cymbals. And here it's an architectural strut copying the wood, though I think it would have really, I don't know how much of it would have added to it in terms of functionality, though it's more decorative. But it's also interesting that these Hampi, which is of course a 15th century temple, the stones themselves, the porphyritic granite, of course, also have a highly resonant quality, the innate property of the granite. And I had also undertaken thin section analysis, and these have quite a high amount of orthoclase, monoclinic orthoclase, which could also be playing a role in the tonalities of the granite. And just to point to the use these days of digital technologies, and also in not only in education, but also in better understanding and representing cultural heritage. So this was a 3D printed version of the set of rhombus players in the Hampi temple, which we had exhibited in an exhibition that we did at the National Museum related to digital Hampi and so on. And so we had also had some ways of giving some kind of mixed reality experiences and the sounds of the pillars and so on. So it's a way of using art also to convey the excitement about metals and materials and so on. And just to also point out that the symbols which are used a lot in the dance repertoire, those are of course made by a very rare tradition which is now dying out, of hot forging and quenching bronze with a specific composition of 23% tin bronze, which isolates this martensitic beta phase, which gives off these tonalities. So it's quite a skilled process of aiming for an alloy of 23% tin, and then hot forging it in that range of 600 and 700 degrees centigrade, and then quenching to retain the martensitic beta phase. So a lot of these craftspeople in their own empirical way have carried forward some of these knowledge traditions. And as I was talking about Belur and the Shalavanjikas, I should also point to this beautiful sculpture of a maiden holding a mirror. And this is another rare tradition which still survives in India, the making of metal mirrors in Aranmula in Kerala, of a very specific alloy which aims for almost the pure delta phase in bronze, which is this delta phase which forms at around 33% tin, is a very silvery and hard material which can be polished, and it takes a very fantastic polish, which is practically as good as a modern mirror. And this was made by very low cost techniques of casting in a very special way and then polishing and so on. And of course, many of these crafts in their own way were very environmental friendly and very sustainable, because they used local, organic materials, molding materials and such like, and, organic fuels and all the rest of it. So that is also an interesting aspect. And in a way, as I said, this mirror holds a mirror to a traditional craft. And speaking of climate issues and so on, some of these crafts workshops, metal crafts workshops, are also along the riversides, because they collect the alluvial clay and so on. And many of them have also got badly affected in the floods, for instance, here in Aranmula in 2018, which is by the Pampa River. Well, I just will conclude by saying that as a dancer, I've also tried to engage with technology, and this was one of the very early experiments with using the internet streaming in a performative experiment that I did with a group in France, the Quai Danse, and this was streamed from Cité de l'Espace when I was performing in Bangalore, and there was a dancer in Toulouse, and it was also inspired a bit by all these elements that I've talked about of the Nataraja bronze and the connection with the Panchabhuta, the 5 elements of earth, water, wind, fire, and ether, and so on, and using technology to communicate this. And so what I also find very fascinating about the Chola bronzes is that although they were very intensely visualized in a way, there is this aspect about them which go beyond vision, which transcend what is visible to something which is more abstract. And since the verses of Manika Vachikar very beautifully capture that when he says, when will I get to gaze upon the unique one to whom no other compares, him who is fire, water, wind, earth, and ether, him whom others cannot understand. And another verse which very beautifully connects, of course, these are the cosmic elements, but also here the connection with the consciousness. And of course, Chidambaram, the temple where Nataraja is also worshipped, it translates as Chit, and Ambaram, which is the mind and the cosmos. But this term is already seems to be there in the Tamil poetry of Manika Vachikar already by the 9th century, I think preceding some of the more Sanskritized phase. And he uses this term Oru Unarvu as a consciousness, oh unique consciousness, Oru Unarvu, which is realized, Unarvadu, as standing firm, transcending words and ordinary consciousness, Unarvu. Oh, let me know a way to tell of you. So this is just to point to the fact that we are finding out more and more that the mind and the environment and so on are much more interconnected, in these realities, as we were also trying to capture through our dance, the coming together of the Cartesian world and the quantum mechanical world and so on. So these are fascinating ways in which science and culture have come together in my own experience. And thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to share these with you insights.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed a wonderful presentation. And we will begin with the next presentation shortly. So before that, from the words of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji, look at the sky. We are not alone. The whole universe is friendly to us and conspires only to give the best to those who dream and work. With that, I would like to call upon our next presenter. Our next presenter is Mark Nowaki from Singapore, who is the co-founder of Logic Mills, a school dedicated to teaching analytical and critical thinking skills through games. And he has focused on the growth and development of Logic Mills, which he believes is the future of global education. So over to you, Mark, sir.
Thank you very much. Can I be heard actually? Yes? Yes? Great. So thank you very much for this lovely opportunity to share some thoughts with you. That was a marvelous presentation that I just heard. I really wanted to thank you for that. And I wanted to just share perhaps a slightly different perspective, which is one of more of a person who worked for many years as an academic professional logician, right? So I was a prof for many years teaching logic. And one of the things that always struck me was the ease with which we human beings have in putting aside one of the most valuable tools we have, which is, I would say, scientific thinking, okay? And this is a sort of disease that even the best-willed and most thoroughly grounded scientists can actually be guilty of. Certainly I am in my everyday life, okay? And what I would like to do is just point out a few ideas that I think would be intended to help recall us to what it means to be engaged in a truly open-ended scientific enterprise. And in order to do that, I will actually end up in the middle of this little sharing session, suggesting what might be the most distinctive feature of scientific thinking. But in order to get there, I want to back off a little bit and introduce what I think is one of the most interesting and valuable things that science, or probably more properly scientific thinking, has taught us. And that is, there can be no theory of everything or no grand unified theory, okay? And in saying that, I am on the one hand, flying in the face of many of the assumptions we get, like, string theory, Brian Greene's work there, work of Stephen Hawking, the work of many different very prominent scientists. And I don't know the full reason for this. Perhaps there's some sort of even unconsciously unacknowledged ideological reason for it. But I can share that trying to promote a toe, a theory of everything, or a gut, grand unified theory, is something which many scientists present as a guiding principle. The idea is that somehow, perhaps in the far distant future, or, I mean, there was a time when I believe Gelman was saying within just a few months, but he's since changed his tune, we would have a basic theory that covered everything. And with a few simple elements, right, and maybe, 25 particles and 5 forces, we'd wind up with, by a thorough understanding, some sort of grand unified account of all the physical phenomena around us. Now, that particular goal is something which didn't come from within science, but from without it, okay? And can only be justified from without science, if it can be justified at all. And my point is that scientists employing their own proper form of reasoning should recognize that such a goal is inappropriate to science. Okay, so let me sort of share why. I think that the easiest way to get at this for a scientific audience is that there can be no theory of everything or no gut, no completed science for us where we simply know everything, or we know the fundamentals of everything, because of the heavily mathematized nature of science. We've sort of evolved from a world in which we're going to be saying that, the nature that we encounter is animated. Maybe that's what we found out along, probably would talk as ancient science, going from the time of Plato and Aristotle all the way through until, I would say, the early modern era. And then we went into a theory of nature where it was more mechanistic, the idea of Descartes, where he thought that he could give necessary rules that could describe everything that would be happening in the world that we see before us, to a more nature as product of mathematics, which is what we get very much nowadays, where the idea, for instance, of mathematical beauty is a guiding principle on which particular theorems we're going to be propounding. So, and choosing and being able to select among. Now, if we take a look at the idea of a theory of everything, and especially in a mathematized physics, what we realize very quickly is that unfortunately, we immediately find that there's going to be a role played by a result, which was probably the greatest discovery in the history of mathematical logic by Kurt Gödel in what, November of 1930, okay? And the basic idea is this: any non-trivial set of arithmetic propositions has a built-in incompleteness. The incompleteness is going to consist in the fact that no such set can have its proof of consistency within itself. The bearing of that incompleteness on physical theory, I think, is going to be fairly straightforward. The idea is that as soon as we're going to say that the laws of science are going to be expressible in any mathematical form sufficient for the expression of the simple laws of arithmetic, we immediately run into the idea that it's going to be internally incomplete. Why? Because if we're talking about a physical theory, if our choice is between consistency and completeness, we definitely are going to have a consistent set of propositions because we're describing something that's actually happening, right? And the cost of that is incompleteness, okay? So that means that there's always going to be some fundamental unrealizable dimension to what we're trying to investigate. Now, before we go any further though, I just want to say this is not the death knell of science, okay? And although I would submit very, with a great deal of diffidence that he's maybe a little bit confused about this, I think that if you look at one of the last writings of Stephen Hawking, you'll actually see that he came around to this view, okay? Let me just quote from him. I think I have here, yes. So this is Stephen Hawking's final paragraph from his particular talk he gave called Gödel and the End of Physics, okay? So this was a bit of a discovery for me. I hadn't realized that Hawking, who'd been one of the main proponents of going for a grand unified theory or a TOE, was actually somebody who would be coming around to this way of thinking. He basically said that, quote, some people will be very disappointed if there is not an ultimate theory that can be formulated as a finite number of principles. I used to belong to that camp, but I have changed my mind. Close quote. What does this mean? What does this mean? Okay. Well, I think that what we're finding out here is that what's essential to science is not going to be that somehow science is the magic royal road to knowing everything. But it certainly is a wonderful way to learn tons of everything. So what we have here is that, let's just say, we must be in a very interesting position as human beings, as scientific thinkers. And the position we're in is that our learning must be open, and we must be open to learning forever, okay? This really is in keeping with the essence of what we are as human beings. I mean, going way back in our history, what was really the spirit, the original thought behind science? I think that Aristotle captured it very nicely when he, in the first book of his Metaphysics, wrote, all men by nature desire to know. Okay? This is what it is to be a human being. In fact, as he also went on to discuss, he said that philosophy, by which he meant simply love of wisdom, which in his day would have included natural philosophy, so what we eventually came to know as physics. He said philosophy begins in wonder. We see something that surprises us. Okay, now I'm adding on. Philosophy begins in wonder, straight Aristotle. He says, if philosophy begins in wonder, well, what is it that we find wonderful? Well, surprise. We are surprised. We open our eyes and we see a world which has a degree of beauty that we didn't put there, but nonetheless is so. We open our eyes, and the example that Aristotle gives is a wonderful one, which I think many of us have seen. He says puppet shows. When we're a child, imagine the wonder of seeing a puppet. And that puppet somehow is going to be able to move and talk and have actions. And we wonder, how can that be so? Now, the story behind the puppet is, I think, a lot easier than it is behind the theory of everything. But nonetheless, this idea that we can get out there and investigate and are prompted by our constant sense of wonder, this, I think, is going to be endemic to the true nature of science. So now we're coming on to, I think, a broader question. If science is not defined fundamentally by its end goal, namely a complete and closed knowledge of everything that we can come to know, if science is not defined by its end in the sense of a destination we arrive at, what is it? I would propose that, first of all, science is characterized, I'm not going to give the full account I would like to give here, but science is characterized by at least two fundamental features. First, it is characterized by, on the first hand, and I'll come back to this, scientific thinking, a way of expressing and pursuing that sense of wonder we have in the face of the cosmos. So first of all, science is going to be characterized by a type of thinking, a way of engaging our wonder. Secondly, science is always going to be animated by a sense of surprise. There's always something new to learn, and we must never be content with what we have learned. So in other words, scientific thinking and science itself is a larger and wider enterprise than the mere hard sciences, right? We've heard in our last talk the idea of how dance can be illuminated by scientific thinking. And frankly, I think we can also see how scientific thinking can be enriched and added to by a proper consideration of the wonder and the beauty of dance. So what we find here, I think, is that scientific thinking, as I say, larger and wider than the hard sciences. In fact, it also has to include all of the so-called soft sciences and social sciences. In fact, it has to even include something more than that. It has to include explicitly the humanities. For the humanities themselves, in which my own discipline of philosophy is present, are going to be one of the ways that we hope to express our wonder and our understanding as we have come to grasp it of the world in which we live. So I would actually propose, just for our consideration, that we consider science to be more akin to the old-fashioned idea of a scientia. Right? This is actually the word in Latin from whence we get the word science. It actually means to know. Okay, it's just the verb to know. But a scientia, in the traditional understanding, is going to be any organized body of knowledge. Dance is its own discipline with its own considerations, proper concepts, techniques, and methods of learning and passing on the information. The same is true of chemistry. The same is true of metallurgy. The same is true of historians doing their work in their, well, the laboratory of the mind that is their library. We aim at knowing, and the most useful sort of knowing is, of course, organized, right? So an example of something which Descartes himself ruled out of science is something which has to be explicitly brought back in. Let me give you an example. Descartes pushes theology and philosophy to some degree, and the humanities, things like history, as being outside proper science, right? If our knowledge and understanding of science is of something which is mathematized, we can quickly see why biography and history might not really count for somebody like Descartes as being science properly understood. And so what I'd like to suggest is that for Descartes, what we actually see is something a little bit different, right? We really need to think about lovely stories like there's an old story, and I'm actually looking at my little account here, of what we find in separating out measurement and knowledge to be had, which is broader than just the traditional hard sciences. So here's a lovely story. I think maybe some of us have heard this before. Basically, I think it's often cited by Stanley Yaki, who's passed away not so long ago, but was a lovely scientist and philosopher of science. He basically says this. The story is of a young scientist who gave a factory tour to Lord Kelvin. Now, Lord Kelvin, of course, was arguably one of the greatest scientists of his time. He lived from the first quarter of the 1800s through 1907. I think he passed away in 1907. And the interesting thing is that factory was pretty much completely filled with equipment that had been invented by dear Lord Kelvin, right? So the equipment that was actually being manufactured at that factory was specifically dedicated to measuring the effects of electricity, okay? And as such, was built by Lord Kelvin himself. Now, unfortunately, the young man giving the tour was unaware of that fact, so he spoke in great detail about all the different equipment that the factory made and how these gadgets measured electricity. And at the end of the whole thing, Lord Kelvin complimented him on the tour, but wanted to ask one last question of his young tour guide. He just said, "What is electricity?" And when the young man was unable to answer the question, Lord Kelvin consoled him by explaining that both he and Lord Kelvin were equally ignorant of the answer to the question. So the moral of the story is that it's one thing to measure how electricity behaves. It's a completely different thing to understand what electricity actually is at its essence. Okay? So that's, I think, part of the reason why I would say that we have to look at science as a scientia, as an attempt to organize knowledge And as such, anything which counts as knowledge, whatever its source, whether it be from the humanities, the soft sciences, the hard sciences, that is going to be what science is, scientia would be. And furthermore, that the scientia is something which is an open-ended quest that we cannot complete. Now, I promised a very brief explanation about what is the sort of thinking that goes on that helps us with the organization of knowledge, that helps tell us what's in and what's out. And I think we've seen some marvelous examples of that kind of thinking at play just in the last, few talks. Allow me to suggest that there's an acronym that captures, I think, the sort of skills we must embody and activate in order to be engaging in scientific thinking. The acronym is ARPU, ARPU, okay? ARPU. What does this mean? Well, it's an acronym for accepting or rejecting presupposes understanding. Accepting or rejecting presupposes understanding. I mean, it scans just like in poetry, so it has to be right? But there's the beauty that you find in physics formulas. But what does this mean, this accepting or rejecting presupposes understanding, this ARPU, right? Well, first of all, there are many claims, there are many things we need to get out there and test and try for ourselves. But basically, we find ourselves in a world in which claims are made. We say, that is a tree, this is a dog, that's a cat. We find that, there are other claims that are made. F equals MA. All of these are claims, and they're proposed to us as candidates for being true. But the interesting thing there is that before we accept a claim, whatever it may be, and before we reject it, whatever it may be, we say that's true, that's false, or maybe I cannot decide right now. Before we go through that, we first have to understand it. And so what I would suggest is that, broadly speaking, ARPU points the way to two basic baskets of skills, concepts, and techniques which are going to embody the spirit of what makes thinking properly scientific. Okay? What gives us the intellectual rigor we need to discover? What makes for knowing as opposed to merely believing or opining? And that would be, on the one hand, those concepts, those techniques, those different operative principles that relate to clarification, which is necessary for understanding, on the one hand. So we have skills, concepts, techniques, relative and important for clarification on the one hand. And on the other, we have skills, concepts, and techniques that are related to reliable judgment. So once we've understood a claim, we have to be able to judge it, assess it, weigh it, and come down with saying, yes, it's true, no, it's false, or perhaps it's undecidable, at least at the moment. So what would be examples of these in operation? Well, take such a simple thing as merely trying to clarify the claims that are made by a person giving a report of their experiences. Suppose I said, I saw a large crane by the pond. I saw a large crane by the pond. Said Mark, in the bird park next to the construction site. Now, a crane can be, of course, the bird, the crane that flies around. It can also be a name for the mechanical device that we use for digging and construction. And so, which one is it? And the answer would be, of course, dependent on further questioning. We have to make sure before we reject my claim as false or we accept it as true, we have to at least nail down, my gosh, what type of crane are we discussing? And the idea is that if we're discussing the type of crane of one sort or the other, that actually matters. But of course, after we have clarified the claim and we understand it, so that's the presupposing understanding, we've understood the claim, we now have to go into the tools of reliable judgment. That's the accepting or rejecting part, right? Because it turns out that there are certain canons of reliable thought. These are the laws of applied logic. And through these laws, we know that there are things that we can come to understand with certainty. And then there are things that we can come to know with a certain degree of probability. And actually what makes the probable truths worth their salt is their openness to the test of reason of ARPU. We keep re-clarifying, retesting, and seeing what follows from that. In other words, what I'd just like to conclude with is the idea that scientific thinking, which will be conducted in conformity with the canons of reliable thought, the reliable logic of judgment, and the constant process of refining that we find in ARPU, accepting or rejecting presupposes understanding, this both reveals and furthers our progress along the road we travel in a fundamentally open quest of discovery. It is our duty in all of our endeavors to be guided by the ARPU principle, which can be found in good history, in good philosophy, and I submit in the hard sciences and the soft sciences as well. It is this accepting or rejecting that presupposes understanding, which is our key tool, our staff upon which we lean as we walk towards and walk along a path which may not have a completed picture as its goal, but rather the picture of the world that we build up is one to which we can always add more detail, greater refinement, more vibrant colors, and capture the wonder which put us on the path to begin with. Thank you. So,
That was indeed an interesting presentation, sir. And I think we have learned that, when we speak of science, we must remember all the contributions of all the different faculties as well. So as it is said, in the words of Louis Pasteur, science knows no country because knowledge belongs to humanity, and it is the torch which illuminates the world. We would like to continue with our session, and the next session, I would like to call upon Shiv Prasad Kener, sir, who is the former director of Nehru Science Center, to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you so much. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be introducing the speaker of this session on behalf of the two organizers, the National Center for Science Communicators and the Guru Nanak College for Arts and Science. Professor Mayank Wahia, who will be delivering his public lecture today, joined the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research way back in 1979. So in that sense, he's got about 4+ decades of service. Since the session is restricted to just about half an hour, I'll not be standing between you and the speaker because Mayank Wahia Sahab is I would put it as in a positive sense, a compulsive science communicator who is known for speaking for hours together. We've had the honor of hosting Dr. Wahia. I mean, he's spoken for about 2 hours and taken a question and answer session for another hour and a half. So maybe this small little half an hour, I don't want to come in between Wahia and introducing. But all I can say is he's a very passionate science communicator. and associated with both the National Center for Science Communicators, of which he's the patron, and also almost all the science centers. Incidentally, he's also been the national coordinator for the astronomy Olympiads for about a decade plus. He is associated with the National Council of Science Museum, both in the capacity of a member and chairman of the program and planning committee, the executive committee member, the society member, and whatnot. He's also been very active in high energy physics to start with, and some of his experiments have flown on board space shuttle and also in some of the satellites in Indian Space Research Organization. So thank you so very much, Professor Vahia, for accepting our invitation. And I hand over the mic to you, sir. Thank you.
Please unmute.
Oh, sorry. Oh, first, I'm sorry, I was mute. Can you hear me now? I presume you can.
Good.
Okay, so first of all, Kenneth Saab, and thank you very much for introducing me and with such nice words. And I first want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to give this public talk on scientific culture. Now, when I was told to talk about scientific culture, the obvious questions came to me in my mind was that what does scientific culture mean? And what is it, where is it, why is it, how is it, and when is it? Now, these 5 questions that I've left in here, for each of my slide on top right, I will write down which questions it refers to about scientific culture. But to start my talk, scientific culture is actually a combination of 2 words of science and culture. Both words, science and culture, are highly loaded. And the words, and when you put them together, you get a whole bunch of ideas and attitudes and realities and complexities. And we will explore some of these as we go through the slides today. Science and culture both are independent entities highlighting the specific aspects of human creativity and insight. And each has its own place in human life. Culture defines the attitude of a group to challenges of life and their response to everything, including technology. How do you handle a given issue that is there is a question that, that worries all of us. Culture is an expression in is expressed in multiple ways, from everything from art to architecture, and I will discuss some of these issues in detail shortly. Science defines, on the other hand, the understanding of the working of nature to increase the efficiency of exploiting what we need from nature and to creating new innovations to make our life more comfortable. So science originally started as a way of being more efficient, and it now turned out to be a tool of developing a whole host of technologies, whichever make our lives easier and also answer our curiosity about how nature works. So science has had these multiple roles of creating knowledge about understanding of working of nature, as well as creating technologies for various purposes. Each of them, like I said, has its own place in human life, and one should not be degraded with respect to the other. It's a question of one's own personal choice. Culture, just to summarize, encompasses social behaviors and norms of a human society. It comes as a collection of knowledge, beliefs, art, laws, customs, capabilities, and habits of a given group of people. It also includes human experiences and human response to those experiences in the past. I can keep on elaborating on these societies that have had multiple raids on them. Wars will have a particularly warlike response and so on. So our experience and our past and our knowledge and environment, all of them contribute to what we call our culture. And even within a given group, depending on the subject and topic that you are talking about, you may belong to a different cultural aspect. So for example, in a group, in a city like Mumbai, you may all be sort of tuned to the culture of Mumbai, but then depending on what your mother tongue is, you would also have other connectivities to other cultural aspects. So culture then becomes a very, very complicated set of affairs. In many cases, it is also an articulation of the general of these belief system that is expressed by the most dominant group. It is generally the dominant group that tends to rule this. And the reason why going through all this is because I want to contrast this with when we talk about science and the culture. And education, essentially, including socialization with people around you. It codifies mutually agreed approach to life in the form of customs. Customs codify acceptable conduct of a society. They serve as a guideline for behaviors for everything. The way you interact and the way you behave are all decided by the custom of the culture in which you're staying. And interestingly, and I want to highlight this point a little more in the next slide, which is that it is a function of space and time. Culture is not constant. It changes from place to place, obviously from nation to nation, from group to group, but also over time. And there is in fact more complexity than just space and time, because both space and time are manipulatable by human beings. And therefore that brings out a rather complicated issue about what is culture. Culture and human response to everything is essentially an individualistic entity. Culture is defined by, like I said, millennia of social experiences and put together. And it's a very dynamic entity. What you like today will not like tomorrow. What is acceptable tomorrow today is not acceptable tomorrow. Fashion is one obvious places where you see this changing much more easily than in other places. In authoritarian societies, in fact, the culture is completely in the hands of the dominant on the governing. They can decide what is to be imposed as culture and what is not to be imposed. The most simplest example that I can think of from current times is the way Chinese government is trying to put down the entertainment industry because it thinks that it has become too big for its own. So in authoritarian societies, governments can impose their own concept of culture, again, making this culture a very, very delicate and dynamic entity. History textbooks are usually the victim of cultural evolutions or cultural revolutions. And there, interestingly, if you look at the textbooks in schools and colleges, history textbooks are changed even more often than that the science books or other knowledge system books are changed. It is because each ruler or dominant group at any given time wants to impose its own perspective on the past and the events of the past, emphasizing something, de-emphasizing something, in order to convey their own personal biases and attitudes, and is generally ruled by the dominant group who is present at that time. And as dominant groups change, other dominant groups come, history is rewritten to reinterpret the past events to make you feel that your culture should be this or that. The temptation to reinterpret past is therefore very strong and very common in all cultures. It freely admits of authority of a single group of people who are dictating the culture. So it is a current trend, or the current set of leaders, whatever they decide is culture is to be the culture, and the community at large will succumb to that kind of pressure because culture is a very delicate entity. Culture, therefore, is a function of time and politics, time and space, and I should also have added politics and local history, local conveniences, and so on. Against that, science is a very different entity. In the background of this, it is worth looking at what scientific culture means. Now, scientific culture itself has two meanings. At one level, it shows how scientists behave as a group. So scientists are based on common traditions and value systems. They are stable since the invariant is nature. The judge for everything and every statement that is made within the broader aspect of science is to be judged by the way nature works. Whether nature agrees with your interpretation of the way things happen is what decides what it is. So unlike social cultures, the science tends to be more stable and invariant because nature remains the final arbiter of everything that is said. At another level, scientific culture is how society responds to the scientific ideas. And that is different from the way scientists would respond to a scientific idea. And this becomes crucial as COVID has shown about various aspects, and I will come to those a little later. The current varied response of computers and COVID vaccine shows you that the general public's response to science and technology varies depending on incidence results. The society at large has taken to computers like it's unbelievable how computers have become such an integral part of our life. On the other hand, the amount of resistance that you see for COVID vaccination tells you that the response to science is not a uniform belief. It is partly how a given group will respond to a particular scientific issue depends partly on the group cultural response of that. If there is some dominant person who says that COVID vaccines are poisonous, there's a large group of people who won't take COVID vaccine even if their life and livelihood depends on that. So it is essentially a cultural group response to science, and therefore the response to science and scientific culture as seen by general public is very different from what scientist to scientist response to culture would be, or scientific culture would be. At another level, because of the fact that science often appears to be magical, there's a degree of apprehension about science. I mean, till last year, we did not know what COVID, or 2 years ago, we had no clue that there could be a virus called COVID. And in 2 years, human beings now claim to have an antibodies that can prevent COVID from spreading and doing harm, etc. Gives you a sense of kind of magical activity. Most people who use computers will not even understand what a CPU is or what a computer is, what a memory is, except in a very vague general sense of the word. So computer in many ways, look at the room you enter. If you are a villager who had never seen electricity, imagine walking into a room where you touch a part of the wall and the entire room lights up. It appears magical. And when you start believing in science as being magic, it has its own risks and its own dangers. And once you start believing in magic, there is always a vulnerability to be exploited, because people may say that the magic that is in this particular thing is harmful to you. And that can be dangerous. And then these views initially tend to be highlighted by media as a comical interlude, but they often pick up very serious consequences. COVID, the way it has been handled by media, tells you how common culture responds to science and the complexities of scientific ideas. So we need to worry about this when we talk about scientific culture. In general, science and technology have had an integral part of human society. Ever since the first person decided to cut the hide of the animal he or she was trying to eat using a sharp stone instead of hand and teeth, the scientific revolution began in human society. Even way before Homo sapiens became Homo sapiens, Homo erectus onwards, we have had this scientific development. But it has been entirely subterranean. The fact that new technologies and new sciences and new engineering came up was essentially a side story to largely social developments and political issues and all that over the period of history. And therefore, science had always remained a subterranean stream on which the societies of the past flourished. This changed at Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution brought this subterranean stream now to the surface, much to the resistance at that time, but eventually it got it to the surface where science and engineering are now dominating our life as it has never been before. In fact, the very fact that the science and its role in society becomes visible after Industrial Revolution essentially means that a lot of cultures tend to believe that science is a Western enterprise, and it is not. We have no clue where the first person who cut the hide with a stone lived, whether it was in Africa, Asia, Europe, we have no clue. Science has been universal for a long time, except that in most cultural histories, you will see it as a subterranean strain, and therefore you would not notice it and it will not be as dominant. Industrial Revolution, with its massive power of axiomatizing science, created a culture which tended to dominate. And therefore, after Industrial Revolution, essentially, you are now the leaders now required to have certain, at least a basic understanding of science, which was not something expected of them in earlier periods. In that sense, Industrial Revolution changed a lot of perspective of science as much as it brought technology. Well, there is no doubt there was a lot of positive impact of Industrial Revolution over the last 400 years. There have been some spectacular effects that are equally devastating. And environmental damage is one obvious thing, the kind of technologies that have led to the unprecedentedly intense wars and lost hundreds of millions of lives, which would never have been imaginable by pre-industrial technology. So science has been a rather mixed bag for human civilization as a whole. And one could, of course, discuss these issues in great detail, except that I don't have time for that. It has also encouraged a lot of anti-science movements in the world. Some of these anti-science movements are because of the genuine concern about the kind of technology that we are now putting in our hands or inventing or discovering, about which we do not have control. We have no idea what it will do next. And yet we are using technology and sciences blindly implementing them without really fully understanding them. Devastation of the earth and the greenhouse effect is obvious, but the resistance to nuclear science, for example, or nuclear reactors tells you that there are times when we have put technologies into use without fully understanding them. And that does not really help the cause of science. And anti-science movements have flourished on the basis of these failures or preemptive use of science and technology without fully understanding that. A course correction on the part of science and technology, there seems to be now urgently needed, because if it is not done, you will really end up into some serious problems which you need to encounter at a later date. On the other hand, anti-science movements also look like anti-future movements. In some sense, what science is discovering cannot be undiscovered or uninvented. There are some problems of human race, human success today on Earth, which cannot be answered without science and technology. The obvious thing is food requirement. With some 6 or 7 billion people that make up the Earth, if you go by conventional way of farming, there is no way you're going to be able to feed that kind of population. So you do need to worry about a whole bunch of things. And therefore, anti-science movement as anti-future movements are always going to be dangerous. Because science is required and technology that it gives is required for the future of science. So science works on the set of norms and practices that propose that whose purpose is to understand the working of knowledge. And because nature is the arbiter of the whole thing, there's an objective reality which people are trying to understand. I mean, one can argue the subtleties of whether quantum mechanics keep the reality objective or not, and those kind of issues one can argue. But by and large, it's an objective reality. It demands a consistency in the working of nature across space and time. And again, this is not something that was expected of culture as a whole. Science, whether it is in our Milky Way galaxy or a galaxy 10 billion years, light years from us, the science is going to be the same. If you look at hydrogen spectrum from our galaxy or from a galaxy 10 billion light years away, it is going to be the same. The consistency that is demanded is consistency that is demanded over space and time, something that is not true of other cultures ethos. It relies on ethos of honesty, integrity, and openness in reporting. And this is a crucial part. The verifiability of experiments, assumption of honesty on the part of the experimenter, and all that makes an integral part of the story of science and the culture of science. And it does not accept humans as a final authority. Again, that is in contrast to common cultural practices. Science, therefore, is the most respected knowledge systems that is both revered and feared. And we need to worry about both being revered and feared. It has created a knowledge system that provides technological capability that has changed societies more profoundly than almost any other knowledge system has done. Religions have come and gone, religions have changed societies and their working, etc. But they have always been localized effects. The effect of science and technology has been profound and universal. And that puts us in a unique position where we need to worry about what scientific culture means and how it is to go and where it is to go. Then science and authority. Science has no gods. Nobody in science is a god. Eventually, there is only one god, which is nature. And if what you say about how nature works is confirmed by nature, we accept your idea is very good. If what you say is not how nature works, then your idea was interesting, but not of great consequence to the culture of science. Scientist, the word therefore is never elevated to the status of sermon or discourse, because it has to be validated by nature, and everything is critically evaluated against the background and response from nature. And the reason I'm emphasizing these points is because sometimes these things play against science itself, and I will come to that point soon. There is a broad criterion that scientists agree almost amongst themselves that the sense, and in that sense, we have a core of culture of science. Whether you're a biologist or an astronomer, there are certain value systems on which you will agree as the common general principles. And that's in the word of culture of science is not a bad word to use. Unlike other cultures, it is also very meritocratic in the sense that within the limits of social complexities, it is far more merit-based than any other form of human cultural activity. So you can define scientific culture as defined by scientists, and to scientists, it's a set of norms and practices with ethos of honesty, openness, and continuous reflection that includes judging everything that we have said against the way that nature works. The only authority to accept, like I said, is nature and experiments with nature. On the other hand, for non-science groups, it is difficult to almost the extent of being almost impossible to follow the collection of ideas and technologies that make up today's science. It does produce new conveniences as far as people are concerned, but scientists often so disagree among themselves that given that you do not have full comprehension of what is being said, these arguments can sound like dangerous errors being propagated by some in self-interest. And this is something that science has always had a problem with. When is an argument? So, for example, there are arguments about COVID vaccines. But those arguments are at a certain level when nobody disagrees that the COVID virus can be controlled through control of its RNA behavior and so on. The idea is only the discrepancy is only between which is the best way of doing it. Now, if you're not familiar with the subtleties of these issues, these arguments will look like lack of confidence among scientists, amongst each other, of each other, and therefore of the method that is being propagated. And therefore, they've come to believe that scientists are not always right and their ideas need to be evaluated. And because they have only limited wherewithal to evaluate it, they essentially depend on their social culture and social connectivity to decide whether an idea is to be accepted or not. And other experiences. But essentially, that is how this interaction of scientific culture with common people and scientific culture among scientists differs in its very structure and very nature. As far as science and scientific thinking is concerned, it is supposed to be a way of life. It's not that you can be scientists here and non-scientists there. And I'll come to some exceptions here also. This includes rejection of knowledge systems that are driven by unsustained claims, unverified claims, and unquestioned authority. Science does not like that. So anything that cannot be explained as logically as to why something is happening, science would normally reject these ideas. Any crucial test or any statement has to be answered by how, and science does not answer why. Science only answers how, but that how has to be logically consistent with your other experiences. Science, because of its arbitration authorities beyond humans, it also gives you certain safeguards against manipulation because nature would not agree with what you have delivered. So, for example, you can take this horse fungus tablets, and it will not cure you of your COVID. So you know that it is nonsense, and it should percolate in everything we do. And yet, we must also accept that human frailties are such that many cannot give up some form of original cultural belief and remain bound by them. Scientists are not bound in isolation. They will have a certain cultural context in which they will live. As a result of which, there are various issues that come up. So there have been abuses of science, and science has often delivered technologies to humans where we are not so sure whether it was a good idea to have that technology, because that technology has often been misused. Technology without moral constraints has led to environmental abuses, including things like gender determination tests in human fetuses and so on, all the way down to what it has done to the biosphere. So in many ways, there is an apprehension against science because it has created some disasters on Earth. And when nature, and it's worth remembering that if you push nature too much and nature rises in fury, as we have done with the biosphere, the results can be devastating. And this has also resulted or will soon result in sort of shaken beliefs in science as the ultimate arbiter, and a kind of rethink on how much science should be allowed to run our world. Whether the stream of science should be forced to go back subterranean or whether it should continue to dominate society are issues that we'll have to start worrying about. Science has also been vulnerable to other abuses. So there are cultural and racial superiority issues. There are pre-birth identification of genders. There's a greed-based differential and uneven distribution of human conditions and so on. So there are issues like those. On the other hand, there is also a disconnect with science. The problem is created by science and its complexity are of great magnitude, and we need to worry about those issues. Like I said, it has also created anti-science movements because science is considered difficult and complex and something that only nerds can study. Others have been disconnected. And so we have a clear disconnect in the populations between those who like science and who are into science and those who are not. And our education system definitely encourages this trend because the way the very teaching is done. And there are issues with the teaching of done by the subtleties when you do not give students an overall picture of what science is. So there's a very famous book by G.P. Snow of 1959 called Two Cultures. And apart from all that he says about this culture of science and non-science, the summary is that for an English speaker, not knowing Shakespeare's work is a matter of shame, but not understanding Newton is a matter of pride. And there, something is wrong. And there, we need to worry about when a society considers it is fashionable not to know science or even the basic ideas of science, but not knowing some cultural work which is strictly context-based is considered embarrassing. There is something that is wrong and there is something that is bad and there is something that is dangerous. Rejecting science could certainly be a disaster and we need to worry about those issues. There have been, of course, follow-up books on this. Snow's book of Two Cultures called Three Cultures, which talks about the fact that some of the technologies are now so well accepted by people across the board. There is a mixing that is happening, but it is not happening. In real sense of the word, the so-called people who, non-science people who accept science and technologies are accepting them as magical tools and not as something of the working of nature. After all, how many people who use computers know about the silicon and the semiconductors band, which allows you to manipulate the currents and all that? They don't, and they don't care. On the other hand, we must also accept that non-science systems have a certain emotional appeal, which will always hold, given that the complex, it seems unpredictable. Even given those limitations, emotional appeals will always be there. And therefore, it is easier or emotionally more less stressful to believe in the supernatural controller. You sort of either worship him or sort of bribe him in some format or the other, so that he looks after your interests in a world that is completely pure. The desire to have positive future means that sort of willy-nilly accept this great creator and try and influence his or her decision making through bribery or worship or whatever you want in order to get for yourself what you want. So this appeal is going to be there. There is no sense in saying that the whole entire civilization should become science. It will not. Because the fears and uncertainties and the chaos and complexity of life is such that it is mentally soothing to believe in the supernatural controller. And that is always going to be there, and that is always going to be exploited against people who are poor judgment. Okay, and they can make some of the problems like the world hunger intractable. If you, for example, work again, like Boko Haram says, work against Western science, it will create a long-term disasters of great magnitude. It is important to fight superstition and support rationalistic movements. And rationalistic movements, therefore, are going to be crucial to the part of getting science to society to understand science and integrate science and accept it. Formal education is not going to be enough in serving this purpose because formal education has its own set of problems. Like I said, it is so focused on teaching the grammar of science that it teaches very little by way of science. So human vulnerabilities are going to be exploited outside the formal education, and therefore we need to keep worrying about this. So we need to understand that religions will always flourish, propagation of falsehood by those who will profit from this falsehood to scare away the people will always work. I mean, COVID and American response is such an obvious example of that. Anti-science movement will always be there, anti-science activism will always be there, and we need to fight those things. Many scientists continue to subscribe to the idea of supernatural. And it's interesting, at least in the Indian context, you will find many people who subscribe to science also subscribe to the idea of supernatural. And the idea, interestingly, can be put simply as saying that when you get a good dish to eat, the question is when you ask about how this particular food was made, it is science, but the respect for the cook who made that item is this respect for the supernatural. So when you see a good dish of food you want to eat, understanding its recipe is what science does, but that does not deny the existence of supernatural power. And that is generally the rationalism that is given by many people. And this speaks about a lot of undercurrent that exists even within the scientific culture and even within the community of scientists. So for all their claim of nature being our final arbiter and so on, there is somewhere down underneath this feeling of religious beliefs. And they would sort of, at least in Indian context, it is typically rationalized as saying that religion is a way of life and a homage to supernatural, but that does not affect my working in laboratories. And therefore, I can go and worship and do all kinds of superstition during the daytime. And in the afternoon, I can go and study, work in my lab without contradiction. And this contradiction is something that is that can be easily be covered by all kinds of arguments. But this adds to this anxiety about science amongst non-science people. That if ISRO also has to go to Tirupati to make sure that the next rocket launch is successful, what exactly is going on? And you need worry about these issues if you're talking about science, scientific culture, and so on. And I think I'm seriously running out of time. So let me try and jump on. Can I get 5 minutes more than what is allotted to me? Well, I can't. Okay, so let us look at some of the other issues by which very nature science is argumentative. It is to the uninitiated, it reduces faith in nature, in the nature of science. And in many cases, this very argumentative nature of science is used to discredit science. And science, therefore, will never be a monolithic the way other belief systems will be. And therefore, it will always have a problem. Monocultures tend to be very resilient to change. They believe in their God, they believe in their Son of God, and therefore will resist any changes. Science has great vulnerability because science will never be a monolith. And therefore, science is going to have to muster these forces to resist this kind of discrediting of science. And rationalist movements are one obvious. So we need to worry about. Science in that sense will never be a mass movement the way a religious movement is, and we need to worry about those issues. So the bottom line is we need to guard against misuse of science. We need to worry about how the process of science is understood by general public. We need to understand that the internal dialogues of science are not misused by anti-science movements. We need to explain the process of science to a rather reluctant audience who thinks it is too complicated. We need to change the approach of science education. We need to take it beyond the lovers and skeptics of science and critics to those who are indifferent to science. And, in non-European countries, there is also the science, the Western enterprise, which is an idea we need to correct and help people appreciate that science has been everywhere all the time. We need to in case of India, I'm going to skip this slide. It's about the 51st Amendment, which sort of commits Indian to scientific temper, but a lot of things have happened which are not consistent with that constitution of ours. So the two cultures of science and humanities seem to need to have symbiotic relations as current technological shows. A lot of artists use all kinds of science and technology without really bothering about them and using them as backtick boxes. But this is clearly not sufficient. Somewhere along the line, they must understand that complexity of the computers and something is something you can understand. Don't treat science as a black box. Don't treat technology as a black box. At least get a basic idea of what is happening, how we are manipulating nature when we use computers, for example. And this needs to be done, and a lot more needs to be done in this regard. There is another change, and this was discussed by an earlier speaker also, that science is, even the science is considered difficult, it is considered respected. So even social sciences today are vying for the title of science. And they separate humanities from social sciences in order to call themselves sciences. And social studies are turning to data-driven conclusions to legitimize themselves as science. And they separate out humanities and they use social sciences. And it's a trend we should welcome, because anything that does objective analytic study based on data that is available is far better knowledge system than what goes by the impression of some individual. So this trend of social sciences to separate humanities, languages and arts, which are not subject of science or analytical studies, and other social sciences which are amenable to analytical studies, this distinction should be encouraged, and science should welcome these aspects of social sciences. So we need to inculcate scientific culture in public domain. We need to help humanity understand it, separate pseudosciences from sciences, give them power to understand what is true and what is false in science, and where are you being misled, and how do you evaluate those things. So what is knowledge, what is scientific knowledge, how it is acquired, etc., needs to be taught much more than what we do. Essentially, the broad idea of culture of science that is there with scientists should also be understood, at least in its basics, by people who are otherwise not interested in that. The very paradigm of science education will have to be altered. And the focus should have to shift, like I said, from grammar of science to teaching the logic and foundations of science. What science needs to do is to first stop treating humans as machines. We accept a variety of knowledge systems and so on. We need to make sure that human ability or human desire for free thinking, creative aesthetics are something that are to be encouraged and not to be degraded. We need to like to express ourselves. We must accept that human forms of expressions are multiple. And generally people are not interested in the subtleties of scientific culture. We need, like the Charlie Chaplin's modern time, their idea of treating machines is something that is fearful. There is a high degree of irrationality in these activities which we need to worry about, and we need to create a strong society. We need to work on laws. We need to work on culture so that they do understand what science is, because science as a dominant culture puts into place this idea of crime and punishment system, which does not work, and the social structure that it tends to imitate also does not really work. So we need to work somewhere along with other cultures in order to create for human beings an environment where we can go further. Science must work together, science and humanities must work together, and neither should demand supremacy over the other, because therein lies the problem of conflicts. The bottom line of what I want to say is that scientific culture needs to manage the opposites. Scientific culture needs to be explained. The fact that science is its own strongest critic doesn't mean that it is wrong. And these debates and their nature needs to be explained. And the dilemma that is science must be resolved. Accommodating other cultures within it will be critical to our acceptance. Thank you very much. And I think I overshot by a few minutes. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you so very much. I know the time was very short, and the concepts of science and concepts of culture that you went through in detail, I'm sure it'll be very apt for today's function, because today we are commemorating the International Day of Scientific Culture. I'm sure those in the audience were encouraged to understand the scientific culture, which actually is enshrined in our Constitution itself. In fact, even in the Science Museum movement, our understanding the concept of the scientific culture, a scheme has been introduced by the government of India. It's called as a scheme for promotion of culture of science. Through this scheme, a lot of scientists have been promoted. So I'm sure this day, which International Day of the Scientific Culture, helps in creating better understanding of science and leading to the scientific culture. Thank you so very much. I know we were perhaps short of time, but then within the given time, you've done more than justice, sir. Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
With this, we come to the end of our first session, and I would thank all the presenters who took time out from their busy schedules and were with us here. With that, I would request the admin to play one of the videos which is curated internationally involving eminent personalities across the globe. And one of the personalities is our very own dynamic principal. So I would request you to play the video.
a scientifically educated person has, I think, three attributes. The first is that they are able to understand the way in which science proceeds and progresses. They understand the scientific method. They understand that science actually proceeds by disproving a hypothesis, that there's rarely black and white, that there are shades of grey and nuances. And I think that requires us as communicators to talk about failures as well as successes. The second thing I think that a scientifically educated person needs to be able to do is to be able to work out who is credible, who can be trusted. And that requires understanding the peer review process, understanding how scientists achieve credibility, but also understanding that there may be disagreement amongst scientists. And the third thing that I think is really important for a scientifically educated person is to be able to make informed, logical decisions about options related to risk. Now, if you think about the pandemic, this is a really important process. Many people judge risk based on their own personal experiences and whether they can control that risk or not. A scientifically educated person will be able to look at the pros and cons of each option at the risk levels and make an informed decision. This is really important if we're going to get people to accept the vaccines that have been proven to work, and also if they are to make decisions about the medications and other things they choose to accept in their lives. I don't think a scientifically educated person knows how their television works or how radio waves move through the atmosphere. Rather, they know the process of science and are able to use and collect the information they need to make the decisions they need to make.
¿Por qué es importante que la ciencia se incorpore a la cultura y a la vida cotidiana de las personas? La ciencia es cultura, es conocimiento, es un tipo de conocimiento, es un tipo de acercamiento a la comprensión del mundo que los seres humanos llevamos practicando desde que estamos sobre la Tierra, porque lo que tratamos mediante la ciencia es de comprender cómo funciona el mundo para tener una vida más sencilla, más feliz, más fácil y para solucionar los problemas que tenemos. Lo hemos venido haciendo en el pasado, la ciencia ha solucionado muchos de los problemas que teníamos en el pasado y nos ha proporcionado herramientas para poder vivir mucho mejor en el mundo. Lo hace en el presente y lo hará en el futuro, con problemas que ya se nos están planteando y con problemas que todavía no sabemos que vamos a tener. Por eso es muy importante que tanto a nivel colectivo, a través de las autoridades y de las instituciones, como a nivel individual, incorporemos la ciencia a nuestra cultura y nos incorporemos nosotros y nosotras al discurso científico para poder tomar de forma adecuada las decisiones que nos van a llevar a solucionar nuestros problemas y a tener un mundo donde sea más sencillo y más intenso el ser feliz para una cantidad de la población cada vez más grande. Pero la ciencia no solamente es un conocimiento de cómo funciona el mundo para solucionar problemas, sino que la ciencia en sí misma es bella, es enriquecedora y por eso es importante que para vivir una vida más plena seamos también cercanos al conocimiento científico y a su belleza. ¿Qué significa que una persona sea científicamente culta? Que una persona sea científicamente culta significa que es capaz de incorporar los conocimientos científicos, la forma científica de ver el mundo, a su propia experiencia personal, junto con las artes y junto con las humanidades, y es capaz, por tanto, de enriquecerla, que conociendo personajes de la historia, conceptos científicos, desarrollos que ha habido, incluso el método científico, es capaz de experimentar la vida de una forma más intensa, más feliz, más rica y más enriquecedora también para los otros, también para los demás.
The history of science, from the ancient to the present day, has been all about the development that science has brought about. The applications of science have transformed our lives and are there for all of us to see. Very often, these applications raise legal, ethical, social issues which need to be addressed by social scientists, policymakers, interest groups of society. To address these issues, it is important that a dialogue be established between scientists and the rest of society. Science cannot be kept confined to an ivory tower. It would do more harm than good. Discussions between the world of science and the rest of the world will allow more solutions to emerge and will create a happier, more comfortable world. Very recently, we have seen in the management of COVID how science was critical to terms like the mask, social distancing, aerosol, immunity. If these terms are understood by the layman, solutions would be more forthcoming and we would be better equipped to handle any such problems that await us in the future. Hence, a science culture needs to pervade all across the world. Well, a scientifically educated person is one who is driven by a spirit of inquiry and logical reasoning. It's only scientific methodology that drives his decision making. Depending on his information that he identifies, which he retrieves and uses, he then analyzes this information to either validate or falsify any evidence that is seen around him. Now, all this is purely with a scientific bent of mind. It falsifies all kinds of prejudices and fancies and dogma. Thus, his approach is very objective and not subjective in nature. Now, a person with a scientific bent of mind is not necessarily a scientist by training. Therefore, he's a very balanced individual who approaches a problem from all dimensions with a simple aim of revealing the truth and arriving at the truth.
Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you in the second session.
The killer are we going to leave this auditorium. Then at the junctures, I extend on the behalf of National Center for Science Communicator and the host organization, Guru Nanak College, is giving me gives me a pleasure to be with you today. It's very, very, very important day in fact, right? As a nation celebrates the 75 years of its independence, the college is celebrating 30 years of its existence, in fact. Why don't you give a big hand to the college, and which is hosting a very, very important event today. Friends, at the juncture, may I invite the principal of the college, a dynamic principal, and everyone. I experienced myself. If the principal is a nucleus, okay, in atomic model, if the principal nucleus, then the people around her has to consider as an electron. They don't have a choice to go around it, in fact. And what I experienced myself for the last 2.5 months is not going to exist. And Madam Pushpinder Ji, for your welcome address.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suhas Naik, who is the General Secretary of the National Center for Science Communicators. Well, on behalf of my management, on behalf of my staff and students, I extend a very, very warm welcome to all the guests who have joined us online at the inaugural session of this conference, which is being observed to celebrate the International Day of Scientific Culture. I extend a very, very warm welcome to Professor M.M. Sharma, who is the chair of this inaugural session, Professor Gagandeep Kang, who has joined us from Vellore, Professor P. Balaram, who is here with us from Bengaluru, Professor Ennio Condotti, who has connected from Brazil, and Lourdes Ma Platino Babo, who's here from Mexico. Now, Lourdes Platino, madam, and this venture. In fact, I must inform the audience and esteemed guests here today that this is the first time that we are celebrating an International Day of Scientific Culture in India and of course in Asia. So 28th September has been as that day. It's got history behind it, history of Carl Sagan and his whole theory of the cosmos. We will get to hear more about it in the sessions that follow after the inaugural session. I extend a very, very warm welcome, and I'm sure at the end of this session today, we would have more clarity and we would be enriched with ideas about what scientific culture exactly is and what are the signs of a scientifically educated person. I'm sure, and the
Can't hear you. Cannot hear you. Not audible.
Suhas, we can't hear you.
We cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you. Please set your audio system. We cannot hear you.
Again, I think everybody has heard. A very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of the management, it is a pleasure to welcome and thank all the eminent and illustrious speakers at the different sessions at this very important conference on International Day of Science Culture 2021, conducted by our college in collaboration with the National Center for Science Communicators, Mumbai. On behalf of the management, I also take this opportunity to thank eminent members of the advisory committees for being associated with us and for their valuable inputs. I welcome all students, principals, invitees, and eminent personalities who have joined online to this conference. I once again welcome eminent speakers, Professor M.M. Sharma, Padma Vibhushan, FRS, and the ex-director of ICT. Ennio Condotti, physicist, Dr. Professor Balram, Emeritus Director, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Professor Gagandeep Kang, FRS, Professor Christian Medical College, Vellore. It is an honor for us that you are a part of this very important event and a source of inspiration to all of us. I welcome Professor Mayank Wahi, Emeritus Professor, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, and Professor A. Jayaraman, Emeritus Nuclear Scientist, Chairman, National Center for Science Communications, for their address in the session on public lectures. A warm welcome to Dr. Jor Padilla, Innovation and Science Culture Brazil, and Dr. Ratanjit Sonde, CEO, Discover Health, USA. Concluding the conference, we will be enriched by your thoughts on this occasion. I also welcome other members from the National Center for Science Communications, such as, and Dr. present here on the dais, Dr. Subhas Naik Satam, Dr. Prakash Kondekar, Dr. Kothial, and Dr. Bharve. The global awareness of science, communications, and scientific temper is more than ever required today. In view of the present scenario of climate change, pandemics, endemics, depleting natural resources like energy and water, environmental degradation, it assumes greater significance and is imperative if we are to face these challenges and change the lives of millions in the underdeveloped and developing countries. In a small way, we are trying to contribute to this awareness by conducting this conference to summit globally. I congratulate our principal, I would say our dynamic principal, Dr. Pushpinder Bhatia, for this initiative, and the chairman, Dr. Jayaraman, for collaborating with us and for encouraging and motivating us in our humble endeavor. It is indeed very heartening to see the change in the development of taking science as an instrument of change, especially today during the COVID-19 pandemic. The awareness about the importance of science has helped to deal with this calamity by new scientific drugs, vaccines, sanitization, etc., which has also percolated right from the educated to the ordinary layman. Our tribute to Pandit Nehru, who actually coined the term scientific temper, I quote, that the scientific approach to search for truth and new knowledge, the refusal to accept anything without testing and trial, the capacity to change previous conclusions in the face of new evidence, the reliance on observed facts and not on preconceived theory, the hard discipline of mind. All is necessary, not merely for application of science, but for life itself and the only solution to its many problems. I wish this seminar, this conference, a grand success. And I'm sure it has been going on since 10:30 in the morning. And I've been listening to most of the speakers. It has been really very, very enlightening. And all the best to the institution, the organizers, and our collaborators, nationally and internationally. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Everybody is charged, in fact, like as the youngsters, may I invite the chairman of National Center for Science Communicator, Dr. A.P. Jayaraman. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Suhas, for inviting me over here. Dr. Pushpinder Ji and my colleagues from the National Center for Science Communicators and the distinguished academicians and attendees, we had a very high quality, high density program continuing now. And my topic here is, I must just say in as few words as possible, the genesis of this conference. Why did the chicken cross the road? Why did we start this conference? Somewhere in the last week of March, I received a letter from Mexico signed by Dr. George, and in which they enunciated that there is a conceptual framework in which we want to celebrate the International Day of Science Culture. They have also proposed that September 28th should be deemed as the most appropriate and legitimate day for flagging off this concept to the United Nations, and there should be a global initiative. And would you hold hands with us That was an invitation. It was a very inspiring invitation, and therefore intensely inspired invitation. So I spoke to Dr. Pushpinder-ji, and then my colleague Swast Naik Sadam. These two human dynamos came into action. Rest is now the unfolding story which you are seeing now. A letter from Mexico, a conversation with Dr. Pushpinder-ji, yet another one with Suhas-ji. That is the triangular equation in which we are now finding this. I'm sure it's not, this is only the beginning, the raising of the curtain. The finest intellectual thoughts have been assembled here. We will be collecting this, collating it, and we will be distributing it throughout the global network. And we are very, very happy to be part of this program. And this, I congratulate Guru Nanak College for this historic initiative in giving expression to the new paradigm of science culture and the deliberations on that, the analytical frameworks, the theoretical underpinnings. It will go a long way in establishing this culture of science. That's how we started. It's the first tottering step has been taken, and we will take big leap forward after the conference is over. Thank you.
Am I audible? Say yes or no? Okay, thank you so much, in fact, like, and Dr. Jayaraman, to me and Dr. Pushpinder, he used a word called dynamite. We are not going to explode it. I'm sure it, in fact. Friends, I reminded of our own Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Okay, you go back in 1947, exactly at midnight hour, what he said, we made a 3-speed destiny. And today we are also making a 3-speed destiny, in fact, like, and you are the witness of, in fact. And thanks to pandemic, in fact, I think that we will applaud here the pandemic situation here, in fact. All we are become what we are today, a COVID warrior, in fact. I like to clap you because you become a warrior. Okay, take a clap for yourself. Friends, everybody talk about the independence. Okay, we are not, I was not born, I was born after the independence. So I never fought any war. But this particular 1.5 years, everybody is fighting the war of pandemic, in fact. Okay, friends, at these junctures, I am going to invite the first speaker in our inaugural session is Gagandeep Kang. People, kindly raise your hand, those who don't know Dr. Gagandeep Kang. Wow, that's great, in fact. And only affiliation she has, she acquired the affiliation called FRS, Fellow of Royal Society, in fact. No? And salutation to you, or to you, Dr. Gagandeep Kang.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join you here today. I'm going to be speaking to you about communicating science in COVID times, and I hope that you will be able to see my presentation. Can you please confirm that you can see my slides?
Yes.
Great, thanks so much. So if there's ever been a time for information overload, it's been the last 20 months. And it's been very difficult, as was pointed out earlier, to try and identify what are credible sources of information and how we should be thinking about communicating. And for scientists in particular, it's very difficult because people create this, your job as a scientist is supposed to be writing papers and talking within your own community and not so much reaching out to society. But we also have some scientists who do reach out, and then they become very, very famous or popular for entirely the wrong reasons. So if we look at this compendium of slides here, this became very popular in the first half of the year when we had a veterinarian by the name of Geert van den Bosch, making a presentation at a vaccine summit. And essentially his message was that if we have COVID-19 vaccines and we have a lot of virus circulating, then those vaccines should not be used. And he had a lot of arguments that he made about why these vaccines should not be used in a pandemic. And he stated things that sounded very, very credible. You know, when you read words like this or you hear them, it's not exactly rocket science. It's a basic principle taught in a student's first vaccinology class. One shouldn't use a prophylactic vaccine in a population exposed to high infectious pressure, which is now certainly the case as multiple highly infectious variants are currently circulating in many parts of the world. It sounds credible. It sounds like a scientist reaching out to the community, a scientist trying to use his own education and training to be able to tell people that there is something that is being done that shouldn't be done. But actually, if you have other scientists who look at this information, particularly vaccinologists, in fact, we use vaccines to respond to outbreaks. We do this for polio, we do it for measles, we've been doing it for Ebola. You want to try and get out there. You want to be ahead of the virus. You want to try and protect people as much as possible. And if the virus is circulating while you're doing vaccination, it does not actually enhance disease. And we know this from studies that we have done for other viral pathogens. He also goes on to talk about a number of other things, which I'll walk you through. But I think the important thing that we need to understand about communications is that a lot of people use different kinds of what are called ABC strategies. My own personal ABC strategy is when I am asked a question, I answer the question, whether I think it is right, wrong, conveys a different kind of information, but then bridge to what I really want to communicate so that I can connect with the audience and make sure that I communicate what I think is required to be communicated. But when you have people who reach out to you, as Geert van der Bosch did, and it is somebody who sounds very, very credible, it becomes very difficult because it takes a lot of time and effort and information to be able to counter what is effectively pseudoscience. I'm not going to walk you through every statement that he has made and what the facts really are. Just wanted to illustrate to you that in terms of science communication, at this time when misinformation is rife, there is a lot of effort that is required to be able to inform people of what is actually correct. So it's not just about statements, it's also about definitions, about descriptions, about the terms that are used. And this can get really quite complicated. It gets even more complicated when people use figures. And the figures are incorrect. So you have to sit there and review all of these figures and explain to people exactly what is wrong about the figures, that this is not really how the immune system works in terms of innate immunity. If we take all of Dr. van der Bosch's myths, he keeps arguing that vaccines will allow for people who are vaccinated to not be protected. And if they are already infected with the virus, this is going to result in dangerous new variants. But we know that that is not the case. We know that vaccines were that are in use actually prevent variants from emerging. And variants had emerged even before we started to use vaccines. We started to see variants in November of 2020, and the vaccines really came into use well after that. So vaccines decrease transmission, they work even better to prevent disease, and they certainly don't lead to variants. But as I pointed out, you need a lot of detailed information to be able to convince people that Dr. van der Bosch, who sounds credible, who's worked in vaccine companies, is actually not communicating accurate information. And he's not the only example. We've had Nobel Prize winners who've been doing exactly the same thing. We've had scientists who've worked in vaccine companies other than Dr. van der Bosch who've been communicating to people about fertility and vaccines and telling people that they need to shut things down. There is a whole range of myths and misbeliefs that are out there. And what it really requires is application of the WHO's tips for navigating the infodemic, thinking about what the sources are, going beyond the headlines, because headlines are quite often intentionally provocative. We need to identify the sources to see whether they're really credible, whether the information is up to date, look at the supporting evidence and check our own biases, and also use fact-checking organizations to make sure that information is accurate. But scientists, when they think about doing all of this, actually have concerns. You know, when are you a serious scientist communicating with the public? And when are you actually promoting yourself? When is it science communication? When is it advocacy? When we think about science and we communicate our findings, are we actually being accurate in how much societal relevance this has? If we read the newspaper, what we see quite frequently is such and such lab in Bombay or Delhi or Chennai has developed a new cure for cancer. When you actually read the paper and figure out what has been done, it tends to be studies that have been done in cell culture or in animal models and have not been evaluated in humans. So we are overselling the stage at which our science is and the societal relevance of that science at this time. Questions are also asked about whether rigorous science can be communicated easily. If it's complicated, how can you make it easy and simple for people to understand? How do you communicate uncertainty? You know, most scientists are very careful about measurements, about not stating more than they have actually found and making sure that interpretations are accurate. Now, when you are unsure, when you can't say for sure that whatever you have done has immediate societal relevance, is required to change policy, how can you communicate that? And when you simplify, how do you make sure that it remains accurate? And finally, of course, scientists have a day job to do. So who really has the time to do proper science communication? There are, of course, many reasons why science communication is critically important. But I think the important thing to emphasize today is the role of both science communicators and scientist communicators. I view myself as a scientist communicator, someone who takes what is being done in research and tries to communicate that to the public. And the reason that I want to do this is because I am an infectious disease researcher. I work on vaccines, and I feel like I have a point of view that I can offer that a journalist might not necessarily be able to explain in quite the same way. Now, if I don't do it well, of course, it becomes a bit of a problem. If I use complicated language, then nobody is going to be able to understand what I'm saying. But as I said, credibility and expertise do matter. And we have a requirement when society is in crisis to make sure that we as scientists make sure that we are communicating with the public and answering their questions. Science communicators with whom we also interact continue to be important, probably know how to tell stories much better than we do, but also play a role in making sure that they are asking the right questions of scientists. It's important for society that scientists do science communication as much and as well as they can. There was a discussion and a mention of both Jawaharlal Nehru and of the fundamental duty that we have as Indian citizens of scientific temper. But I think this applies to scientists and to all of society, because we all benefit if society is aware of the kind of work that scientists do, and it allows for building of public trust in science. It's important for society to continue to question scientists and make sure that they have a critical view of the information that is presented before them. As with the advice of the WHO, it's very important to look at what the information is, who it is coming from, whether it is credible, and whether it allows us to frame the world in a way that we understand. The sharing of knowledge between scientists and society is and will continue to be important. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
What I engage with the science and technology impact. Madam, thank you so much. In fact, like the push of reality will be experienced just now. May I hand over your token to our convener? The situation that reaches to you, in fact, like.
Thank you very much.
Madam, for your information, there are 5 fruits are there. I'll situate that at least like we did here, in fact, okay? And you enjoy there. Friends, in fact, these junctures, in fact, like it is very, very in fact, like after listening to things, the stars and galaxy doesn't come to your rescue kind of thing, So you have to just walk in and you have to listen to another engaging scientist of India. May I invite Dr. Balaram? I said to you, all are. Sir, over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll share my screen. Just make it full slide and then I'll start. I hope you can see it. Dr. Gagandeep Kang has really made my job very easy. She's already mentioned scientific temper. You'll find this phrase, the temper of science, in Jawaharlal Nehru's discovery of India. But I suspect as scientific temper, the phrase was introduced into the Constitution by the drafters of the Constitution. Now, I quote another Prime Minister of ours who said that we must take science to the people. He went on to add that we are fond of quoting Jawaharlal Nehru's famous words, namely that scientists are a minority in league with the future. But he went on to add that let us also remember that a brighter future can be realized only when science is in league with the majority of our society. Now, in India, we celebrate 2 days, National Science Day and National Technology Day, February 28th and May 11th. The first commemorates the discovery of the Raman effect, the announcement by Raman. And the second, of course, the Pokhran 2 explosions on May 11th. Over the last 1.5 years, as Dr. Gagandeep Kang has already told us, the coronavirus has really become a public health nightmare. Everybody can recognize the images of the coronavirus. And many people ask, what is a virus? Now, one of the best definitions of a virus that I found was in a dictionary of biology by Peter Medawar, who called a virus a piece of bad news wrapped up in a protein. And those spikes that you see on the surface of the coronavirus are the spiky protein. Now, the virus is a 90 nanometer spherical particle, yet it has brought the world to its knees. It has captured everybody's imagination one way or the other. And in the early phases of the pandemic, you could see images like these in the newspapers. Policemen in Secunderabad, auto rickshaw drivers in Chennai, all the way to chefs in France and Italy. I'd like to talk a little bit about science. If you're asked what is science by someone who is not a scientist, the best answer is probably provided by going back to an essay by the German poet von Goethe, who said, science is the study of nature. So what is nature? Nature, he defined, we are surrounded and embraced by her, powerless to separate ourselves from her and powerless to penetrate beyond her. You cannot find a better definition of nature here. But in order to observe nature, scientists need tools. And 2 tools which are illustrated on this slide are the microscope invented by Leeuwenhoek and the telescope which Galileo used. If you point the telescope skywards, what you see is the cosmos. And so Galileo immediately was the founding father of the field of cosmology itself. Leeuwenhoek, on the other hand, put a drop of water under the microscope and saw that it was teeming with bacteria. He had now discovered a hidden universe, the universe of microbiology. So it's really nature that one really is studying all the time. And I'd like to draw your attention to this book, which is based on a BBC series of the 1970s by Jacob Bronowski, The Ascent of Man. And he talks about the evolution of man or the ascent of man. And then he says, the series of inventions by which man from age to age has remade his environment is a different kind of evolution, not biological, but cultural evolution. And he calls that brilliant sequence of cultural peaks the ascent of man. I was struck by the word culture in your title. What is the culture of science? It turns out that culture itself has been influenced by every technological advance that has taken place over the centuries. Now, this article appeared a couple of years ago in Scientific American, where the author described something called a science tool. I've merely illustrated it on a slide. This tool has 3 legs: data, theory to explain the data, and communication. And therefore, communication is hugely important. Communication between scientists and communication between scientists and everybody else. We can ask some questions. What is science? How is science done? Is science useful at all? I just illustrated the slide, decorated it with some cartoons, which simply make fun of scientists. What are the ways of doing science? One way, 2 of the greatest triumphs of the 19th century were by observing and classification. Darwin on the one hand, Mendeleev on the other. One of them observed nature, the other observed what was happening in the scientific literature, collected all the elements which were being found, and arranged them according to their properties. He got the periodic table. Darwin came to the ideas of natural selection. But the 19th century also gave us another way of doing science, that is experiment and observation. So you do something in the laboratory and you observe what happens. And Pasteur was the exemplar of the method of experiment and observation. He also gave us the dictum that chance favors the prepared mind. That means the more you do, the more you observe, the more likely you are to find something new. Subsequently, in the 19th century, in Western science, Faraday connected electricity and magnetism. Maxwell provided the unifying theory. Out of the theory came light. And Boltzmann, investigating heat, gave us the idea of entropy. And in fact, Bronowski in his book says that it is to Boltzmann whom we owe the fact that the atom, which is the basic constituent of all matter in the universe, is a world within a world, is as real to us now as our own world. The subject which I have studied is chemistry, and later on biology. Chemistry is the lingua franca of the medical and biological science. And this is what Arthur Kornberg says in a famous essay that he wrote. Now you might look, today we have many subjects which people are interested in. So here you have this man solving a crossword puzzle. He asks the lady sitting by his side, what's a 9-letter word for biotechnology? The answer, of course, is chemistry. Similarly, if you ask a question, what is a 9-letter word for material science? It would once again be chemistry. Chemistry is all-pervading. I just give you a quote from Feynman's lectures, the very first chapter. And he asks a very interesting question. Suppose we had a cataclysm. All scientific knowledge was to be destroyed, and only one sentence passed on to the next generation of creatures. What statement would contain the most information in the fewest words? Feynman answers his question. He says, I believe it is the atomic hypothesis, or the atomic fact, or whatever you wish to call it, that all things are made up of atoms. And then he goes on to say what atoms are. And he, in fact, describes the van der Waals force here. But it's really this idea of matter, the structure of matter, which allows us to understand the world around us. The two subjects which people usually find difficult, people relate to physics and biology. Because physics they see in everyday life. Newton's laws of motion are understandable. Momentum, acceleration, velocity, these are understandable concepts. Biology is everywhere around us. As we grow older, we feel the failure of our own biology. But mathematics and chemistry are more abstract. Galileo said that mathematics is the language with which God wrote the universe. I might simply paraphrase this and say that chemistry is the language with which nature wrote the book of life. All of biochemistry requires an understanding of chemistry. To understand biology in reductionist fashion, to understand the coronavirus, you need to know the detailed chemistry of the virus. The problem with these two subjects is the following. In order to learn chemistry, you need to understand chemical structures. You need to learn a new language, the alphabets of chemistry. Similarly, in mathematics, you need to understand symbols and equations, which are the alphabet of mathematics. This public generally finds difficult. But of course, the Prime Minister must have the last word. After the last elections, he said that chemistry defeated arithmetic in the 2019 polls. This is a popular perception of chemistry and mathematics is there in the minds of politicians. Chemistry is what connects people. But in legislatures, it is arithmetic and counting which really matter. Now we might ask a question. What was the most important scientific advance of the 20th century? When the 20th century was ending, every week the journal Nature had an essay, and I used to read them. And the one essay which stuck in my mind was this by a Canadian scientist, Václav Smil, who wrote an essay called Declaration of the Popular population explosion. I read it and then asked, what is the scientific advance? He said it's the industrial synthesis of ammonia. And I think Professor M.M. Sharma would appreciate this. He said that the world might be better off without Microsoft and CNN, and neither nuclear reactors nor space shuttles are critical to human well-being. But the world's population would not have grown from 1.6 billion to today's 6 billion, it's 7 now, without the Haber-Bosch process. And what is the Haber-Bosch process? It's what you learn in elementary chemistry. It is the industrial synthesis of ammonia. And what the industrial synthesis of ammonia did was to make urea available. And urea was the first fertilizer, and it drove the first agricultural revolution of the 20th century. The second agricultural revolution of the 20th century was the Green Revolution. The first one came from chemistry, the second one came from biology and genetics. Ammonia fixation, of course, is biologically hugely important. So when one discusses science in a public forum, one has to ask the question, can basic scientific research lead to useful technology? Second question, of course, we might ask is, can new technologies emerge in an environment that does not support science? I go back to the Raman effect. This now is Scientific American of 1930. You can see a demonstration of the Raman effect. This is, of course, a celebration many, many years later, 70 years after the Raman. Today, the Raman effect is used everywhere. I've just made a sort of composite slide. You can use the Raman effect to find out whether it's really blood on the shroud of Turin. You can use it to study brain tumors. You can use the Raman effect, in fact, to look at the universe itself and look at the molecules which are there in outer space. We must also remember that there are two dominant technologies of our time, information technology and biotechnology. Both of them have their roots in fundamental science. Biotechnology's roots are in the mid-1940s, when Oswald Avery established that DNA is the genetic material. Around the same time, Claude Shannon at MIT was writing a PhD thesis called An Algebra for Theoretical Genetics. He later wrote his famous mathematical theory of communication. It turns out that both information technology and biotechnology would have never been imagined either by Avery or by Shannon. Neither would Raman have imagined that his effect would have so much of application. Today, when one tries to communicate science to the public as a communicator, one must draw links between science and society. Sometimes it is also important to draw a link between science and beauty, because many, many people appreciate aesthetics. Many people appreciate beauty. And I have noticed that you get a very good response sometimes, even if you talk about science, which is not very useful, but science which looks beautiful. In concluding this brief presentation, all I want to leave you with is this cartoon, which is again by the incomparable R.K. Lakshman. The common man usually looks at science with the look of bewilderment, and never will you find the look of bewilderment better represented than in this cartoon of Lakshman's. This is a cartoon he wrote, I think, in 1989 or thereabouts, where he talked about a man on the moon project. We are now talking about it quite actively. And here it is. Into the space laboratories, a scientist brings in the common man and he says, this is our man. He can survive without water, food, light, air, and shelter. We might now add in the 21st century that he can even survive the coronavirus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible? No. So thank you for bringing out R.K. Lakshman, common man. But we are common scientific man, in fact.
Well done.
meeting here. Okay, and thank you for very, very inspirational word we had. Very orchestrated talk. In fact, may I request the audience, wherever you are there, please stand up and give our Indian. Please stand up. Okay, friends, it was a wonderful, engaging. In fact, like I am doubly grateful to you for bringing the Indian. You mentioned about the Pandit. You mentioned about the all the prime ministers. You try to get out of the Indian politics. In fact, you mentioned about mentioned Indira Ji. You mentioned about Atal Bihari Ji. Our country runs because of the political will, and well, we'll continue. Our willpower is very strong, and we'll definitely go miles to go ahead. In fact, as I mentioned to you, we are celebrating 75th year of Indian independence. Very soon, in 25 years down the line, you're going to complete century. In fact, like I think you people standing behind us are going to witness to that. Am I right? Okay, we are on the western horizon. In fact, like you are on the slightly come above the eastern horizon, friends. When the mic comes, in fact, you have to stop. Friends, well, I am eagerly waiting. Let's board a flight and go to Brazil itself and try to get a Kandoti. In fact, a friend of National Center for Science Communicator from the inception. In fact, hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, pleasure to see you. In fact, great.
Do you hear me?
In fact, last time
Hello,
we visited.
Yaraman.
Last time we visited in 2005, and we're waiting for these two things to happen, sir. Thank you so much. In fact, and over to you, Dr. Kandoti.
So, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very far from there. I am in Brazil, and in Brazil, in Amazonia, in Manaus. I will just tell you something a little bit different from the earlier speeches. I will speak about science and human rights in these COVID times, in these pandemic times. Between scientific temper and human happiness welfare, human rights are a fundamental step, we all know. Property rights in these neoliberal times, or individual or industrial, threaten scientific discoveries in nature. This threat, it seems, from my point of view, to be a major challenge in today's principles guiding science and ethics temper globally. Threats that were tragically revealed by the present struggle of science temper as a human right against coronavirus, COVID. Last year, Donald Trump, the time president of the United States, tried to negotiate the exclusivity of property rights of a German vaccine. Luckily, the German laboratory did not accept the ignominious trial of exclusivity. We all know that science owes a debt to history of humans' effort to build better conditions of life to everybody. Since French Revolution, we are all equal. During the last 400 years, the public domain of scientific discovery fertilized progressively the scientific endeavor and temper. Public domain, we know, is also a fundamental step in the truth criteria to validate scientific discoveries. If data are not public, how can we verify if a discovery is really consistent? Science is a lever in human effort to elevate civilization patterns and human rights, a guide in human and cultural diversity, and particularly in women rights and in common efforts for peace. Nevertheless, COVID demonstrates that property rights are dominant in our tragic world. We realize with horror that we have constructed a system of science and a science merit reward without protection against property rights, viruses, patents, or property industrial rights. Well, it seems that neoliberal economy dominates theories that had contaminated and bestialized not only markets of the world, but also bestialized our science system with such values. All against all is the new motto. That is, I ask, are property rights more important than human rights? That's another question. Where are solidarity and cooperation principles? Principles that cement during centuries the scientific world community. Where is the famous invisible college that promotes and defends the principle of science for people and for peace? It's our responsibility that only 30% of the world population is totally vaccinated, but only 3% of these vaccinated people are in Africa. Something unequal is happening. At price of $10 a dose in Brazil, it's not surprising if only 3% of African human beings were twice vaccinated. The tragedy cannot surprise us. We also know that few private pharmaceutical laboratories participate in this banquet. I ask, constructing the scientific system, we were not able to protect it, vaccinate it against predator threats. All the effort we spent to promote the popular scientific temper were not sufficient to protect the science system against pharmaceutical profit virus, market, and political interests. I strongly believe that we need something like a habeas data naturae, a political and legal instrument to defend the public domain of natural data and fundamental scientific information. An instrument that should be also a fundamental principle, something like the role of habeas corpus in social human rights. In India Constitution is the Article 226, although that's from habeas corpus. I speak about something like an habeas corpus and habeas data naturae, an instrument that should protect the public domain of scientific information and the public charter of scientific discoveries and data extracted from nature and science history. A legal instrument that should protect and promote international scientific cooperation and improve educational efforts for peace and defense of human rights. We were proud of the results of the 400 years of international scientific cooperation. We inherit from Galileo, Newton, Kepler, the universality of the basic principle of physical science. Gravity here and in a distant galaxy behaves similarly. Newton once confessed, if I see larger horizons, it's because I climbed giant shoulders. Well, in 1999, when I made a first visit in India to receive honoris Kalinga Prize, I tried to sell something about the free access domain of scientific information. I remember that at that time, I mentioned a chart written by UNESCO and ICSU, written in March 1999 at Budapest, a few months before the Kalinga Award ceremony in Delhi. We read in the document, the free circulation of ideas and the results of scientific research is fundamental for the advancement of science and its ethics, implication, and the enrichment of education. The knowledge, always applications that have been of great benefits for humanity. The life expectancy growth, the cure of illnesses become possible, and the agricultural production was amplified. The new techniques of communication open opportunities without precedents in to the interaction of peoples and individuals. Nevertheless, the Budapest Chart also recognizes that all these benefits are unequally distributed and amplify the unevenness between developed countries and those in development. The application of technological developments had been source of unevenness and social exclusion, tell the chart. The concert of Budapest UNESCO document has had also a higher commitment. It says, it will be necessary to improve the confidence and the support to science through a new social contract. Scientific knowledge should respect biodiversity and the system of support of life in our planet. I am concerned about the absence in this paragraph on the side of respect to biodiversity and systems of life, the idea that scientific knowledge should also respect and understand the social and cultural diversity which we find in our planet. I insist, to understand, to better understand. 50 years of struggles for institutionalization of science and its practical uses should teach us that we cannot offer only a unique solution to the complex problems of development and justice, and social justice. We know that the solutions of the problems depend on the point of view from which they are observed, and above all, how the solutions are implemented or tested. The dimension of culture and history of each society should be considered with grain of salice, with a bit of wisdom, when we search for science solutions to reach the development and local progress. And not only the economic growth, that's easier. The problem is development. Also about intellectual property rights, in 1999 Budapest Chart, the UNESCO expresses its concerns. The intellectual property rights should be properly protected, but the access to information and data are fundamental to scientific work. It should be elaborated a legal mark universally accepted, which considers the necessity for such information and data access in developing countries, says the document of UNESCO. And I ask, and I add, to defend the free circulation of knowledge, the above mentioned pact should look at the values of science and history, look at the solidarity between people and human dignity principles, which should be opposed to the narrow border of economic interests predominant today. If the 99 Budapest warnings were listed and the excluded people were effectively included in the science and health for all efforts, and were granted to all countries the free access to scientific knowledge and cooperation, perhaps the 2020 and today COVID tragedy, 20 years after Budapest, could be better managed with less casualties and fatal victims. I know that in India, in the state of Kerala, is an example that is possible to manage pandemic COVID when science, literacy, and popular education have deeper roots in society. Many years ago, kindly invited and guided by a friend present today in our meeting, Jajaraman, I visit Kerala and personally meet MP Parameshwaran, who told me about the KSSP mass movement program in Kerala, a Science for the People movement, where hundreds and thousands of educators, scientists, activists taught and still teach to millions of people in a barefoot Science for All campaign. The KSP movement and the participative engagement of people had a fundamental role to improve scientific literacy in Kerala during more than 60 years. They began in 1962. It was not new what UNESCO and ICSU recommended in 1999, but today we see that the efforts to manage COVID treat deeply depend on education, science temper, and on the public domain of scientific results. I insist, the results of scientific research in nature and health should be of universal property. We see that property rights also inhibit larger and cheaper production and spread of vaccines. Science and literacy education are fundamental to include people in the benefits of vaccine campaigns. It is not a trivial effort, I know, but it is important to observe and spread that the total number of fatal victims in Kerala was proportionally lesser than in other developed countries, and Kerala is not a rich state. To conclude, we can say that we have to observe 6 science principles and concerns to get social equality, welfare, and healthcare objectives. Human rights are more important than property rights. Scientific discoveries in nature and fundamental science development, like vaccines and medicine for healthcare, should be of public domain. A legal instrument like habeas data naturae must protect the public domain of scientific discoveries against property trends, today dominant in market economy. Must be granted and promoted the free international scientific cooperation and access in developing countries of scientific information and science data. Science education movements should respect and understand history and culture, differences between peoples. 6, and last, it must be granted a large and inclusive participation of common people in all science for social and cultural development movements. So, if scientific temper is a lever, human rights are a compass in this battlefield. Thank you very much.
Can I have the light, please? Friends, everybody is eagerly waiting for whom? If is the only one in science. Are you with me?
I am here.
In fact, today's if you have to see the FRS, Gagandev, another FRS, Dr. Manmohan. Okay, I only get inspiration by Manmohan. Whether it's Manmohan Singh or Manmohan Sharma, both inspires us. In fact, like today, giving a very, very, very what do you call? We call it presidential talk. Okay, sir, we are eagerly waiting for you. In fact, please come join us. In fact, and before that, we have very, very apt occasion. In fact, you know, the occasion is of launching the new magazine. Okay, may I request the editor, please join here, and along with all the committee members sitting in the first row, please join him in releasing the book. In fact, you know, and in presence of Dr. Sharma.
Yeah, I'm here.
Please, all the people are expected to join us. Dr. Sharma. Yes,
I'm here.
please. We welcome you, sir. We welcome you. In fact, great to see you. In fact, yeah, please join us. Don't take, because I don't want you to take Dr. Sharma's time. In fact, you know, like it's very, very precious one. Yeah. Sir, much of taking your time. In fact, like my. वो बाद में करेंगे. I know this. Waiting for his, in fact, you know, Dr. Manmohan Sharma, FRS.
Can I start? May I start? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Again? At the outset, let me congratulate Dr. Pushpinder Bhatia and Dr. Jayaraman for organizing this event. I should also like to congratulate the previous speakers, Professor Kang, Professor Balram, and our a great person from Brazil. I'm very happy to be associated with this event, and particularly that an upcoming college like Guru Nanak College has decided to sponsor this program. I'd like to start by saying that pursuit of scientific work is also a cultural activity. I think we need to recognize that pursuit of science is also a cultural activity. Ancient India had a lot of interest, and I like to take 2 or 3 examples. One of astronomy, not to be confused with astrology. It is the study of astronomy which is today the backbone of our ability to predict weather. And you can see how all our cultural activities are affected by weather. Pursuit of blue sky research is absolutely essential for inventions to come, and later on these inventions to be converted to innovation. There are lots of things in the history where work was done out of spirit of adventure, spirit of interest. And you can see whether it is LED, whether it is crystalline polymers, liquid crystalline polymer, all kinds of activities came out of blue sky research. So I want people to recognize that unless blue sky research is supported, our ability to invent, then innovate and help the society will take a back seat. This is the one point I wanted to bring out. Our interest in mathematics, historically in India, the concept of zero. Later on, what great scientist Ramanujan was able to do, his theorems are still being worked out. Mathematics is companion of science. Many times people are not giving enough attention to pursuit of mathematics. Lately, mathematics is coming in the way, in a very proper way, to support artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is being talked about for solving a variety of problems, whether from the science of catalysis to social problems, trying to use artificial intelligence to predict even unsocial activities and so forth. How benefits of science have percolated to the society and how society recognizes them. There was brilliant exposure both by Professor Kang and Professor Balram. But before COVID struck us, it brought to our attention something which was badly needed to promote cultural activity. That if we are all stricken by COVID, please bear in mind, but the first time in the history, the new vaccines came in a matter of less than a year, when all previous record vaccines took anywhere from 4 to 8 years, 4.5 to 8 years to come out with a new vaccine. The fruits of science, as Professor Balram said, that look, Haber-Bosch process, of which I'm very fond of, and when I talk to students, I talk a lot about how this activity made such a world of difference. Although people don't know that in the beginning, it was more to make nitric acid and explosives. The fertilizer followed in the wake. In the same way, how culture of our society has been affected by the advent of the pill. What a great contribution of science and biology that we are able to have family planning in a very facile way. And science communication has played a very important role in pursuit of family planning. So please don't underestimate huge contributions of science, which has made society more comfortable, more prosperous. How diagnostics have helped every person in the society now knows that how diagnostics, it all started with X-ray. How did X-rays come in? They came through pursuit of blue sky research. That X-rays now are past. You have MRI. How did MRI come? Out of series of researches in NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, which has led to more than 5 Nobel prizes. How a common person can perceive that flow of blood into the heart can be done through nuclear medicine. I'm not talking of the impact of without carbon dioxide power to be generated by nuclear power. I'm referring to radioisotopes being used for diagnostic purposes in industry, as well as for human health, that without any invasion in the, any of the unfortunate kind of inserts, you are able to measure the flow of blood into the heart and through a software get a printout what is the percentage like. In our cultural activity, you often find two things. One is many people who do not have the background or understanding of science, they blame the mother for giving birth to daughter, one after another. And even today's newspaper had some news about how the husband killed the wife for delivering twin daughters. Science should bring out in the communication how the sex of a child is decided and what is the role of the father. It has a lot of importance in the Indian context, not so much in the Western world, but in the Indian context, it is very, very important that we bring out. There have been a lot of things said about science communication. I like to quote one anecdote of one of the greatest scientists of the world, Michael Faraday. Michael Faraday, although didn't have much of formal education, and he invented electricity and all, and he was showing a demonstration experiment to Chancellor of Exchequer in UK. And after seeing the demonstration, Lord Chancellor inquired, Michael, this is very good, but what is the use of it? His answer was very interesting. It's one of the finest examples of communication. He said, before long, you will be taxing it. So you can see for yourself that how sometimes in very simple words, science can be communicated. I like to quote another example in India, where people have a tendency to doubt the integrity of the lady in the house, wife. And sometimes for the wife to doubt the integrity of our husband. And our television has played a very important role and this simple source of just having these serials in the TV. And is that a popular saying? Is this person the father? And DNA nails it. And famous politician Tiwari, you remember, he refused to recognize the boy he had fathered. Finally, DNA nailed him. And this is yet another example of how science is playing a big role and how in simple ways this has been communicated, how our cultural activities have been affected by this, because many myths. I'll also now like to take examples of myths in India. Go back, whenever a person got epileptic attacks, they will say Mataji aayi or something, and they will try to do some jhodula and all that. That epilepsy is completely treatable by modern science. It's a proven fact. Similarly, when people had bipolar, and they will say, oh, this curse or that curse, and have all kinds of crazy things done on the person. You have proper medicine for the cure of bipolar nature of a person. So these kinds of, then one of the worst things that in India we witness is in the matrimonial matters, because there are all kinds of myths. For example, you say the person is Mangalik. Now we know that we have orbited the Mangal. Mangalayan was our great triumph. Then please tell me how relevant it is to treat Mangalik the way our society treats. And I think it's important for the science communicator to communicate this piece of information. Many things which we do in the beginning, for example, in England, when mechanical inputs came for agriculture, they were decried, saying they will ruin agriculture. Now, such kind of the beaten track statements can do a lot of harm. We accept genetic modification for vaccines. We are still having a debate on genetic modification, whether it is soybean, whether it is brinjal and all. I hope and trust that scientific discussion, because scientific pursuits encourages debates. We must have frank debates. Then only the matter gets sorted out. There was a reference to Raman effect. The work came out of curiosity of C.V. Raman. And it is interesting that apart from applications that were pointed out earlier by Professor Balram, I want you to know that today it is also used for security purposes. We keep on finding out newer and newer applications. So the moral is that when we do something very original in the beginning, need not worry about the application. Application, if it's a good science, application will emerge. These days, there is a lot of talk about renewable energy, and cultural activities are affected because now you can have solar energy, you can have wind energy and all. But what people are missing out that all these, although out of nature, but high science is involved in harnessing solar power, whether it is in terms of the silicon of 6-9 purity, whether it is dyes which is used, or the films which are high quality polymer films that are used. Similarly, in the wind power, the powerful magnets based on neodymium, how composites are used to make the, and maybe in the near future, you will see wings more than 100 meters. The power production will go up in a very, very remarkable way. Lot has been said about what Nehru said and all. I like to quote what happened in 1976. Indian Constitution Amendment stated that every citizen of India should develop scientific temper, humanism, and spirit of inquiry. Don't you think it was a unique constitutional amendment in 1976? I repeat again, constitutional amendment states that every citizen of India should develop scientific temper, humanism, and spirit of inquiry. So for scientific culture, you know, is actually a way of life. Scientific culture is a way of life, both in terms of thinking and acting. We need to remind ourselves that science is borderless and even more strikingly masterless, and it is universal. It is definitely a way of life. Let's take some other examples which affect the society. Although we are able to predict today, as I mentioned, thanks to the early studies in astronomy, we are able to predict cyclones, torpedoes, and all. But we are still not equipped to predict earthquakes. We can certainly say that these are earthquake-prone areas, but we are not able to predict in advance as we are able to predict with considerable accuracy when the typhoon will come or when the cyclone will come, how heavy will be the rain, how intense will be the rain. Another example that I want to give where high science has made all-inclusive growth in India. And I'm obviously referring to mobile phones. More than 1.2 billion mobile phones in India. Everybody in the society knows, globally also, that how important it is that they are able to communicate in the remotest part of India. And with this completely affordable, remember Dhirubhai's Ambani's statement that he wants the phone calls to cost as little as a postcard. What major change it has brought about the culture in India. Nobody is bothered about not being able to communicate. And therefore, it is very important that we recognize that science is critically important for well-being of all of us, and poverty can be only eliminated through the pursuit of science and application of science. But remember, some of the scientific discoveries can also have adverse effect. For example, biological warfare can be disastrous. Explosives which are necessary for mining can be used for terrorist activity. So we need to also recognize the role of science in being destructive in some areas. And we need to educate people that these are something which are undesirable usages of scientific discovery. मैं busy हूँ. So I want to once again compliment the organizers for this. I feel this development of scientific culture is extremely important, and that we should pursue this and communicate to people in as simple a language as possible. Thank you. Thank you. I'm done.
You realize now, if your fertile mind works.
1 minute.
Okay. I think something is wrong with me or something is wrong with the technology. Friends, your mind is fertile. What happened here? You have fertile person sitting next to you, listening to you, in fact. I think amount of information you provided me in last 20 minutes, immeasurable kind of thing. At the juncture, may I invite all the people sitting here, please stand up and provide an Indian traditional way by giving up. Please. Sir, thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving us excellent exposition to the scientific. Okay. Friends, please stand like that. And those who are standing the first row, sir, in your presence, we'd like to release the newsletter of National Center for Science Communicator. May I request the editor to please come along with the gang of the science communicators, in fact, you know. So, yeah. Yes. You can see in the, can I, in the presence of, yes, you can take the photograph of the, you can see everybody in the audience, in fact. Please, audience, please join us, in fact. Okay, I join. I'm very happy. We are not running out of time. In fact, we are in exactly in time what we want to be in. Friends, at the juncture, I like to invite the. Okay, am I miss somebody? Excuse me. Are you okay? Okay. Friends, I do Latino Barbo from Mexico. In fact, like from Bombay, let's move to the Mexico and try to get the what she want to say at these junctures. Go to Mamo.
Good afternoon, dear Dr. Pushpinder Bhatia, Dr. Jajaraman, and organizing committee of this conference in International Day of Scientific Culture in India. Dear colleagues, students, and members of the science and technology community of this wonderful country. I'm truly glad to participate in the opening ceremony of this celebration with you. In the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 27 states that everyone has the right freely to participate in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. For every citizen to exercise this right, it's essential that he or she has a scientific culture. That is to say, some basic knowledge of different disciplines accompanied by critical thinking that, for example, support his or her abilities to discern between information based on scientific evidence or fake news. Scientific culture also requires a general understanding of the role and scope of science. We need to build personal agency with a scientific culture where we enjoy science and also think with it, a culture where science is embedded in our everyday thinking with which we make a sense of the world. The COVID pandemic has shown us that it's not always predictable what kind of knowledge of science we, as citizens, will need to face a personal or social challenge in a timely and adequate manner. Being aware of the need to strengthen the scientific culture of citizens, in March 2020, as president of the Mexican Society for the Public Communication of Science and Technology, I proposed the establishment of an International Day of Scientific Culture. The aim was to highlight the importance of the scientific culture and to celebrate the institutions, groups, and individuals who promote it so that people make science a relevant part of their lives. 6 other institutions from Mexico and Costa Rica embraced and supported this vision, thus forming a promoting committee for this initiative. September 28 to the anniversary of the start of the broadcast of the series Cosmos, one of the most influential dissemination programs in history, was chosen to celebrate each year the International Day of Scientific Culture. Several other institutions joined to our initiative. The first celebration of the International Day of Scientific Culture in 2020 was carried out through diverse activities in 9 countries. In parallel to the institutional action and events, hundreds of science communicators from these same countries published their personal testimonies on social media. I would like to share with you that today, 168 organizations from 43 countries in Africa, America, Asia, and Europe have joined the celebration we have called for. Altogether, they are carrying out 236 activities on this day. Mexico and India are the countries with the most participating institutions. Therefore, on behalf of the promoting committee for the International Day of Scientific Culture, I acknowledge and thanks the enthusiasm and effort of Indian institutions in general, and in particular, the Guru Nanak College of Art, Science and Commerce and the National Center for Science Communicators. It's an honor and truly happy occasion that together we put scientific culture into the public conversation in our societies. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Oh my God, thank you, Mom, bringing Carl Sagan into limelight, in fact, because you have to go back 40 years, in fact, like the Carl Sagan is the only science communicator in the world, I could say, in fact, like now with the first row sitting here, I'll become the communicator. So the Carl is responsible to generate this particular ideology called science communicators. Now we can properly say we are a science communicator. I don't know how many Americans seen the Carl Sagan serial Cosmos, engaging 13 episodes. Okay, that was a fantastic thing. And thanks to, in fact, only Doordarshan was available in India at that time, in fact, like. In Bombay, we could engage ourselves on Sunday morning at 11 o'clock, and we can see the Sunday, on a television box. Okay, the Carl Sagan was introduced by Indian Carl Sagan, none other than Dr. Nadikar, in fact. Friends, I can definitely go on, and this juncture I like to thank for initiating this particular this kind of activities. In fact, I know it's just tea time, but don't look at your watch. Okay, because I know you had an excellent lunch. Your tea is going to get delayed because the tea is not arriving here. Am I right? I'm going to delay your tea, in fact, because I have just, in fact, like what we missed in the morning is like, because now from Mexico, come back to Bombay, and now we're taking next flight to UK, in fact, like. We have just Stephen Webster, Director Science Communication Unit, Imperial College. Sir, thank you so much for joining us, in fact. In fact, thank you. In fact, our Indian atmosphere is excellent. In fact, rain is outside kind of thing. The month is September. So please, the floor is yours. We are delaying our tea. Don't worry about it. We'll have it after that.
Yes, no, I don't want to delay your tea, so it's a very heavy burden on me, but I'll be brief. And welcome, greetings from London. It's raining here, and we have fuel shortages and all sorts of chaos. I'm really delighted, first of all, to say again how exciting it is about this news from Guru Nanak College that you're starting science communication. And I've talked a little bit with some of the students before, and just to introduce myself a little bit, as our host said, my name is Stephen Webster. I run something at Imperial College called the Science Communication Unit, and we think we're the oldest and biggest science communication master's program in the world. We started 30 years ago. In fact, the next week we welcome our 30th cohort, about 50 students, all of them with science degrees, all of them really wanting to go into the media and policy and museums rather than scientific research itself. And it's a flourishing area, and I think it's a flourishing area in India too. Now, I really want to kind of begin my comments by commenting on what I've heard already, these fascinating talks. And I should say, perhaps in my defense, that when I was 19, I spent 6 months in India, based at CMC in Vellore, and traveled very widely, Kerala, Karnataka, Rajasthan, West Bengal, Himachal Pradesh, really very widely. And I became very aware at that time, it was the late 70s, and there was a lot of strife in India to do with the Congress Party, to do with Indira Gandhi. And I became very aware of the politics of India. I was a young man, it was exciting. And I became very aware of Nehru, and I was anxious to learn more about the Quit India movement and Mahatma Gandhi and what happened really with partition and independence. And it was impossible not to see what's been said often so far this morning already about Nehru's commitment to science, his sense that what he felt was very necessary in India, which was a secular India, linked in some way to the scientific temper. And I think for all of us who love science, all of us who see hope in science, this view from Nehru remains very powerful. And I like this phrase, the scientific temper. But also I do know that when we come across a problem like COVID or a problem like the climate crisis, it's pretty obvious, isn't it, that science, while providing a set of possible solutions, science on its own cannot provide the solution to COVID, cannot provide the solution to the climate crisis. And Professor Kandotti made this only too evident, really. We have a vaccine, we produce the vaccine extraordinarily quickly, but we cannot distribute it. And we've heard, through Nehru, through Professor Sharma, through Professor Kandotti, through all of us really, and I want to bring this element out to you, early career science communicators. The point about doubt, what is the role of doubt in science communication? Of course, we all know that good scientists know their hypotheses are not the final truths. But what does a science communicator do with the concept of uncertainty, with the concept of doubt? And really, this is not the time for dialogue between myself and Professor Kandotti, but listening there, I was reminded of a very powerful thing that happens with my students, my science students at Imperial College, which is that really through my own reading, because once I was a school teacher and read a lot of educational theory, I came across someone who's not that well known in England, very well known, of course, in Brazil and in India, Paulo Freire. And Paulo Freire was a literacy expert and much used by post-colonial countries and independence movements. And in my probably rather weak understanding of Paulo Freire, I talk about him to my students, and I say to them this idea that Freire was asked to improve literacy rates among contadini, among illiterate people in a number of impoverished countries, in a number of countries emerging from colonial rule. And his question was apparently shocking, really. Why do you want me to increase literacy rates among the farmers of this newly independent territory? And his doubt was, and his feeling was, but to be literate is to become more fully conscious, to become more fully conscious of one's own skills, one's own life, one's own culture. His doubt was that he was being asked to improve literacy really as a way of increasing the power of the center. Use my tractors, use my seed, irrigate your land in my way. And this is very interesting to my students because we talk about science in this way too at Imperial in terms of science communication. The reason why the scientific temper is important is not because it increases a country's wealth or makes a population more governable. The reason we might want to increase the scientific temper, support the scientific temper, is because it enhances the lives of everybody. And it enhances the lives of everybody within an unequal and unjust world. And this has to be terribly clear in our minds. It's obvious in the United Kingdom that financial inequality, economic inequality, social injustice, social mobility, these are all problems which are not improving. These are all problems which are not improving. And therefore, it's very important that if we enhance scientific temper, the scientific temper, that it has a role in improving social justice. And that's really my first point arising from Professor Candotti, because Professor Sharma also is quite right. There are marvelous and sublime achievements to science, and we need to be very proud of them, and we need to make sure they take effect. But it looks as though science can't take effect in the world unless it has a very good understanding of society and a very hard-headed understanding of society. But society is divided, but people are divided, but nationalism is everywhere. And I think science, possibly a change from 30 years ago, is much more aware that its beneficial effects can only occur when we have a good understanding of society and an ability really to engage in society politically. And that's really what I teach my science communication students at Imperial College. Now, moving on quickly and aware of that kettle boiling and tea coming fast, how do we understand this idea that science is linked to society? How do we see that? And in fact, this also comes from my travels in India. It was always obvious to me in India that the separation between science and the arts, between science and religion, science and wider culture, it was always obvious to me from my travels in India that these divisions are very hard to maintain. And yet I think Professor Sharma's right. You know, the autonomy of science, the ability of people to do blue skies research, this is very important. And so we have a paradox. We have a paradox for any science communicator, really, that we should look to the skills of science, to the wonderful temper of science, to the autonomy of science. Professor Candotti said that too. He wanted to improve research culture. He wanted to improve the relationship between commerce and science, to make its values more honest. We should work to make the values of science as strongly beneficial as possible, and as necessary, as autonomous as possible, so that we can speak truth to power, so that we can pull up our politicians, so that we can challenge economic models, so that we can make the world a better place. That's why we do need autonomy in science. But at the same time, and this is the paradox, passing my comments on COVID and climate change, we need science communication to be entirely interdisciplinary. We do need to interact with faith groups. We do need to interact with politicians. We do need to have an understanding of science as part of culture. And this has been said many times today already. So in a way, what I'm doing with this talk, with these few words to the science communicators of you, I think we can only communicate science well when we're very conscious of this paradox that we want science both to be autonomous and we want it to be part of society. And it seems to me that paradox is indeed a tension. Now, can we understand this? Can we work this out? I think really that is something I must leave to you. All of us need to understand, how do we protect the autonomy of science, build the science we want, and at the same time make science genuinely part of society, genuinely sensitive in the way that Paulo Freire was sensitive to the real lives of the contadini. Now, I'm not going to explain that paradox any further or try to solve it. Instead, I'm going to give you two historical examples, which perhaps will be valuable. About really, my first example is about science trying to become autonomous, and my second is really about science being part of the wicked world. My first example will come from the 17th century lawyer Sir Francis Bacon, and my second example will come from the East India Company and the mapping of Bengal and of what was then called Hindustan, and the relationship between that mapping in the late 18th century and the growth of British science in the 19th century. So let me remind you briefly of Sir Francis Bacon, a 17th century lawyer in the court of both Queen Elizabeth I and King James. And he's credited with what we call in England the birth of Western contemporary science 300 years ago, because what he did and said is very, very normal to us, but was revolutionary then. And what he said was that science is beneficial to society, should be supported by the state, the king in his case, and has a method. Three things. Science is beneficial to humanity. Science has a unique method, and science needs to be supported by the state. All of these things are commonplace for all of us in this room. And yet they really do stem from Sir Francis Bacon, who felt at the start of the 17th century that Copernicus, Galileo, William Harvey, he was before Newton, he felt these people and their insights were of astonishing value and would move Europe on from arbitrary classical understandings. He was excited by instrumentation. He was excited by progress. Now, to produce this model of science, which he said needed support, was unique, would make the world a better place. Galileo, for example, was interested in mechanics and interested in the right answer, was interested in autonomy. He didn't talk a lot about science being for humanity. Science being for humanity, something which we've discussed such a lot already today, really is an idea that for people like me, from a Westerner, comes from Bacon, is only 300 years old, not 2000 years old. And to make his science that way, he developed a method, which I won't describe now, but which is very simple and is called the inductive method, and which has largely been discredited. But he also said something which has not been discredited and which is extremely powerful. And he really said that to do good science, you need to leave outside the laboratory door large amounts of your humanity, your personal bias. He calls them idols or delusions. And he said, your personal desires, your biases, your traditions, your schooling, your place of birth, your political inclinations, all these things can only get in the way of science. You need to leave them aside so that your method can be done purely. And also very interesting for all of us interested in science communication, and troubling too. He said one of his idols, one of his delusions, one of the things he felt we needed to get rid of was the idol of the marketplace. And what he meant was chatter, talk, conversation, debate, loose language. He was adamant that science must be conducted in a very pure, very simple, very austere language. Because if we just chatter to each other and talk about our lives and our friendships and our homes and our worries, our stories, our rumors, all this for Bacon gets in the way of science. And these ideas of purity, that to do science you must leave yourself at the laboratory door, were very influential for the Royal Society when it was set up. And they saw actually that Bacon's vision was a way to get science distinct and get science powerful. So there's an example of your paradox. The founder of contemporary science, with this tremendous vision of science as being of benefit to humanity, at the same time saying that for science to be of benefit to humanity, we scientists need to be very skeptical about our own humanity. So that's the first story I want to give you. Now, the second story is just a story. It's just a kind of a fact I thought I'd give you. I thought, how can I connect my world with yours? I may have been very much amongst you 40 years ago, but I haven't visited for a long time. But I follow India a lot, and I kind of read about the history of India. So this is really a story about the East India Company. And I draw it from an amazing book called The Science of Empire by someone called Zahir Baba. Scientific knowledge, civilization, and colonial rule in India. Extraordinarily interesting. Of course, we could talk about science and technology in India 1,000 years ago, or 1,200 years ago, or 600 years ago. But this story really is about science in India in the 18th century, before the Raj had got going, and when India was pretty much run by the East India Company, a commercial organization with 30 or so directors in London, about 4 miles from where I'm talking now, really running India as a company and really only interested in money. But of course, as their power grew, the need for administration, of some sort of civic responsibility, and the need actually for well-organized armies and military presence became more present. And although the East India Company had been pressed to allow and to encourage scientific research in India, they rather frowned on it as an unnecessary expense. But eventually they did. And actually what happened, and the story I want to tell you, is about a man called James Rennell, who was an amateur cartographer, an amateur map maker. And in about 1770, so quite a long time ago, and by no means in the 19th century, he was asked by the East India Company to go and map Bengal, and with a view really to kind of mapping this country and working out military aspects and seeing kind of what the lie of the land was. And James Rennell was paid £1,000 a year for this task, which was a lot of money in these days. And the map he produced, first of all, of Bengal, then moving into Orissa, then Bihar, and actually moving westwards towards Delhi, and actually in the end producing a tremendous series of maps called the Map of Hindustan. These maps were far superior to any map that could be found in Great Britain, far superior to any map at the time could be found in Great Britain. And as part of this mapping, James Rennell became very interested in the River Ganges and its form and its flow and its sedimentation rates. And he wrote copiously about this. And the question really was, in the Ganges Delta, do things happen quickly or do things happen slowly? Does that silt flow out into the bay and change things rapidly, or is it a slow process? Now, I'll leave that with you. And what happened was James Rennell went back to England with his tremendous maps, and guess what happened immediately? Remember, this guy was an amateur map maker, an amateur geographer. Instantly, on his arrival back in London, he was made an FRS. In other words, he was transferred from amateur hobbyist to fully professional scientist. And that knowledge he had of India began to be, which was produced for the East India Company, remember, produced for the better commerce of that company, for the more efficient removal of value from the Indian subcontinent. He was turned from a kind of assistant of colonization into a established London metropolitan scientist, a member of the Royal Society. And to finish, his work on the sedimentation of the Ganges became a vital part of what 60, 70 years later was the development of evolutionary theory. We've already seen Charles Darwin mentioned. Now, those of you who follow the history of Charles Darwin and his development of a history of the theory of evolution will know that a huge influence on him, rather like me traveling around as a young man, what Darwin did was travel around the world on board a beagle. And some of you may know that the most decisive influence on him in terms of his reading when he traveled was a 3-volume text by Charles Lyell, who was a geologist, The Elements of Geology. And in that book, there is a whole chapter drawn from Rennell about river flow and how over many, many eons, many millennia, a river can flatten a range of mountains slowly, steadily, surely. That sedimentation, erosion, not catastrophic, not quick, but slow, can actually affect in time the lie of the land. And that became essential to Darwin as he thought about the slow development of evolution, that it can happen slowly, not through some great flood, not through some great catastrophe. That knowledge Darwin used came from Lyell. That knowledge Lyell came from Rennell, who was a practical work in India in the late 18th century. So that's my final example, really, of how complicated science is, that the East India Company, of very dubious moral qualities, tremendous pieces of science, which became in time essential in the development of a piece of science, the theory of evolution by natural selection, that we never or rarely think of involved with politics or very much to do with human culture. So I leave that with you. I'm delighted to be working with you. If I've got anything to leave with you, is that the science communicator somehow must combine Pandit Nehru's glorious vision of the scientific temper with the kind of worldly doubts that I think we all need if science is going to take its proper place in the world. So thank you very much. Good luck with your project. Please come and see me in London, and I'll hope to rejoin my travels and come and see you anytime soon.
We agree with me, the dynamic of the universe is singular. Why I'm stating this thing, very simple reason. Stephen's talk was early in the morning. It was scheduled at 12 o'clock or something like that. And you know very well, the universe came to existence 13.8 billion years ago. And the commerce of this particular conference, we decided, in fact, was that time, in fact, 13.8 billion years ago. What we are today doing is the execution of, in fact, Sir, thank you for joining us, not in the invited talk session, but inaugural session, in fact, And thank you for being part of this particular inaugural session, in fact. Well, I looking, after listening to you, I like to extend my warm hands to you and to you in person in Mumbai, in fact. Let the pandemic get over. Like to receive you in Mumbai. I'm going to have a head-on collision with the audience sitting over here. Is that agreeable to you? Or accept? Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Okay, friends. Well, everybody has a cup of tea, in fact. There's not going to be a tea break. Okay? Anybody like to have a break? Choice is yours. You can go out and come back. Okay, friends? The time has come, in fact, like I have to sign off, in fact. as a like coordinator, and I have got a dual responsibility because the conferencer is on the dual mode, a physical as well as a digital mode. In fact, friends, I have no choice to propose a vote of thanks. Where should I start now? Well, I should start with the person had given a Manmohan. Okay, what an inspirational speech. In fact, like what a message he had, and I'm delighted here only for the only reason everybody has quoted Panditji, and I am also ardent believer of Panditji. In fact, like, for what? For scientific temper. Okay, scientific temper and temper, but present generation not might be knowing, because the scientific temper is no more temper. It has been tampered. In fact, like and okay, in fact, that was a 1956 document. In fact, 1993 we are another document, and 2003 when Manmohan Singh was the prime minister, he brought out a document called Science, Technology, Innovation. Now the time is 2020. In fact, like we are ready with the document. In fact, the document is just to come out of the shell from the Science and Technology division. In fact, right? It will come out kind of thing. Friends, I must these youngsters. I was all the time gagged with two questions. In fact, just imagine Panditji at the helm of affair, and if the Panditji has not had a good friendship with with Vikram Sarabhai and another person, can you tell me who is the other person? Homi Jahangir Bhabha. In fact, right? Very soon, in fact, like everybody had, like we had a celebration of a centenary year of Panditji also, but centenary celebration of scientist Homi Bhabha in 2010, and in 2019 we are a celebration of Vikram Sarabhai centenary. If you look at these two people, in fact, like our Indian science is totally dependent upon two people. In fact, and I must tell you, if you had a good relationship with the prime minister, what happened? The country exceed, and achieve a tolerable limit kind of thing. In fact, our own program, atomic energy program, was headed by Homi Bhabha, and our space program was headed by then Vikram Sarabhai. In fact, and magnificent. In fact, both the field we have achieved so magnificently thanks to our commitment to science and technology. Friends, may I request Barve Saab to kindly hand over the fruit, basket of fruit to Madam. See to it that she hand over in returns to Manmohan. This is to Sharma Saab. Okay, you have to cut the fruits in the pieces and give it to him. Being you close, stay very close to him. And I must thank you here. In fact, like without anything, she happened to get FRS. We had Gagandeepji. FRS has to be matched with FRS. She got Manmohan Singh. So thank you so much, ma'am, for getting this FRS on the platform. In fact, not to both on digital platform. Friends, I have thanked everybody. In fact, do I left anybody? Say yes or no. I not thank myself. I'm not supposed to do that. Okay. Just youngsters, in fact, all the speakers. Oh wow, what a thing. In fact, like thank God the rain is continuing outside. In fact, like, and there is a message got it. The Bombay is already flooded, so might have to extend this particular session further down, kind of thing. But I can go on. May I request the technical team to please join the first row and get the acknowledge of all the people sitting over here. Technical team headed by Karthik. Please come up. In fact, like please join, because what you have seen it. In fact, like, please. No, please join. Please cover your head. Yeah, please join them. In fact, yeah, see, please, yeah. Behind every woman there is a man. In fact, yeah, yes. I asked if they want to break. In fact, like I think everybody is not tired kind of thing, except me and principal. Friends, I these youngsters, in fact, like I have to thank the editor of the newsletter, in fact, for getting this newsletter in time, in fact, like. And Parvez Saab, can I see your face? Yes, yes. Thank you for getting the excellent news magazine, in fact, I am buying that copy, in fact. Okay. The magazine is on the sale. The signed copy by Parvez is going to cost it only 1,000 rupees. Okay. Friends, well, yes, my time is up. Somebody said to me, in fact, like, and the people are in the bay kind of thing, waiting for me to just push out of the thing, in fact, friends. What a conference of this nature, in fact. And friends, only one person responsible. Anybody can guess? Guess is wrong. Wrong guess doesn't carry any point. Yes, that's right, in fact. Pushpindar, please accept this basket of food from everybody. Please come. Conference of this is only celebration kind of thing, in fact. No, I have a lot of. Madam is very worried, in fact. Madam, but Sharma Saab ka packet unke ghar mein jana chahiye. So friends, I will take off video leave. I enjoyed myself this particular conference, in fact, Friends, thank you for a good listener and be a listener all the time. The people are sitting the first bench, all the member of the PR, all the member of the National Center for Science Communication. Those who are not filled the forms are available with me only. And the membership is only 2,000 rupees, 5 members, in fact. Anybody decided? No? The marketing is over. Okay? You want a break? Yeah. He's our person, in fact. He'll allow another 5 minutes also. I must tell you, these youngsters, the figure, in fact, after we already crossed 100, in fact. And we are not unable to, like now some of the people were waiting, in fact, then Karthik was kind enough to get them inside whenever they're waiting. Jai Raman. Yeah. So, sir, I take your view. Thank you so much for being a good, again, I'm repeating, excellent audience of different nature. May I invite my successor? Dr. Mithali, please. The flight is yours.
Welcome back to the next session. In this session, we have a talk by Professor A.P. Jayaraman. Professor Jayaraman is a nuclear scientist from BARC and is Professor of Technology Management. Sir is also the chairman of the National Center for Science and Communication in Mumbai. May I invite you, sir, to begin with your presentation. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Can you see my slide?
Can you see my slide? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm extremely grateful for having this opportunity, because right now my mind is filled with the sober thoughts which has just now lingering, reverberating in my mind from Professor Ennio Condotti, who has given a better, insightful introduction to the topic I plan to survey. Stephen Webster has mentioned, in fact, Stephen Webster comes to my mind as the person who differentiated between science culture and research culture, where the subset of research culture has been characterized by him with intimacy, innocence, and reticence. So science culture on one aspect, the science research culture on the other side. And I had the privilege of being with him in his office and guided by whatever we should do in science communication. So what I'm trying to do is not any notional, conceptual, theoretical understanding, but a grassroots workers' experience with a people's science movement that is 60 years old today. I would call this as a conscious and conscientious effort of a minority of scientists. And the evolution of that effort went into a mass movement. And with a question mark today, will a scientific society be stable or not? That's first. But what I'm trying to do is to avoid interpretation and try to give you a historical chronology of what things happened and how things moved on. I would like to take you to a small place in India, the smallest probably, the southern state of India, which is called Kerala. Professor Ennio Condotti has been to this place and he has met Dr. M.P. Parameswaran, the architect of this program. And what I want to show is, looking at this Kerala, a spiritual leader said, Kerala is a lunatic asylum. That means every Keralite is suffering from bipolar schizophrenic disorder. No, a lunatic asylum, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, that's what a landmass and its people were, according to a spiritual leader. Now, we keep this in mind because that was the status long ago. Then came a school teacher, BSc, Bachelor of Science, licentiate in teaching, BSc LT. His name is very difficult for the international community to remember, but you can think of him as PTB. This is in 1957. In 1957, the state of Kerala underwent two transformations. For the first time, a Marxist government was democratically elected. An unusually strange phenomenon, a Marxist government coming to power through people's mandate, democratically elected. Same year, 1957, this school teacher, who was also partly red in color, said there was a library movement. Kerala was connected with a set of bookstores. And he has been a school teacher and he knew the value of books. And using this, he started a science literature council, 32 people. Small beginning, 1957 PTB, from the Renaissance movement of that time, which is called the library movement. 1957, same year, an electrical engineer from Kerala went to Bombay, then it was called Bombay, because at that time, the nuclear architect of the country, Dr. Homi Jahangir Baba, was looking for the bright minds for starting a training school in nuclear energy and science program. Parameswaran was selected. He did a remarkable training program in nuclear science and technology. And then after that training, he went to Soviet Union for advanced studies in nuclear engineering. 3 years after, he came back. Now,
let me at this stage, let us go into the Aristotelian poetics, the time, place, and action. 1957, Kerala. From Kerala to Bombay, from Bombay to Moscow. That's how this moved. Now, let me give you a geographical or a cartographic description of what Kerala is. It is about 39,000 square kilometer. There are 35 million people living today. They speak a non-English language, which is called Malayalam, M-A-L-A-Y-A-L-A-M, a palindrome. You can write forward and backward with the same spelling. And today, thanks to Dr. Parameswaran's effort, we have 60,000 science activists as grassroots workers in this place. That means we have 2 science communicators per 1,000 of the population, and we have 3 science communicators per 2 square kilometer of the area. Thanks to their effort, thanks to their sustained effort, unyielding effort, it was possible for them to create a literacy of 96.2%. The question of literacy and the natural and probable consequences of the philosophical underpinnings of literacy has been mentioned by Stephen. Yes. Now, this is also, I want to introduce this as a feminine state. I say it's a female state because there are 1,084 females per 1,000 of the population, but it's still not an aggressively feminist state. The state also should be introduced as the most radioactive state in the world. It has an annual dose of 70 milligray per year. That is the highest natural radioactivity dose which we get in the monazite sands, very similar to Guarapari of Brazil. Now, this is because we have 500,000 tons of thorium in a 55 kilometer long, 5 kilometer wide belt called the monazite belt. And today, this is the best livable and best dieable stage. If you want to die, the best place will be probably in Kerala because of the geriatric care which has been brought about by the People's Science Movement. Surprisingly, the Human Development Index is 0.782, comparable with that of the Scandinavian countries. And in the SDG goals, it is 75. Now I make an adventurous hypothesis. This state of affairs has been secured by continuous efforts of a 60-year-long effort of the Science Communicators program. That's a hypothesis. And to my mind, this stands validated. There have been efforts to falsify this hypothesis, but if you know the SDG today, the HDI today, and the continuous stream of work that has been carried out, that was a very, very important one. Now, MP Parameswaran, MP, as we affectionately call him, had been to Moscow. At that time, the science communication revolution was happening in the Soviet Union, which we call Ruskaya Nauchnaya Kommunistnaya Revolutionatsaya. That is what was happening. He was proficient in Russian language. And I think most of us in the training school of the first 10 years were also studying Russian as part of this. So he came back from Soviet Union. He found a number of Malayalam speaking people in Bombay, a team of scientists and engineers. And the common denominator between most of these scientists and engineers was they had a global exposure of having visited either Canada or with UK or USA or the Soviet Union. So there is a foreign exposure element, a foreign exposure to the elevations of science, nuclear science and technology. And the common denominator was they spoke the same language, Malayalam. He said, remember the spiritual leader statement, it's a lunatic asylum. The MP said, a certain amount of madness is required for doing anything good. I quote, a certain amount of madness is required for doing something good.
And with that madness, that infectious madness, he brought 100 of us together. And his statement was, let 100 flowers bloom. So about 100 of us went behind him. And he was also trained very well on Russellian paradigms, Arnold Toynbee's views on interactions between civilizations and cultures, which wavelength of culture will penetrate into the body social and which will be rejected in the first instance. He was also very familiar with Sir C.P. Snow's two cultures. And to this amalgam or this eutectic mixture, he brought the Marxian dialogue too. So we have a very, very powerful concoction, and he invented a language. Now, inventing a language is very important. The traditional Malayalam was not capable of handling the technical terminology and glossary of technical terms. And therefore, 20,000 words were coined. 20,000 words created, fabricated, engineered in the language. And what is the proof of concept? 2 books in atomic energy, Source Book of Atomic Energy by Samuel Glaston and Nuclear Physics by Irving Kaplan were translated into the language. Not that they are immediately relevant for the popular mass science movement, but to prove that a language is capable of conveying the concepts of most advanced sciences into the regional language. We did this test not as an individual effort, but it was a collective committee work that went into the production of these 2 books, and the capability of the language was well established. Now, having invented a language, we should give now we thought about a production system, like an economic production system, production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. And the front end of the supply chain in science communication is the children below 14 years. So we started a campaign, and that is called the Eureka campaign. The Eureka is a children's magazine exclusively devoted to science and technology. It is bi-monthly, that means fortnightly. It costs just 50 rupees. And it had a circulation of 500,000. 500,000 copies, individual copies. And there is a multiplier effect of 10. Because every Eureka purchased by a teacher is shared with 10 students. So a real cultural revolution, which we call the sci-literacy culture, was started with Eureka. And the person behind it, Professor S. Shivadas, whom we call the Asimov of India. He has produced 300 books in science for children under a new genre called creative science literature, and taking science to the tender minds and the most impressionable age. That was a revolutionary concept, and he got a good number of first generation writers who could follow science slam, science stories, science writings, science poems, all sorts of the literature in all its efficacy, in all its potency was employed for taking science to the children through the Eureka. Eureka was a great success. Now, Eureka is for children under 14. Above 14, we developed another concept called Scientific Kerala, like Scientific American. That was going to the high schools. And to the undergraduates, we started another one called The Path of Science. And then for post-graduation, we got another one and one to the villages. The entire demographic spectrum was covered by appropriate literature and with the people who have been trained in the art and skill of writing specifically to that segment of population. This is what I call the science literacy culture, which was consciously engineered by, I'm just saying, it's not that the particular individual has done it. Behind the individual, there is a huge army of people. But iconic of that revolution is Professor S. Shivadas, and he continues to do it today. I'm sure he must be attending this session. Now, literacy among children, that's a look into the future. That means you are jettisoning and writing off the contemporary generation. No, the science literacy for children was concurrently and in parallel. A very massive program was conducted by the People's Science Movement, which is called an adult literacy culture. Now, the adult literacy culture was done not by the printed media, but through oral traditions of engaging the people in dramatic and folktale forms. And this was done by another engineer. His name is K.K. Krishna Kumar. He did this program. Now, the most important thing to remember is in the total literacy mission which he conducted, 250,000 volunteer instructors worked for 1 year, and 1.6 million illiterates were converted into neo-literates and functional literates. That's a massive effort for a people science movement to do it. And here you find a 92-year-old grandmother writing her name and learning how to sign a bank check. You can also find the development of a new genre of communication, which is called the Science Art Carnival. Throughout the length and breadth of the stage, these art carnival moved on, engaging the people, finding out the specific problems they encounter in their life, and a problem-solving methodology was explained to them. That is called another revolution, which we call the adult literacy culture. Following the adult literacy culture, we started another one, the technoculture. We have RVG Eminent. We started an integrated rural technology in one part of the state. Now here we find a very important aspect. We started, see, today we speak about innovation, and innovation to most of us means because innovation has become a buzz business word, and we use innovation tinkering with products so that it is sold to the consumers in a different way by adding a few more features. No, for us innovation was the bottom of the pyramid, to the housewife, to the women who were bound to the kitchen, the smoke, the lacrimatory effect of wet firewood. That was our problem, and most of the Kerala homes were suffering from very smoky stoves, fireplaces. So 500,000 fireplaces with enhanced heat efficiency, heat transfer efficiency was created, and that was sold at a very low price to these households. It is not the selling or the marketing which was important. Once a science activist got access to the kitchen with a product whose advantage is instantly known, there was an acceptability of that culture. The technology culture of entering the household of the bottom of the pyramid people with a smokeless stove and maintaining it in good humor, they started sharing their other problems also with our activists. So from the stove, we had a broader spectrum, a wide spectrum interaction can be had through the kitchen. And when the grandmother of the kitchen was so favorably inclined to the science activists, there was a trust that was created. And that was a trust which helped us to spread fast. So we have a rural technology center, and this rural technology center, the problem is a significant difference between what is and what should be. And we are looking for problems right in the rural sphere. What are the problems which the underprivileged people are having? So we identified problems from the bottom of the pyramid and found solutions for that. That was the problem solving period. Then we built another opportunity came for the environment culture to be built out. There were 3 events for that. There is a pristine purity tropical forest in Kerala. The industrial lobby wanted, in the name of development, industrial development, they wanted to put a 120 megawatt hydropower station. That means a dam has to be built. The free flow of the river will stop, and all the 43 rivers in the state will be affected by having a dam over there. So the environmentalists headed by Professor Prasad. He is a professor of botany. Under him, a brigade of people came. We studied all the aspects of Silent Valley, and then it went up to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister decided that this will be preserved. No dam will be built, and this is a tropical national preserve which we could. So here is a proof of concept that a people science movement can work against a powerful industrial lobby, no matter how their political power is. And the voice of reason, the voice of the mass populace was heard. That was done. So that is one aspect of the silent value. Then Coca-Cola, one of the most powerful militant organizations in the industrial empire, took a small portion of farmers' land and started beverage production. As they started drawing water, in fact, 1 liter of Coca-Cola needs about 2.5 liters of fresh water at the groundwater. These groundwater levels went down. The sludge from the company was distributed as fertilizers, which started reporting as cadmium and lead, and the farmers have these heavy metals concentrated on the rice. And people's movement worked in such a heavy way they had to close down, and this industrial giant left the state. That is another instance where the scientific reasoning fed to the masses in the right proportion, the right time, in the right sequence, the right quantity, the right quality of information. We could activate a people's science movement for direct demonstrable action. Imagine the infamous tragedy that came to Bhopal, methyl isocyanide. Our response was, we will not buy everyday batteries in the state. Maybe that was a small financial boycott, but its impact and impingement was felt by the industry, and they knew that this thing will not go on. So we created an environmental culture, we created a techno culture, we created a science literacy culture, we created an adult literacy culture. These are the cultures which are the subcultures of the science culture I am now referring to. Then came the healthcare culture. This healthcare culture was started by, this is Shailaja teacher, affectionately called Shailaja teacher, BSc, B.Ed, a science teacher, who became the minister of healthcare in the governmental sector, from social service to public service. That's what she came to. So today, Professor Kandoti was referring to some of the achievements in the healthcare sector which we have done. This is thanks to the effort of 2 science activists, science communicators. One was Professor Iqbal, a neurosurgeon, and Shailaja teacher, who was the minister in the erstwhile East. When the first time in India, the COVID-19 case from Wuhan directly to Kerala, and that was the first case in India. The reason? A large number of Kerala students are studying in Wuhan Medical College for their MD degree. So on 13th April, in fact, on January 2020, the first case was reported of a girl who came to a place very close to MD Parameswaran's house. That was the first recorded case. Now the containment strategy proposed, the total healthcare enhancement system already created, and the flattening of the curve, the physical act, that was done in an extremely skilled way of planning, executing, monitoring. So it was a poem, planning, organizing, executing, and monitoring. That beautiful healthcare culture poem was crafted by a science teacher who was a science activist. Then we were speaking about the impact on society. Yes, science is only one aspect. What is the impact of a technology in society? How we can do that? The question of Amartya Sen's microfinance. We have a PhD in economics, Dr. Thomas Isaac. He said, centralization is the only solution for creating a democratic scientific culture. With that manifesto, he started organizing a decentralization move right from the Panchayati Raj. It was all written and enshrined in the constitution, but it was not implemented. So he took the courage, he took the initiative, backed by the People's Science Movement, and a women's movement, which is called Kudumbashri, that is the fairness of the family. This was a massive chain reaction which brought to the state a decentralized mindset, a decentralized infrastructure, and a decentralized economic structure, and a decentralized financial structure too. That was an important aspect over a period of time. So if you look at the systems now, in the 6 decades, the first decade of this people science movement, capitalism was on its rise. Science popularization was high at the Soviet Union. So one of the antidotes which we can probably do was the direct antidote, a neutralization reaction, which can think of for capitalism is Marxism. That is how the first generation, that is the first decade was on that. The second decade, that is 60s, 70s, the oil crisis, 1973. At that time, the people's science movement took the decision, science for social revolution. Earlier, we were thinking science for development. Development of whom? Science for growth. Growth of what? So we have to define the target audience, and the target audience is the large mass at the bottom line of the pyramid. Then the third decade of people's science movement saw the fall of the Soviet Union, the descent of the Soviet Union, the crash of the Soviet Union, end of the Cold War. But that time we concentrated on problem solving as a mindset. That is from house to house. It was really a house-to-house resource mapping. That is a grassroots mapping. We went and found out what are the resources available. With that resources, what are the problems which we can solve there. So there was a matching of the problem and solution at the micro level. So that, I think that was one of the most important aspects of the third decade of our group. The fourth decade was characterized by neoliberalism, and there was intellectual confusion when neoliberalism came. There were pros and cons being argued, and innovation was the buzzword which I told earlier. At that time, we took a slightly counterintuitive approach of degrowth. That is, innovation for innovation's sake will not do. We have to see the totality of the impact on the environment and the society before a plan is cleared. So that was our answer or response. In fact, our responsible response to neoliberalism. The fifth decade is we weighed in very grudging scales the merits and demerits of every project, and we were looking for the impact on environment. That was the environment period. And currently, in the sixth decade, the pandemic has come, and although it could be contained very effectively and efficiently, there remains equity problem, not only at the state level, at the national level. So the vaccinated and unvaccinated, that social equity problem was recognized, evaluated, and is yet to be controlled in full form. To come to the theoretical aspects of it, I am reminded of, I myself was a student of chemistry long ago. So today we, with pride, we look at the periodic table and all the 118 elements have been put into one thing, the dialectical unity from hydrogen to organison, 101 to 18, 118. But you find that there is a genetic relationship between hydrogen, helium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, and so on. So we could find out a dialectical unity and interrelationship by a science culture. I am not saying that science is a necessary and sufficient condition for growth, but science and technology are necessary for appropriate growth, and sociology as in the appropriate manner. Now I look up to myself. Way back in 1970, Osaka, Japan, that was a place where I got globalized. There were about 100 countries who have parked themselves for 1 year. I visited every country, met one scientist, or in some countries sent 2 scientists. The science culture, the culture and science culture, these countries, I cannot go and visit all of them, but in 1970, I met and talked to many of them. So we had a cultural perception of what the world in 1970 was looking for. That is, what type of science communication models they were developing. And we learned a lot. I shared it with my colleagues on my return and put my input into the science people's movement. That brings me to a long story of 60 years
with a few iconic figures, with a few decades of gas chromatographic peaks, and the movement moves on. And it was Bertrand Russell who asked the question in his book, The Impact of Science on Society. Said, will a scientific society be stable? Yes. As science culture also is evolutionary, and it designs its project. There is no internal contradiction as I see it. And a science culture and a society based on science culture will be the most sustainable one. That's our hope and our trust. Thank you. I am through.
Thank you, sir, for this very interesting presentation. May I now invite Ms. Harpreet to coordinate the next session.
Good evening, everyone. I would once again welcome member of the management, Principal Ma'am, Suhas sir, members from the National Center for Science Communication and Guru Nanak College. A very warm welcome to our eminent speakers, Professor S. Shivadas, Mr. Ratanjit Sonde, and George Padella, and all the participants joining from all over the world for the valedictory function. Albert Einstein said, the important thing is to never stop questioning. Now, I would like to invite Professor S. Shivadas, Emeritus President, STEAM Academy, author of science books, and editor of a science magazine called Eureka. A very warm welcome to you, sir, and over to you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Dear friends, I am very happy to participate in this valedictory function and like to share some experience to you, because myself and Jayaraman was in this field, science communicators field, and trying to develop scientific culture to particularly children. And it was well received. That is why I was able to stay in this field for the last 50 years and write more than 200 books. Once a group of primary school children came to me with their teacher and said that they should know what is chemistry through a skit which should be presented in their school. You remember, it was a primary school. They knew nothing about chemistry, physics, etc. So I wrote a skit. The title is Sodium Chlorine Marriage Story. And the script was given to the students, and they were trained very well by the teacher. And it was presented in their school, where all the people in the nearby villages also were assembled, including the priest of the church there. The story goes like this. There was a rowdy, violent person. His name was Sodium. And there was a woman, a lunatic woman. She will roam through the place and embrace people and will kill them because she is very toxic. So people were frightened. So they went to a magician, a chemical magician, and he came to the scene and said that I will find a solution for you. So he caught hold of this young man, violent person, and also the woman, the lunatic woman, and put them in a chamber, a hot chamber. And people were frightened and looking what will happen when a dangerous person and a lunatic woman is in a chamber, what will happen? So after some time, the magician opened the chamber and everybody looked to the chamber and found that there was some white powder there. And the magician took a speck of the powder and tasted it. Then he said that sodium was a metal and chlorine was a gas, non-metal, very toxic, poisonous. And they combine together and you get sodium chloride, the common salt, which you have to eat. You cannot eat chlorine, you cannot eat sodium, but this you should eat. And this is the magic of chemistry. So when the skit was presented, there was tremendous impact. And all the primary school children began to say that we want to study chemistry. Even the priest who knew nothing about chemistry came and said, I never thought that chemistry is so interesting. This episode I am sharing because if you present the so-called dry science in a very interesting manner, using literature, it will be well received by. Now, in our schools and colleges, we teach science simply because it is in the curriculum, in the syllabus, and questions will come for the examination. And of course, if the thesis is good, students will write the examination and get good marks. They may become science teachers or science professionals. They will practice science inside the classroom or in their research laboratory. But once they come out of their school or out of their research laboratory, they will have no science in their mind because science is not becoming part of their culture. They never think of science except as a tool, as a profession. So what we want is students should be trained to appreciate science, enjoy science. It should become part of their emotions. And a meticulous training is required for that, continuous training. You cannot appreciate music, for example, classical music, Carnatic music, or Hindustani music, or Western music, if you don't have a training. You have to continuously hear it. When you continuously hearing Balamurali Krishna, or M.S. Subbulakshmi, or Ajoy Chakrabarti, or even Kaushiki, you will begin to understanding, appreciating, and you will be in an ecstasy when you hear this music. So similarly, if science is given in a palatable manner, using literature, so that and practice science in a funny way, so that it goes to your heart as part of your emotion, then things will change. Then you study science not for examination, but for enjoying. For example, if a student is able to write a love letter, I'm not saying they should be trained to send love letters, but in a chemistry class, if the student is asked to write a love letter, assuming that he is fluorine and writing a love letter to hydrogen, his lover, what will be the love letter? You have to imagine and write it. So when you write such a letter, after studying fluorine and hydrogen, incorporating the properties of fluorine and chlorine, you know that fluorine will combine with hydrogen even in darkness. The attraction of fluorine to hydrogen is so great that fluorine will take away hydrogen even from other compounds. Even for example, from hydrocarbon, it will snatch away hydrogen from the carbon. So very violent lover. So if this is presented in this funny way, student will definitely enjoy it. They themselves will write. So if you can give science as poems, as kids, as short stories, as operas or musicals, things will definitely change. So because it touches the heart of the children, it will touch their emotions. They will begin to think about science. They will smile when they remember about the science, and it will become part of their culture. If it is not becoming part of their culture, scientific thinking will not be present in the society. I remember a biology teacher who came to my son's class when he was studying in high school. He was introducing ecology in the class. So the teacher said, you want houses to live. For that, you have to cut trees. And you want furniture also. For that also, you have to cut trees. You want agricultural land. So you have to destroy forests. This is the actual situation. But looking to my son's face, pointing to my son, he said, his father always said, you don't cut trees, don't destroy forest. And alas, the same thing is written in this textbook also. In the new syllabus, it is written in the ecology. In the beginning, it is written that you have to protect forests and trees. So I am teaching this because it is in the textbook. You have to learn it very well and write in the examination. But in reality, these are not things which can be practiced. What will be the case of students who hear such a class? I remember another professor in our college who taught a particular topic in science. Class was very good. After a series of class, finally he concluded the class saying, I am teaching this solely because it is present in the syllabus. But remember, I don't believe this because this is against my religious belief. So it's actually wrong, but I am teaching it for the sake of you, for you have to pass the examination. So it shows that science has not gone to their mind. Science should become part of the emotion. We should be able to enjoy it. We should be able to think scientifically only if it becomes part of our emotion. So that is why myself and Jayaraman was trying to produce a lot of creative science literature. Creative science literature, we believe, is the best means to appreciate science, and so that students will begin to learn it by themselves. If you go to the history of science, story of people who have become great men of science, like Einstein, we can see that there are instances where they were very much attracted to science and finally they became great scientists. So I think that this experience, which we both had, Jayaraman and myself had, will be very interesting to you. I don't want to take much time because this is a validity function. I hope that you have appreciated all sessions very well. You have changed by this conference, and I hope that you all will later become people with good science culture so that we will ultimately succeed in making this globe a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a very insightful talk. Marie Curie, a female scientist, said, nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Our next speaker, Mr. Ratanjit Sonde, is an executive coach, author, speaker, and founder of Discover Health Incorporated. He has authored several books. His pioneering work on oneness, a timeless universal value framework, resulting in leadership from within and dramatically reduced stress, gave him international recognition as Mr. Stress-Free. I would like to ask our principal, Dr. Pushpinder Bhatia, to give him a formal introduction. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening to all my guests over here on this hybrid platform. On behalf of Guru Nanak Vidyak Society, I extend a very, very warm welcome to Sardar Ratanjit Singh Ji Sondhe, who is the founder of the Discover Oneness Foundation. And as Harpreet very rightly mentioned, he is known as the stress-free engineer. I am sure this fact and this term will be doubly confirmed at the end of his talk, when we shall all realize the depth of his thoughts about this whole concept of oneness, about this world and of which we are a part today. And sir, your concepts and your ideas are very relevant and more relevant today than ever before. I have had the privilege and the honor of being a part of his many talks and many radio shows that he regularly conducts in the US. So it is indeed a pleasure and indeed an honor and privilege to have you, sir, on this platform today in Guru Nanak College of Arts, Science and Commerce. On behalf of the National Center for Science Communicators and my college, Guru Nanak College, I extend a very, very warm welcome to you. And we are looking forward to listening to you and enjoying this journey. In fact, sir has authored a very interesting book called Tea that I have read. It takes you to a different world and a different level of thought process altogether. So, sir, we are waiting to listen to you. Very, very warm welcome to you. Ratanjit, sir, have you? Can you hear us?
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you and I can also see you now. Warm welcome, sir. Welcome from Mumbai. From Mumbai.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And it reminds me of my time in Bombay when I was at UDCT working on my PhD. And I want to ask audience to keep your mind open, because we are going into a different world through this presentation. Let me start with a story, personal story. I was in school. I must be 7, 8 years of age. And I come back and from school, and I was very excited. And I told my mother, we did an experiment and they have asked us a science experiment. And they showed us how pinhole camera works, how light travels in a straight line. And so my mother hugged me and said, oh, that's great. So in her innate wisdom, she asked me, says, ultimately, you have to differentiate between knowledge and knowing. And knowledge is somebody else's experience. Knowing is your own experience. And I said, well, doesn't knowing ultimately becomes knowledge? Knowledge is what we are seeking. She said, let me give you an example. Let me ask you a question. I said, do you know your name? She said, of course, my name is Ratanjit. She said, that is the name I gave you. because when you were born, I did not know. So I wanted to, when I call you, I did not want neighbors' boys to show up. So I gave you a very specific name. But so that is knowledge. And when you learn who you truly are, that is knowing. See, science has been directed by our needs and wants. When I came to do my PhD in Bombay at UDCT, at that time they used to call it University Department of Chemical Technology, they gave me a scholarship at that time of 500 rupees. Now that was higher than 200 rupees than if you were doing a PhD in pure science, because I had an MTech degree. So I was doing PhD in technology. So they wanted to encourage people to do PhD in technology. Technology is applied science. Technology makes supposedly apply science to make our life better, but it has been directed by our wants and needs. As a consequence of that, if you allow me to expose a country where there is highest amount of research and development done, let's measure that by the number of Nobel Prize winners. In US, more than 390 people have been given Nobel Prize. And this country has the highest GDP. It has 788 billionaires with a net worth of $4 trillion. And it has over 20 million millionaires with a net worth of $180 trillion. And I can go on and on. It has the highest per capita income, and it has it spends overwhelming amount of money on research. For example, on medical research, it spends more than $500 billion a year. But if you want to see the other side of this truth, which has been directed by our wants and needs and our greed to find application for research and science. You know, US ranks one of the world's worst place for human trafficking. And it has more than 85 trillion in debt. And US has produced with this highly education system, highly rated universities. But the other side is the white collar crime has exceeded $1.7 trillion per year. And I can go on. And in spite of its greatest technology, power, and wealth, over 40 million people live below poverty levels. And 43% of the household cannot afford basic monthly budgets for housing, food, transportation, children, healthcare, and so on. Although it spends $3.8 trillion per year on healthcare, but US is rated as the sickest country on earth. My friends, the entire focus has remained on getting rich and controlling everything. Our mission to find science and technology is to control everything. When we climb Mount Everest, we declare victory over Mount Everest. But we have never understood how everything is designed by nature to work within us and around us. And we have never learned what we are naturally designed to do. And we, of course, do not know my real name. I don't know who I am. See, when we are born, although we give credit to our parents, we come through our parents, but they are only a channel through which we come on this earth. But the nature in its immense universal wisdom has designed every living human being. See, all our bad luck, pain, suffering, miseries are merely a consequence of our thinking and acting against our own natural design. So to understand this design, you take, for example, you all drive cars. Cars are designed beautifully, very engineered machine. It is designed to go forward. It can go thousands and thousands of miles as long as you fuel it. But it is not designed to travel long distance in reverse. Now, if you use that car to go from one place to another, even 5 miles in reverse, what is going to happen? You'll have a stiff neck, and you probably damage the engine because it's in the first gear traveling in reverse, and then you will have major accidents. See, we are rowing the boat in the opposite direction of the river, and we have to work very hard, and we get exhausted. At the end, when we take a moment of rest, it goes back. We are not rowing the boat in the direction of the river. So now let's understand this, how are we designed? See, nature has designed everything unique. If you see a tree, all the leaves are different in size and configurations. Nature has never duplicated anything. That is why 7.5 billion people have a different fingerprint. Their eyes are different. My friends, we have not realized that the truth is that we are inherently designed by the universal wisdom as a unique masterpiece with unique physique, unique talent, unique stamina, unique intelligence, sensitivity, foresight, vision, or creativity, or intuitions. And all these things are unique. Whereas we are asked to copy a role model. And when we do that, at the end, we compromise everything and lose our capacity for full growth and self-motivation and intrinsic drive. And in the process, we will feel frustrated and unfulfilled. We will feel cheated. And at the best, we can deliver mediocrity. That is what you see around us, a dominance of mediocrity. So my friends, until we realize our uniqueness and treat everybody as unique masterpiece, we are going to live in a compromised state of this universe. And then, or we are advised to find our passion. And where do we look passion? We look for passion in a subject or a skill or a technology. My friends, with the lightning speed of how this universe is moving, all these become obsolete. So where do we find the true passion which never becomes obsolete, which is supported by universal laws, which gives us natural internal collaboration, which leads us to complete success and which never becomes obsolete? Where do we find that passion? The answer lies in the second question: what are we designed to do? See, everything the universal wisdom has created, it has a thread of psychology of universe, I call it. And if we don't recognize that, we will be misled. So to understand that psychology, let's do an experiment. Let's plant a rose bush in our garden. We water it and proper sun is given. And one fine day, this rose bush gives you a beautiful rosebud. Now that is the best it can do. That means this rose bush has succeeded. But my friends, does it hold on to its own success? It gives freely the success. The gardener tells us that if you pluck the rose, it gives you more. And its fragrance and its beauty is not compromised if somebody who is criminal who passes by, or it is not enhanced when a saint passes by. It is unconditionally as value. You look around, look at the apple tree. Have you ever seen an apple tree is its own apple? It works very hard to create success. So my friends, in nature, everything is designed to produce fruits of success and designed to share them unconditionally. It has become obvious that we are fundamentally designed to become a highest value adding entity if we understand that we are uniquely positioned to add highest value in a certain area, certain field. And we should distribute our successes unconditionally to everyone. But on the other side, when we go against our intrinsic design, and when we are part in what is in it for me, directed by receiving and collecting everything any way we can collect, we will experience stress, anxiety, frustration, anger, depression, and ultimately tremendous disappointment. And this process is primarily guided by your human body mode. We will talk about this human body mode further, which is immersed in fear, greed, lust, envy, and ego. Because human body knows that it is going to die. It is parked in fear. If it doesn't have enough food, it is going to starve. It is parked in greed. And it has self-identification. It thinks itself to be separate. It is parked in ego. So now, to understand this, who are we? What is my real name? We must realize that all our realities, all our understanding, decisions, passion, mission, value, purpose, and is all tied to what we perceive as truth. If your truth, you believe in something as truth, you are going to see everything through the window of that truth. We are limited and defined by what we perceive to be our truth. The truth of the matter is that all our truths are different. My truth is different than yours. And that is why we end up debating all our life. But the question is why our truths are different. Because, my friends, all our truths are created by this data gathering instrument, our brain. Believe it or not, of all the organs present in our body, human body, brain is the most unreliable. Why? Because it gathers its data, its information through its limited 5 senses. Your eyes can only see a certain frequency of light. Your ear can only hear certain sounds. You can only touch and feel certain things. So at best, the data gathered by your 5 senses is going to be incomplete. But it doesn't stop there. That data gets further contaminated by your ego and all its manipulations, fear, greed, lust, or power. So that people looking at the same thing, gathering data, they will come out with 5 different explanations, 5 different perceptions. We must realize that all our realities are skewed and erroneous, and all our incoming information gets contaminated by our ego. And is there a wonder that we cannot comprehend the real truth in presence of this ego? So is there any antidote to this ego and limit of our 5 senses? I think if we can find the answer to these 2 questions, is there one fundamental truth that removes all illusions? The second question is, if we are not our ego, then who are we? Now, is there a truth that is universal, complete, timeless, uncontaminated by our ego, that is higher than your nationality, your gender, your race, your profession, your education, your religion, your color, your age, your laws, your experiences? Is there such a truth? If there is, where do we find it? Do we find it in our scientific labs? Or do we find in religious shrines? Or do we find in literature, history? Where do we find it? This great scientist, Albert Einstein, at this final years of his journey on this earth, left us with this amazing, empowering quotation. Let me read that quote for you. He says, "A person experiences life as something separated from the rest." Then he says, it's kind of an optical delusion of consciousness. And he further says that our task must be to free ourselves from this self-imposed prison, and through compassion, to find the reality of oneness. Now, this scientist, after doing all these great things in science, comes back to this reality of oneness. He says that we perceive everything as separate. So, my friends, the knowing and knowledge, the knowing only happens when we are in search of the truth. Otherwise, we'll be chasing falsehood in absence of oneness. Oneness gives us our perception, or reality, or vocation, or values, or purpose. Now, if we accept that there is oneness is that final truth, now the second question is, if we are not our ego, who are we? Our perception is that I'm a separate entity. I'm a human body. I own things. I have limited resources. I'm defined by labels. And I consider brain to be my master. I consider myself to be a product of environment. My friends, who are you? Is there a real you that is not influenced by insecurity, fear, greed, your ego? My friends, you are not your nationality. You are not your gender. You're not your race. You're not your profession. You're not your possessions. You're not your religion. You're not your color, age, experience, knowledge, or title. For that matter, you are not even your human body. Sometimes in the morning, I get out of my meditation, some thoughts come to me. Let me share those thoughts to you. It says, divine power says, अरे भेजा था तुम्हें एक इंसान के लिबास में, अरे भेजा था तुम्हें एक इंसान के लिबास में, और तुम हो के इस लिबास को ही खुद समझ बैठे। अरे भाई समझो और सोचो, ना तुम जवान हो ना बूढ़े, ना पुरुष ना नारी, यह तो लिबास की महिमा है ना कि तुम्हारी। काश तुम पहचान सकते अपना ये असली रूप, अरे तुम में तो छुपा है स्वयं मेरा ही स्वरूप। Now let's look at this thing through a different window. With these light bulbs, which we all have in our house, and they are designed differently. Many of them have different colors, they have different wattage, they have different manufacturers. But when they are lit, they become live. When they're alive, they have a live wire connection to a single powerhouse. It's the same power which enlivens every single light bulb. My friends, similarly, a single omnipower unifies all of us into oneness. The enlivening power is who we are, not the vessel which carries us, not the human body which carries us. So once we realize that, then we realize that we are not our ego. We are oneness. Just as darkness is merely the absence of light, similarly, my friends, our ego, or insecurity, or fear, or greed, or illusion of separation is simply absence of comprehending oneness. So if your brain is directed by your human body is always going to be naturally parked in insecurity. It knows it is going to die. It is going to be starved. It is going to be parked in greed. It is going to look as itself as a separate body. It's going to be parked in ego. So that is how you are going to think. But if your same brain is guided by the universal power, then you are free of all the ego, insecurity, brain, and all that. And that is when the knowing happens. It is only at that point you become a true scientist like Albert Einstein. See, in our human body, if you look, it works as one. Your heart doesn't say that, look, I've been working so hard, I want to take rest. They independently give their fullest to this human body. It works as one. But there are over 37 trillion cells in our human body. They have life. They sacrifice their very existence to save this human body, fight against disease. But then, my friends, there sometimes comes a cell in our human body which has its own agenda. It destroys the very body it feeds it. We call it a cancer cell. Therefore, without fully comprehending and applying the wisdom of oneness, knowingly or unknowingly, we will be unethical, we will be selfish, we will be callous like cancer cell, and we will destroy the very body which hosts us, our society. Remember, all your knowledge, all your education, all your training, all your experience, all your technology, intelligence, awards, trophies, and possessions, without fully comprehending and living oneness, will only remain incomplete knowledge at best. At worst, it will be highly decorated ignorance. The divine force tells us, अरे कैसा निराला है तुम्हारा ये चलन, अपने ही बनाए भगवान की पूजा करते हो और मेरे बनाए इंसान से बात भी नहीं करते। अरे भाई, जब तुम देख सकते हो मुझे अपने ही बनाए पत्थर की मूरत में, तो भला क्यों नहीं देख सकते मुझे मेरे ही बनाए इंसान की मूरत में? So we have been segregating everybody because our human body mode has been guiding us. Our brain is controlled by our human body mode. We have not discovered the true me, which is the enlivening force which is present within us. My friends, I've been given only half an hour, and I conclude and I thank you so much, and I will take any questions if you have any. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Thank you, sir. Any participants would like to ask questions?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. I don't think anyone has asked any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your kind and illuminating words. It is indeed a pleasure listening to you.
Thank you.
The scientist is not a person who gives the right answer.
Hello.
He's the one
Yeah.
who asks the right question.
Harpreet.
Okay. 1 second.
Harpreet. Harpreet. Can we ask a question, sir?
Sure.
Sir, we often speak of finding our passion. So since we also have so many students, and even we would also want to know, how does one explore and discover and identify one's own passion?
See, as I mentioned, once we understand what are we designed to do with this unique human system which we are given, we are designed to really collectively add the highest value. That should be our passion. Rather than classifying yourself as a teacher or a scientist or a businessman, our purpose is really to serve the divinity present in every single human being. So how do we serve that divinity? By utilizing our skills, our knowledge, and constantly remaining in the student mode and elevating our skills and knowledge to do what? To add the highest value. And once you are on that path, you will end up making everyone, the whole world, as a better place to live. And so the universe is not designed to take credit, because ultimately, my mother used to say that, please remember, all your successes are in spite of you and never because of you. See, when we come on this earth, this human body is gifted to us. And we are taught in school and college, the education is given to us, the knowledge is given to us. And then when we go to work, we are taught how to do things. And this brain, or human brain, only functions if oxygen is around it. The oxygen is gifted to us freely. So without any of these things, we cannot operate, but we take all the credit. I have done this. And that is because you are parked in the ego mode. You are not realizing that all you're doing comes through the divine force present in you. And the divinity is serving the divine force, everyone around us. So you also begin to, instead of abusing yourself, you begin to serve the divinity present within you. So that is the purpose. That is your passion. Your passion is to make your best better. The real competition in life is your last best, not the world. If you constantly improve your last best, don't stop at the point that I have done my best. You have to continuously make your best better. That is your passion.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Harpreet?
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Namaste,
sir.
Dr. Vasanji. You are really you strengthen the divine wave function in everybody's. You smoothen the divine wave function in everybody. You being a chemical technology scientist, to have a love all and serve all. Is there anything will govern the chemical potential in the mind to have this type of behavior?
Last part, you're breaking up. I didn't hear properly.
No. Being a chemical technology person,
right?
I think you have contributed a lot. Might be you wrote a book. Is there some chemical potential plays an important role in smoothing our mind?
See, I came to US. The environment in Bombay
Or
didn't
our
agree.
sixth sense, is it plays any important role to become oneness?
Yes. Let me share with you what happened to me. I came to US in '68, and in '73 I started my business in polymer chemistry. It was a material science company, which in 2007 I sold it to Dow Chemical. And but initially, when I started the company, the whole purpose was to become successful. And I used all the tools, had the highest caliber of people with a lot of experience, and has a business plan, and followed the protocol of Harvard Business School. But I failed. I was failing after 7 years of working 18 hours a day for 7 days a week, I was still failing. And at that time, I came across this quote from Albert Einstein, which I read, and my mother used to say the same thing. She would say, the wisdom lies within you. And the key to unveil that wisdom is oneness. But I never understood that whole thing till I came across this quote from Albert Einstein during that whole lifetime, that inside was germinating and oneness. I suddenly realized I was failing because of absence of oneness, not because of technology or anything. Because all our employees, I had 7 vice presidents, they were all part in what is in it for me. Nobody was working as a team. Oneness makes you work as a team. So I fired everyone and brought in fresh college students without any experience and built this company based on oneness and became very successful. So in real life, oneness works. Oneness works in relationship. Oneness works in technology. Oneness works in business. And without comprehending oneness, because it removes your ego, it removes your insecurity, it removes all those things which otherwise are going to infect you. So that is how I had experienced. So how oneness changes everything is a book which I have written, and you get a copy of it, or if you send me an email, I'll send you an electronic version of this, and you will have the whole journey, how I traveled and found oneness and how I implemented, applied oneness in life.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Scientist is not a person who gives the right answer. He is one who asks the right question, was said by Claude Louis Torres. I would like to invite our next speaker, George Cadella, currently a consulting partner and a president of Abenaki Innovation Culture. He was co-founder and president of Mexican Association of Museum and Science Technology Center, coordinator of North Node of the Network for the Polarization of Science in Latin America and Caribbean, and president from 2014 to 2016 of the Mexican Society for the Disclosure of Science and Technology. Sir is joining us from Brazil. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Over to you.
And good afternoon, dear Dr. Pushpinder Bhatia, dear Dr. A.P. Jayaraman, an organizing committee of this conference on the International Day of Scientific Culture in India, dear lecturers, speakers, and attendees to this conference. I warmly salute you on behalf of the Promoting Committee for the International Day of Scientific Culture. In 2006, Carl Sagan pointed out that we live in a society utterly dependent on science and technology, and yet we have managed to ensure that almost no one understands science and technology, which is a clear recipe for disaster. Science is a powerful tool for understanding reality and using it to solve the needs and problems we face. Robert Merton, the father of sociology of science, provides us with elements for understand science on 3 levels. First, as a set of methods for knowledge production and certification. Second, as a body of knowledge that is built from those methods. And the third, as a set of cultural values that govern scientific practice. Science is an ongoing human enterprise, and as such, in terms of values, knowledge, and application, it goes beyond the domain of the scientific community. Science is a key element in the development of society. It needs to be integrated into the action of organizations, groups, and individuals for the identification and solution of their needs and problems. In this sense, the greater the social participation that enriches scientific practice with the richness of a diversity of perspectives, the greater the conditions for positive cultural change and the improvement of people's living conditions. This interaction between citizens and science offers valuable elements to researchers, but it also helps to build an informed citizenry that has the necessary elements to make decisions about the problems that affect them personally and socially. This implies fostering the channels of communication between techno-scientific systems and the rest of society. We believe that it is not enough for only scientists to be, if I may say so, scientifically literate. We are convinced that it is necessary for citizens to be scientifically literate so that they can actively and fully participate in today's societies. At the same time, society needs scientifically literate citizens in order to progress in a comprehensive manner. In our view, scientific culture encompasses not only the knowledge of basic concepts and facts of various disciplines, it also implies a general understanding of the role of science in the progress of society and an appreciation of its contributions, a vision of the world and of reality from a low knowledge-based perspective, and the application of scientific knowledge in everyday life decisions and situations. Thus, as Belén Laspra has pointed out in Spain, scientific culture has three dimensions: an epistemic dimension, that is to say, a cognitive component; an axiological dimension involving critical appraisal of science; and a praxeological dimension, which is the behavioral and action aspect, that is, the appropriation of scientific knowledge and approaches for use in daily life. But the concept of citizen scientific culture must be understood in context, and it takes on different nuances depending on people's social roles, as Godin and Gingras have noted. Thus, for policymakers, scientific and technological culture may lie in their ability to design and implement relevant public science and technology policies. For industry managers, it may involve the ability to invest wisely in research and to evaluate and select from a pool of new technologies, as well as to provide adequate equipment, maintenance, and employee training. For the worker, it may consist in possessing the necessary skills to understand, at least in part, and use technology to be able to perform a given task. For teachers, it can mean the appropriate transmission of scientific knowledge and skills inherent in science processes. For parents, it could mean the ability to awaken their children's interest in science and technology and to pass on them the tacit knowledge of mundane social and technological interactions. It has been recognized for decades now that scientific literacy through formal education, while very important, is by itself not enough. There continues to be an urgent need to provide public science communication initiatives that integrate science into the fabric of everyday life for people of all ages and from all walks of life. In this way, we'll work to develop a truly inclusive scientific culture. Many institutions and individuals around the world contribute to strengthening the scientific culture of citizens through public communication of science, but much more needs to be done. Amidst a global pandemic, as well as ongoing challenges such as climate change, energy demands, and sustainable societies, it is of paramount importance to engage and empower more and more people through science as a means to inform decision-making to address such issues. Our efforts are critical to the future of humanity's well-being and the health of our planet. It is in this spirit that over the past 6 months, the promoting committee of which I am a member has invited institutions from countries on all continents to join and support the International Day for Scientific Culture initiative. We are very pleased and grateful for the extraordinary response of the Indian institutions to our call. We will be united together now in the future in the important and rewarding task of promoting scientific culture in our communities. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir, very much for your informative talk. I would like to say another Albert Einstein quote: "The true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination." I would now like to invite Professor Siddhivinayak Barve, Director of Scientific Research Center, to give us the concluding remark of our conference. Welcome, sir.
I'm indeed very pleased and proud to stand in front of you to really have a concluding remark about a conference on Scientific Culture Day, which was celebrated for the first time in Asia, and that too at Guru Nanak College in collaboration with the National Center of Science Communicators. It is indeed a great day. What a conference, really, with speakers coming from the eastern, western side, and all over the globe, and even the audiences online all over the globe. This is indeed one such kind of a remarkable event that indeed it is a great hope that the science could be really getting a big way in developing the scientific temper in the country. This conference was conceived last year in commemoration with coinciding the event of Cosmos, the great kind of a serial by none other than Carl Sagan, which can be treated as one of the best science communicators of the millennium, last century. None like him is here. And he was almost like a science personified. Such a lucid kind of style of narration that the style of the narration actually made Carl Sagan one such kind of individual which actually kindled the scientific culture among the mind of the people. That was around 41 years back when the serial was on. And while the serial was on, that was viewed by almost 1 billion people. Then the population of the world was almost 5 billion. That means almost 1/5 of the world has viewed that serial. Now it is time, the world which is ravaged by terrorism on one side, superstitions on one side, and then there is the rampage, maybe scarcity, climate change, all that kind of thing is what we need is a man like Carl Sagan. And that too, it is really apt. Even after 40 years, when we are celebrating this, it is the time that we have to reinstate that culture. About the conference, a grandest kind of a thing. It was indeed a treat, maybe from the theme lectures, maybe from the inaugural session, and then the concluding valedictory section. people from eastern side, as I said, from the Western world, the first and third world actually were there, and expert actually gave a bird's eye view of what we call scientific culture in the form of stories, in the form of narration, in the form of their experiences. And to conclude, I really am pleased to tell you at this level that Carl Sagan, I treat this as my guru. It was way back in 1994 for the first time in Cornell, I met him. He was suffering from cancer that time. But despite suffering from cancer, this man used to come to the department. A person having almost done interstellar kind of mission, maybe it is Mariner, maybe it is Voyager, maybe it is Viking, but the man came out within 5 minutes that some young person is waiting for. And then he said at that time, this is really very pertinent and very important. The communication is whatever you feel like doing. So you communicate to the society. Whatever you know, you try to tell it to the people. This is what similar kind of thing in Maharashtra, Sant Ramdas has even said. Even he's been depicted in the several kind of a scripture that he said, "Je je apna sithave, te te loka si sangave." Means whatever you know, please try to tell it to the people. Carl Sagan, maybe just on in 96, it was 20th December, I clearly remember. It was a conference which was held in Yashodhara Chavan Center. It was the first Indian science writers communicators conference with 300 delegates from all over the India. 7 sessions were there. And I was conducting one session of 7 pairs in which the interview session was on. And then we had to start with the obituary. On that day, maybe on 26 or 27, I was to go to abroad. And prior to that, I wrote one article, and that was given to Maharashtra. The title of that was Brahmanda Lokale. It is End of a Cosmos. That time onwards, really, dear friend, in print media, no science is there. In electronic media, no science is there. It is being driven by what I should not tell. But this is a time that we really want to reinstate this kind of scientific culture. Not to tell, not to beat the brand, but just to tell very plainly. Today on this event, yesterday night, yesterday almost forenoon, I wrote one article. That article has appeared in Maharashtra Times today. The title is Vaidyanik Sanskruticha Udgata, the man who is the spokesperson of scientific culture. It is even mentioning entire conference. So this kind of a thing, which I got it from Carl Sagan. That day he was into chemo kind of treatment. The baldness in the hair was there, but the smile, the immaculate kind of contagiousness about infectious intelligence that actually gives you. Still, it is goose pimples on the body. But at this juncture, when it is 40, 41 years after when the conference on scientific culture is being convened, it is really a grandest of the success. It's first time in Asia, first time in India, and that too with National Center of Science Communicators, and that too with Pushpinder madams and then Jayaraman sirs and Suhas. This is what is a wonderful kind of experience. It was spellbinding. The inaugural session was fantastic. Just to tell you, just to go through briefly about what happened today. Of the theme lectures early morning, the session started with Amreen welcoming all the delegates. Principal Dr. Pushpendra Bhatia was welcoming, including Jayaraman sir. And then there was a sage-like man, Dr. Y.S. Rajan, former distinguished professor of ISRO. He was talking about the panorama of scientific progress in India. In Carl Sagan's words, if at all I could some things it is worth knowing. Try to know it. And then the message from Y.S. Rajan's lecture was that he was closely associated with APJ Abdul Kalam. And then the sagely kind of a look, it is very convincing. The way that he was speaking was really telling that what is the panorama of scientific progress. Then was President Public Communication of Science and Technology from Australia, Dr. Jennifer Metcalf. She was the one immaculate. She was talking about science communication, what science communication it is there. And in Carl Sagan word, if at all I would try to tell you, if at all we had to grasp the universe, you grasp as it is, and that is what is communication. What you see, communicate. And that was the message given by Jennifer Metcalf. Then it was Professor Sharda Srinivasan from National Institute of Pioneering Contribution Institute of Archaeology in Bangalore, with her pioneering contributions in the field of archaeology. She was speaking about scientific sculpture heritage, and through that, what appeared to me was it was spirituality which was unfolded. Again, to talk in front of in the words of Carl Sagan, spirituality is what we call compatible to science. But Carl Sagan says science itself is spirituality. More you become spiritual, more you become scientist, you become spiritual. Go closely towards oneness, which was a message into the concluding session, and you become sagely, as in Y.S. Rajan. Then was Mark Nowosky talking about the innovation and the entire scientific process, how the process of scientific process unfolds. It was how it should be incorporated in education. Again, in terms of Carl Sagan, I would try to say that if at all you have to know the past to know the future, and he was telling whatever was happening in the past in terms of scientific process, and to unfold the future of science with an innovative way. In the public lectures domain, it was Shiv Prasad Kennett, sir, our director, ex-director Nehru Planetarium, was introducing Mayank Gavaiya. It was one of the wonderful kind of a journey, unfolding almost like a rainbow-like thing about what a scientific culture is. He was talking about science, society, and culture, blending it together. He was talking about science, he was talking about non-science, he was talking about benefits, pros and cons. It is all that kind of thing. It was indeed a treat. Virtually a copybook style of presentation of what science culture is. He was talking and he was telling science is a way of thinking, and it is not a mere body language. So it is a way of thinking. He has given us a way of thinking to look to what we call scientific culture. Then we came to the inaugural session, which was indeed one of the best kind of a sessions that we had today. It opened with Suhas Naik Adams welcoming the audience, Principal Dr. Pushpender Bhatia welcoming the guest, Member of Management Beena Punjabi Madam was here, and she also welcomed. AP Jayaraman sir was online. He welcomed the guest. The first speaker was Gagandeep Khan, and what to tell about the current COVID situation, and she was exactly narrating the same thing, communication during COVID time. Elaborate kind of exposition about what COVID thing, what vaccines, what are the variant, and she was mentioning about what a science should be and what the science communicators should be. The correlation between that was so nicely presented. In terms of Carl Sagan, again, because I treat him in the form of Ekalavya as my guru, he would always say that we are all made up of cosmic dust. Even from the Big Bang, all the matter which actually flowed, we are definitely a part of it. In each one of us that exists. So what we have to do now is to just expel out the COVID with the innate energy, what we have with us in the form of a cosmic material, because all of us are made up of cosmic material. Then it was Professor Balram's lecture. It was a journey through science, very lucidly presented. He was talking about the duties, history of the science, past, present. He was telling such a candid example about how the science communication should be there. And in that science communication, he was always mentioning that the simile between the different aspects. In terms of Carl Sagan, again, I should say that cosmos is with us, and we have to discover it. He was telling the way, the correlations that he was making, it is what we have to discover, the scientific culture, scientific temper in that way. About Inoy Kandoti, Suhas would remember, it was way back, I think it must be around 96, 97, or later in 2004-5, when he visited. And then he was even in Vasai College. He had several lectures all over the country. Just again, not beating brand, but I had a stint in Brazil way back. So for all the young people, it is Copacabana beach and all these kind of things which are there. And above all, he was speaking from Manaus, from the lungs of the world, and actually filling the entire atmosphere with the freshness of his idea. He was talking about the rights of the science as human rights, and he was mentioning at the end into very pragmatically, he was telling the words was, it is human rights is the necessity, human rights is the real right, property rights doesn't matter. And then the glare in his eyes, that's all you could have seen. That was really immaculate. All sagely person talking about this. In terms of Carl Sagan, I would like to even correlate the quote of Carl Sagan from Contact Sale. I don't want to believe, but I want to know. That is what is human right. He unfolded it such a fantastic way. And then the lecture was from Barbo Patino Barba from Mexico. First time into Latin American countries, certain African countries, the Scientific Culture Day was celebrated. And then the request came from these organizations to celebrate. And what kind of function that today we have. Since morning, dot 10:20 till almost dot 6. I'll not take that much time. But next was Professor Eminent Sharma, another FRS, two FRS on this line. Professor Balram was there. And then the galaxy of the speaker. He was talking about the marvels of the ancient India. And then he was touching about almost every other aspect of science. And then he was even talking about non-science. He is the pioneer of what we call it as a culture of innovation in India. He has established publish of parent, the patenting, the way that he has shown, that is immaculate. In terms of Carl Sagan, imagination will carry us to the level which we can even visualize the one. But if at all we don't imagine at all, we will never go there. And that is exactly what M.M. Sharma is personified. The way that he came from Cambridge, from Cavendish to UDCT, then from Mumbai University, UDCT, is a history. So that was indeed one of the kind of treat of today's session. Amongst the theme lecture, there was a lecture from Stephen Webster. Early morning he couldn't join, but later on he was here and talking about the progress in India. He was talking about the science communication kind of association with this college. And he was warning one very clear thing, that the climate change on one side was there, the warning on climate change and health issues. That is what he was very specific in trying to give a warning, even criticizing. It was a critic. And then, sir, that critic we will take very objectively to really see to that we unfold, and that such kind of mistakes will never happen. Coming on to the last session about public talk leading towards valedictory, it was A.P. Jayaraman in his immaculate style. He was presenting Kerala Sahitya Shastra Parishad. It was a panoramic view, and then the panorama of almost till even yesterday, what is happening in for last 50 years, unfolding what the movement would be like. Silent Valley project would be there, economics would be there, maybe the corruption on one side, capitalism, and then he was talking about how it should be socially oriented. That was indeed a kind of a treat. Coming on to the concluding session, which was coordinated by Harpreet Kaur, the lecture by Shivdasa. He is treated as Isaac Asimov of Kerala. Very rarely we know, because everything is written in not our language, but over 200 books. You can't imagine. In our lifetime, very rarely people read. If at all, believe me. So at this juncture, I should not tell, because most of us on this platform, they must have read over 100 books. Moment you read 100 books, that kind of a technical language actually fits in your brain. And then you don't have to gasp for the word, gasp for the idea. 200 books by one person. Imagine the immaculateness about the plots, different plots. And he was mentioning about the story of maybe sodium and chloride and all. So very, just trying to really garb it to a dramatic board. And that is what one of the best sci-fi communicator. Valedictory address by Ranjit Singh Sondhi was a philosophical treat about the oneness, and then the discourses. Otherwise, I was telling Ambedkar sir that if we allow him, it would be another 2 hours easily, and that was mesmerizing. talking about nature, talking about his team, talking about the passion which should come from within. And then finally from George Padilla, from innovation and then the scientific culture. Dear friend, that was a conference. And it was indeed one of the best in science communication of that kind. Believe me, whatever I have attended world over, this was what was a kind of a treat. Compliments to the team of Guru Nanak College. And we should not compliment National Center of Science Communication. They always do. A team of the technicians, they were doing a wonderful job. Flawless kind of a presentation, flawless technique. That was what had come. And to conclude again, to come back to Cosmos and to come back to Carl Sagan about the pale blue dot. That was the man's future into the space. And he talks about on this pale blue dot, about the communities, about the class, caste, creed, rich and poor, then the religious kind of a squabble, maybe the climate change on one side. Despite any other kind of a thing, you be maybe the winner or maybe the loser, maybe a student or a teacher, philosopher or a seer, or maybe a devotee, maybe wherever you are, and all that's purple. It is just like a blue dot, about like sands on the shore. We are just one of the speck of a dust into this cosmic world. And Carl Sagan, while he was called in US as billions and billions of man, he was always talk about in billions of the year ago, billions of the stars are there, and he was ardent supporter of extraterrestrial intelligence, and he was a strong believer on Pioneer 10, the plaque which actually depicts human silhouette of a man and a woman, and in the hydrogen atom, and in our solar system. They address in case that kind of a spacecraft actually lands on the extraterrestrial planet, or maybe it comes in touch of the intelligent civilization, they should be able to decipher that and from where it actually originated. That was what Carl Sagan was. And now in terms of Suhas sir, he actually gave a calendar of 13.5 billion years, 15 billion, 13.8 billion, not 5, 13.8 billion years. If at all from the Big Bang to Big Bang, and then till today, if at all the time is condensed in 1 year, what will happen? So then Carl Sagan actually unfold. I will just go maybe very briefly. First life actually started coming in the month of September. If at all, 1st January would be the Big Bang. 1st September, this August, September would be the first life on the earth. And then the mankind and the evolution was there. Then the dinosaurs and then the giant creatures were there. All that kind of a thing which comes and goes. If at all he even count, there is Frank Drake's equation about galaxies in the world. He says there are 20,000 planets like blue dot into the cosmos, and 1 million, that is 10 lakh planets, where probably the extraterrestrial civilization would exist. Coming on to where human beings actually came. Out of the 1 year span, it was just last 10 seconds. And we are talking about fraction of that 10 seconds. And that is about scientific culture. It is time when we conclude and say goodbye onto this conference to call Sir to have a vote of thanks. Just wishing that there could be another Carl Sagan to inflict scientific revolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for beautifully summarizing today's day. We have come to the end of the session, and I would request Dr. J.K. Kotyal, former scientist BARC, to present the vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is the last, I'm the last speaker, but I know that you are already tired, so I'm not going to take much of your time as a previous speaker. So, as it is said, that expressing a gratitude is essentially a noble gesture. And I'm indeed fortunate to have this opportunity on behalf of the organizers to present of this event and National Center of Science Communicators. We had our 5 speakers in this mixed session, comprising of public lecture by Dr. A.P. Jayaraman, Chairman NCSC, valedictory function with 2 speakers, Professor S. Shivadasa, Emeritus President, STEAM Academy, and Dr. Ratanjeet Sonde, CEO, Discovery Health Incorporation UK, and a short presentation by George Padilla from Brazil. And finally, a beautiful concluding remark by Siddhivinayak Barve that you have just seen. So I express our gratitude to all the speakers for their lucid, useful, and informative presentations. I also thank the members of the audience, online, and persons attending this session in person. I take this opportunity to congratulate Pushpinder Bhatia, Chairman of ICSC 21, and Suhas Nayak Satam, convener of ICSC 21, along with their team for their untiring effort to make the event successful and memorable. Thank you all once again.